Welcome everyone. Hello and welcome to any Indian viewers that we may have. You'll have a more free time on your hands now, I dare say. Welcome. Trump has done something which a lot of people may view as one of his best policy changes. Or at least we'll see. We'll look into it today. For he has, in fact, bothered the diarrhea-spora, the Indian diaspora. So we'll look at that in more detail today. We have lots of other stories too, including the event commemorating Charlie Kirk. So I figure people might want to discuss the idea of, do we forgive the shooter? Because there's a sort of hardcore Christian angle, which is yes, and then there's sort of everyone else, I think, who's saying no. Well, we'll have a look at that today. Yeah, that's a good one, Somnus, yes. Indeed, Indians. Begging for acceptance versus delusional gloating. It really is pretty bad, isn't it? Okay, thank you for that one as well. So look at this. We'll spend most of our day today looking, just looking at Indians seething. Let's look at this.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the captain speaking. Due to the current circumstances, obviously, that are unprecedented for us here at Emirates, we are aware that a number of passengers do not wish to travel with us, and that's perfectly fine.
Do not wish to travel with us, and that's perfectly fine. Are you referring to the people who clogged the toilet by booking up seats and then not using them? Is that what we're talking about here?
All we ask is that if you wish to offload yourself, you do so.
Or is this people who are in the US and who are about to leave, and then the Trump thing happened, and then they decided, oh, actually, this is from the 20th, so I think it probably is. Chaos in Emirates flight at SFO airport. Yeah, it is. And they're about to leave the US to probably go back to India, and then wait. Delayed by 3 hours after many Indian H-1B holders bound for India disembarked from the plane after hearing the news of the 100k fees for H-1B. Fantastic. Many Indian passengers apparently left the aircraft after receiving calls from their employers not to leave the US. Let me say this before we say anything else about this. This is one of those issues on many occasions where there are individuals involved who I would actually have sympathy for. I'm sure are nice people who I don't really wish this kind of unpleasantness upon, probably who are suffering way more than they deserve. Some individuals. But viewed as a collective matter, this is exactly what needs to happen. And a lot of the individuals involved are chancers looking to just take advantage of a system that really should not have been so kind to them, and who don't really have the gratitude for that is deserved. Probably the majority of the Indians involved would fall more into the second camp. So I will be somewhat gleeful about this, but with the recognition that there are many who I would have sympathy for in these situations who probably don't deserve this unpleasantness, at least not on an individual level. But it has to happen because it's the right thing overall. Yeah, sins can be forgiven, but crimes must still be punished, says Somnus, and you can't have forgiveness without repentance. Yeah, I suppose that's true. So he should apologize, and then she could forgive him, but she shouldn't forgive him before he apologizes. I could get behind that. Trump traded hating the shooter and not wanting the best for him. Yeah, we'll look into that today. I have that video. Indian loses his H-1B status and has to give up his $1.2 million house he was able to pay for with a cushy tech job he stole from an American. Still has $2.5 million. Person could retire several lifetimes in India. I want these people out, he says. Busak says, fuck them all, drain the toilet. We can always rely on Busak for the simple answer. So yes, we will look into all that today. Let's have a look at some more of the memes I have. This is, we'll come back to this in a sec. Yeah, so this is Bhima of India, who says, we will overrun you and you cannot stop us. We will send 400 million to take your country and we'd still have 1 billion India. Well, you can tell he's got the English levels to import himself into a Democrat-run country. Yeah, I mean, if the West was going to continue with suicidal tolerance and love of the outsider, maybe. But the more Indians show up, the more of the people of the country want to prevent that. And luckily, in some Western countries, they are able to actually exert that will politically. In others, it may take other means. We've discussed that before. But yeah, the respondent says the best anti-India propaganda comes from their own mouths, and we're back to this again. Delusional gloating really is like this. I tell you this, something I learned recently, and I kind of knew, but my knowledge of it sort of solidified. Testosterone, often thought of as the hormone that causes violence. No, it allows you to control violence, and also not just violence. It allows you to control like weaknesses in general and emotional impulses. It allows you to stand for your own beliefs. And so what I realized thinking more about this is that what we've got in Cabal here actually is even more than it is even more than it is an ADHD or an autistic community. It's a high testosterone community. The women in here demonstrate high testosterone, as do the men, despite the fact that many of the men are not the sort of bodybuilding stereotype, but like me, for example. But I don't think testosterone correlates perfectly with that.
Morbiusly a beast.
Exactly. You can be Morbiusly a beast without having low T. However, there is something uniquely unappealing about low T males and about low T females. But low T males probably even worse. The kind who are very prone to violence over the smallest, dumbest shit, mostly socio-acceptance stuff. If you're outside of the trend, then they'll fucking be violent. It's some of the worst kind of people in the world, low T males. This behavior is exactly low T male behavior. I think, given the grip strength as well, Indians may be, if you're looking for like the epicenter of the lowest testosterone average level among men, I think it's probably India in the entire world. Maybe some exceptions for some like tribes or whatever, or some subculture, some sub whatever groups in different countries. And maybe some places in Africa, because Africans have relatively low T, but I reckon Indians may have the lowest. This kind of complete variability with just what will get you the best advantage, not standing by anything. Slow T. Now, not all Indians are like this. I will say that there are a few good ones, but it's hard to see them, isn't it? It's hard to find them among the sea of brown. There are some, but it seems they probably have a much greater concentration of low T males in India.
Are we going to be talking about the autism announcement?
Yes. I should have put that in the thumbnail, actually, on the...
exactly.
Let's have a look at... Let's have a look at more complaining Indians.
You need us, bro. You need us. You want Indians to go back? Then who's going to run your Google and your Microsoft? You want Sundar Pichai?
Who was it? Who was it? Who started Google and Microsoft? Was it that Indian guy? Was it that other Indian guy? Was it an Indian at all, actually?
I don't believe Indians had any hand in it.
No,
you know what?
No.
You know what, chat? It wasn't even an Indian. It wasn't even an Indian.
Who came into the dream and he created it. That's how. Thank
you, Abel. It wasn't even an Indian. Remarkably, you'd be shocked to hear they were created by Westerners, white people. I think one of them was Eastern European, Sergey. Right? Either way, same idea, right? Indians are not needed. They are just currently there. Now, there are smart Indians, for sure. And I don't think anything that Trump has done with it, like what she's talking about, who can run Google and Microsoft, not H-1B. That's not what H-1B is for. Unless we're talking about relatively low-level jobs, which we know Indians aren't very good at either, programming, for example. That's not what they're good for. If we're talking about high-level jobs, fucking Sundar Pichai, I don't know much about him, but if he is currently running, I think, Google, he's probably quite competent. Again, I'm not saying he should be in that position, but assume for a second that he should, hypothetically. That's what the other US immigration program is for. I can't remember what it's called. It's O1 something. The other US immigration program. They're not going to kick him out on the basis of increasing the rate by 100 grand. Now, she may be arguing against the general principle. But very few people in the US would say every single one must go. But even if you do you really think there isn't someone in the US who has the potential to run Google or Microsoft into the ground, as is currently happening? It's not because they are the best in the world. It never has been. It's because of lots of other reasons. mostly decline of the West, but not terminal decline. 01 outstanding talent visa. Thank you, Thomas. That's the one. That's, again, if Pichai genuinely has outstanding talent, if he genuinely is the only one that can do it, that's how it'll work. He's probably so wealthy he just has US citizenship and Indian citizenship anyway, so it doesn't really matter with him. But yeah, so this is some of the delusional gloating now we're going to see from her.
Pichai and Satya Nadella to leave as well? Do you also want your boss to go back? Because I'm sure they're Indian as well. And if your boss isn't Indian, I'm sure the CEO of your company is. And if we all leave...
I love the fucking the sound effects. It's Asians in general, but Indians least expertly of all mimic the style of the West. Why do they do that? I mean, look at her. She's wearing Western clothes in a Western-style house speaking English. Why do they do that? Why are we speaking their language? Do you, woman, the reason you made this video, because you're desperate not to have to leave white countries, Western countries, European countries, whatever, isn't it? It has nothing to do with Indian supremacy. It has everything to do with the supremacy of the people that you have integrated with. Not as much as you should integrated, but integrated regardless, because you still have your allegiance to a foreign power. And this is why. This is exactly the reason why they are at least distrusted and should in many cases be considered for a gentle sojourn back to the group they actually have allegiance to. In many cases, mandatory deportations. Not for people like this. I don't know much about her, but for some of them. Especially if they shouldn't be illegal or if they committed crimes. But like this woman is not allied to the US, assuming she lives in the US. She is allied to the Indian genetic diaspora, the diaspora. So yeah, if your boss is Indian, then there's a fair chance your company's not doing very well. So if you were to just wipe all the Indians from it, deliberate use of word, wipe all the Indians from it today, it would smell less bad and it would probably collapse because you wipe them all. It doesn't matter what race they are. You wipe out several positions, they're going to disappear. But if you replace them gradually, just like happened in reverse, then you'll be fine. It doesn't matter. Now, the only exception to that, something I was thinking about recently, is the Western education system is so fucked that it's probably genuinely true that there are less people in the West that can do these jobs. That is not an inherent problem of the West. That is a problem of the current state of the West. That needs to be fixed. Now, if we need that foreign labor to plug that gap in the temporary time while we get people up and running to take over these jobs, because in many fields, that's not the case. In some, I think it is. And it varies wildly across different locations and different fields. But I think there is some shortage because the education system is so bad. If that's the case, then we'll just remove them as we needed. We'll manage it because we're supposed to be nations who have an interest in our own well-being. So we'll do whatever's sensible, we'll do whatever's best for us, which is exactly what people like this have been doing. Exactly what the Indians have been doing what's best for them. Yeah. Now you're pissed off the people that you were taking advantage of, who were giving you an easy ride because they're too fucking nice and gave you your entire life in this paradise. You're pissed off that they are finally taking the same attitude that you are. Even just a little bit. And that's the kind of low-T shit I'm talking about with these people.
Who's going to run your tech industry? We literally run your...
I mean, people who don't wipe their ass with their hands, that's who. Poor Intel, dude. Poor Intel. They tried to outsource in desperate attempt to regain the position they had after AMD fed them their fucking genitals on a platter with Ryzen. Like, they tried to regain some of that dominance. So they set up a factory in the cheapest place they could find, a foundry. And then the processors were covered in shit. Not joking, by the way. And why was that? Oh, right, the people she's lauding. Why don't you sort out your own fucking country first, eh? There's a lot of work to do there.
Your country's economy. You need us, silly beans. You need us. Just say thank you and enjoy your chicken tikka masala.
Chicken tikka masala was invented by the British. Most Indian food in the West is superior to Indian food in the East. And we will be keeping it. We don't need you. We have the recipe. My Discord just crashed. Oh, my main client. Did my side client still on? Yes. Okay, that's fine. We can continue. I hope Discord is not having a problem, because then I can't have guests. I love how the Vine Boom sound effect, which she's used multiple times with no sort of audio mixing, it's so badly positioned. Like, if you just moved it like half a second left or right, it would have sounded way better, but the way she put it was so bad. Again, I'm talking about like the mimicry, the poor mimicry. I mean, the Chinks are better than this. I'm expecting a red dot on her forehead, but I'm not seeing one, oddly. That was such a bad fucking... That was very embarrassing for her. This one says, delusional, arrogant NRIs. I'm not sure what that means. Like this Madhuri Desai. Do not understand that immigration is a privilege, not your meritary right. Your guests in this country behave like one. Yeah, Hindu Rashtra. Yeah, if Indians are so great, why didn't you stay with Indians? It's the eternal question. For any foreigner supremacist, why are you here? Why aren't you over there? Well, because you can take advantage of here. Why can't you, though? Like, it always comes back to, oh, right, yeah, because India is a fucking shithole. Because it's full of Indians. And that's your answer. Shalom, UFC. Let's see what else there was, because I think there was some other cope. Okay, so this is... What is this? Pug link this on the same topic. Let's see what this is. And then there's another one here as well.
Why do you want to have a girlfriend? A German girlfriend?
Oh, I just want a German girlfriend because I want a German passport.
The German passport?
Yeah, so after I get married to you, I will have German passport.
That's the only reason why you want to marry or have a girlfriend?
There are many reasons also, but I'm a very honest person because my father said always be honest with the people.
Your father forgot to mention, your father might have been a relatively high T Indian. You yourself, despite your colossal eyes, you probably are relatively high T as well for an Indian, meaning you probably have the grip strength of the average houseplant. You're being honest, right? But the thing with honesty is, it is a good policy if you're a good person in a high trust society. You are a bad person because you're trying to use it to your own ends. You're a bad person in a society that should be high trust, but is middling today, but you come from a low trust society. In your case, honesty is the bad policy, it's the worst policy. It's the reason honesty is the best policy is because it advantages good people. And so if everyone in society does that, everyone's likely to be a bit better. In your society, in India, there's no wonder, India, Middle East, lots of other places, there's no wonder everyone's fucking lying all the time because it's a low trust society. Honesty is not a good policy. It doesn't actually help. Unless you're in a very isolated part of it, the aristocracy perhaps, but then there's too much brinksmanship. No, for you, the only reason honesty would be a good idea is if you weren't honest about the bad shit you actually believe, and yet you do.
And how do you think that should work?
Like what?
You cannot just get a girlfriend and get a passport.
No, after marriage, we'll get the passport, right?
But how you will marry?
Okay, I'd like to amend my previous statement. I believe he probably is, for an Indian, relatively high T, but pretty low IQ, even for an Indian, because she's not asking what is the bureaucratic process. She's asking, why would anyone fucking do that?
Marry me.
After we fall in love.
You didn't even ask me to be a girlfriend yet. How can we marry?
In India, we don't wait for boyfriend, girlfriend. Sometimes we just get married.
Yeah. And where are you right now, mate? Where are you right now? Oh, you want a girlfriend who is from a culture where they don't just sometimes suddenly get married, but you're going to apply the standards from a culture where they do. Do you see how there's a kind of a mismatch there? What's this? Bro genuinely has both low IQ and low trustability physiognomy. Impressively bad. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. The physiognomy to me kind of looks balanced. I'm not sure. Perhaps you're seeing something I'm not. Someone says the honest ones will still try to take advantage of you. They'll just be upfront and explain exactly how they plan to take advantage of you. Excuse me. Exactly, though. That's what I mean. To their disadvantage if they're being honest. It's to their disadvantage if they're being honest, which makes everyone act a bit better if they are being honest. But you've got to find the ones that are being dishonest, of course. Excuse me.
It is arranged marriage.
Arranged marriage.
So I will take you to my village, introduce you to my father. He will approve because he also wanted to go to Germany because we having lot of problem in getting Schengen visa.
Schengen visa.
Yes, but why would a woman do it? I'll let him.
It will be easy way out.
So you want to bring all your family?
Yeah, after we get the passport, then it is easy for me to sponsor them.
And where do you want to live?
Berlin.
You have an apartment?
No, that you will give, right?
Aye.
Some of you motherfuckers have a dommy mummy fetish. But you're also usually responsible enough to realize it's mostly just a fantasy. And even if you were to meet someone like that in real life, they still wouldn't do everything for you. You'd still be expected to form an equal part in that relationship. It's mostly just when you're alone that you would take up the role of the submissive. This, however, is, imagine that, but it's not even a fetish. It's just inbuilt how you think about the world. You just like, well, see, I want this, so I need to do this to get it, so you'll do that for me. And then I want this, so you'll do that for me as well. At what point are you offering anything in this relationship? I mean, yeah, maybe the idea is he'll be earning enough to support this family, but he wouldn't without their help. And he's a detestable guy as well. Ronald says this is ironically torture to watch. I prefer being an anthropologist in the Amazon jungle to this shit. Well, these people are probably less civilized than those.
Hey, provide the apartment.
Yeah.
For you.
Yeah, because it is 2025, no? Feminism and men and women are equal.
Okay, he's not as dumb as I thought he was. He's not as dumb as I thought he was. Okay.
This is the meme of the endpoint of feminism is just
this reasoning.
Yeah, this is just the meme of the endpoint of feminism is just me staying at home in my boxer shorts playing games.
No, Ronald, it doesn't require a lot of IQ, but he's seen feminism and he's thought, I could use this. Which is not a bad argument against feminism. Like, women, if you don't want this, hey, women, if you want to do what he's doing, but it actually works, then stop being feminists. JPEGs is not a bad play, yeah.
Working workplace, that means they pay for house, yes?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, in Berlin, yeah, that's cheap.
Yeah, they pay for house in Berlin.
I appreciate how, right up until the end, he was the most detestable human being I'd ever met. But then his answer is actually...
The truth is, he's just salty. He's not Filipino.
No, he's still detestable. That doesn't make him any less detestable.
No, I agree. I agree. But
makes him worse.
Feminism bad, and so at the very least, he is using his evil to attack something else bad, rather than just all the good things.
Like,
yes, I know.
Says feminism bad.
I know.
Well,
a bit more extreme, but. The 9-year-old didn't really have much of a choice in being a feminist, did she?
It's for their own advantage against someone else.
I know. I'm not saying it makes him a good person, Ronald. I'm saying it's funny. But yeah, it's
total G death.
In terms of, interesting. In terms of the chessboard being played there, he sacrificed all his pieces and then still got checkmate at the end. She was speechless after this as well. Like, credit to her. This is ridiculous. Chat, press 1 if heckling was a bad idea. Actually, the thing is with heckling, if it becomes too much, I just raise the price. But yeah, I won't. That's mostly a joke. Let's see what the other thing is.
About raising the price, have you forgotten how much 8 Ball's already paid?
That's a good point. He'd still be able to talk. I'd have to raise it quite a lot, wouldn't I?
Wouldn't fix the problem.
No one will speak. It is level 10.
very, very American movements, dancing and music that she's using there. L1B visa through an MNC. Does that mean a family member just pulled her in? I assume it does. I assume that's the only thing in here that's, it just loops after that. Multinational corp. Ah, interesting. Yeah, it's, again, we come back to the delusional gloating. Quattro has the gun out. Intra-company transferee, I see. Yeah, that is the kind of thing that Trump's new policy will stop. I think. The $100,000 a year. So yeah, we're about to iterate rapidly, oscillate rapidly from delusional gloating to begging for acceptance any second now. So yeah, let's see what else I have in the memes. Every day, 34 to 40 Indians die from train-related accidents in India, averaging 27,000 deaths per year. Some 300,000 people are estimated to die every 10 years from suffocation, accidents, and stampedes on Indian railways. That's quite a lot until you realize that they are Indians, after all. And why the meme says, by contrast. I suppose that's slightly more specific, but that's not really a contrast, it's just more specific. Either way, it's a lot of people. A lot of people dying. A lot of Indians, anyway. Non-immigrant classification enables US employees to transfer a professional employee, especially those in the organization's interest from one of its affiliated foreign offices. Right, so they set up that's probably part of the reason that so many companies have started got businesses or offices in India as well. They can just move them from there to the US very easily. Little exploit there. Gorgeous says, it never ceases to amaze me how Indians speedrun becoming the most hated race in every country after the damage Jews did over thousands of years. Yeah. I believe we've gone through everything. We'll do this though. Here's India's opinion of the H1B thing. Can we get the story on their site? No, it's a badly made Indian site. 4chan Margas unite in Clog the Toilet op to block H1B workers flying back. I don't know if there's a way to just view the story. AI assist. This is very badly designed. Is this just the... it doesn't matter. I have other articles on it. Yeah, here's another thing related.
Downtown area. You know what happens when you import the third world country? See, I'm at a rest area. Check this out. This is the shit truckers deal with every fucking day. Disrespectful fucking pigs. Look at this. They shit on the fucking concrete when there's a fucking bathroom on the other side of the fucking parking lot. Unbelievable. Downtown area. You know,
that's a small example, but I expect it happens so often. Then again, in this particular example, I don't know, maybe an animal, but probably not. I'm willing to believe him. And even if that isn't an example of it, I'm sure that there are examples of it. Yeah, it just, it's pretty universal. It's just, they live quite differently from us, let's put it that way. Like this is, it was an animal. Yes. Jetus not so familiaris. Day of the flush when. Chat, press 1 to wipe the West's arse. Good news, you get to choose your reincarnation. Bad news, these are your options. Choose wisely. Chink, Bugman, Sub-Saharan nigger, or Indian. Yeah, Pug. All right. I believe that's all my memes, except for this about SFO. SFO's apparently been saying stuff. Dev doubles down that the right is worse despite the violence and says that Nancy Pelosi's husband having a gay fight is the equivalent. Naomi says that Charlie's kids did not watch Charlie die and were only on campus. I didn't see confirmation that they did. I heard stories that they did. It doesn't mean it makes much fucking difference, does it? The Pelosi thing, we have no idea why they fought, but I looked into it at the time. It was not a random break-in. There was some connection there. So, gay lovers, I don't know. I wouldn't be that surprised, but I don't know. But yeah, there was a connection there. It was a personal friction. And the reason they fought is not because of right-wing violence. The reason they fought is because leftists are bad people, at least in the modern day. They don't have to be, but very often they are. And they tend towards destructive behaviors. Dev has a headache and starts arguing with chat immediately, it says. I mean, arguing with chat's not a problem as long as you keep it within the realm of ideas. I don't know if Dev did. Dev thinks that anyone who is angry about Kirk is a triggered fucking snowflake and that the left has better aim. I mean, Trump's ear probably stings, but he's still alive, so I don't know about better aim, Dev. And I think the idea of gloating about the aim is not quite the right message to send, given the goals of political discourse.
How many kill themselves? You can't factor that in.
That's true. And the idea of the left using the term snowflake, I mean, I don't know exactly how to, I don't think I can word it in such a way that gets across just how embarrassing it should be for them to do that. The whole point is that it's true of them. And when they find an example where you'll say a naughty word or even just make an offensive joke and they'll flip out at you, yeah, that's them being a snowflake. If they shoot you in the neck and then you say, you shouldn't have done that, that's not really comparable, is it? And I think the amount of cope that goes into making those two things sound similar is all welled up in that use of the word snowflake by the left. There are right-wing snowflakes, and they will eventually be the reason the right becomes the cringe group. But there's not that many of them right now. They're not very active. Very few people are listening to them. Right now, the right is rather admirable in its conduct. He goes on, Dev thinks that Margaret is evil and worse than the left. He says that if the majority of the right is Margaret, then it must be destroyed. I think that is a matter on which Dev and I will have to disagree. But he really has no basis for that belief. Dev thinks the right needs to pay more pounds of flesh to even the playing field. Dev, you are perhaps the person with the most pounds of flesh in any discussion you're ever in. And all of it useless as well. So I would be careful calling for violence, Dev, because you do seem like one of the least possible phenotypes of people who are prepared for violence. You seem like someone who would, all your dignity would just vanish the moment you were actually faced with it. Many people would be similar, not quite as bad, but you would be among the worst. So, Dev, I'd be very fucking careful if I were you, advocating for political violence. Very fucking careful. He then says, Dev bans a user for saying that Destiny has his hand up Dev's ass. I've always known that Dev was a bit of a cuck. It's got worse over the years. He's banning people for their opinions. He may have been doing that for a while. I don't know. I don't remember hearing specifically banning for opinions or banning for insults or jokes like that. That may be a new low. Either way, it's pretty fucking bad. No creator that I've seen in the sort of political space who's started banning their own audience has maintained their success. And then he says that's all that's worth talking about in this week's seed, it says. So, yeah. Dev is somehow managing to find that niche where he's rearranged basic logic to form opinions that almost no one else has managed to form. So he's innovating, just retardedly. It's evolving, but backwards, basically. He's fallen into a sassy pustule in the evolutionary path, a fetid cul-de-sac, if you like. So yeah, that's Dev. Anyway, back to more interesting news. Let's watch the glorious moment when it happened.
What are you doing? What are you doing? No! No! Listen to me! No! No! No!
Thank you. That's such a good job.
You will go to jail now. What are you doing?
Okay.
What are you doing? No!
I hadn't listened to that in advance. I thought that was genuine. That's very fucking based. Yes, someone says I saw that. By the way, 8ball, if you're going to heckle, could you fix your mic, please? Someone says Destiny just had his YouTube monetization completely cut off and his channel members cancelled for advocating political murder. Dev has reached the point where I fully endorse doing the same thing to him too. I don't object. Free speech, yes. Advocacy, incitement to violence. I'm not a fan. I'm not really going to defend you very strongly on that one. Destiny did, as far as I know, I haven't looked into it in detail, so forgive me if I'm wrong, chap. As far as I know, did advocate for violence. Lost his Twitch, lost his YouTube monetization. Destitute is probably not the path he's on, but at least not quickly, because he's probably got a lot of leftover, probably got a lot of collections and stuff, but he's going to be in trouble unless he gets unbanned by Twitch. But they said it was permanent. They stick to that. And really, anyone else not really feeling any sympathy? If he didn't advocate for violence, if I were to look into it and find that he was just speaking freely, expressing his opinion, off color though it may be, if he didn't, then I would support it. I would want him to be reinstated. But if he was advocating for violence, which as far as I know he was, just not really feeling much sympathy. The Destiny kickstream arc is going to be wild, says Nighthawk. They might not be too happy about him either. Does he have a Patreon feeding him money? Probably, yes. He'll probably have to rely on that. Doesn't strike me as someone who was smart enough with the money he did earn, so sooner or later, Imagine will see me begging. Yeah, he also doesn't strike me as someone that saved it, but I don't know, maybe. Speaking of which, chat, you can, if you feel generous, you can contribute to my streams and maintaining the community via tip.oozly.net. Oh, it posted it automatically just before I asked for it, or was that just a glitch? Either way, thank them in advance if you do so. If you have a look at we haven't done this in a while because there's been a new TP board, but if you have a look at the TP board, there's an open fucking field to define the next Discord kitten. I think it could be a very small amount. You might have to contribute to set a Discord kitten. Any one of you could cheer an amount to set a Discord kitten right now. We haven't, that's not very active currently because we have the other leaderboard. Let's post that. Which can do many more things, though it can't currently do Discord Kitten. As you can see, Spirit Smith is up there at the top, which means that's the one that has enough power to actually force someone's name to change. But you could get someone else ahead of Spirit Smith there. If you do /redeem with your coins, then whatever you support gets more powerful. And then whatever's at the top is enforced. Despair the Cat is no longer at the top, and so it's no longer enforced. But don't tell him that, because then he'll change his name away from Despair the Cat. And it's funny having it like that. No one has forced Nigsack. Chat, press 1 if kittening Busak would be funny. You can support that on the Kabale leaderboard if you want. I do still have to improve the system and alert me to when people change things on the board so that I can display it on stream. But I will do that soon. Dev is currently making $150 per month on Patreon and under 7.5k annually at the height of the Social Blaze estimate for YouTube. That's surprising, Somnus, because that's surprising. I would find that somewhat unlikely because that's significantly less than me. I doubt that. And I'm not gloating. I don't actually earn that much, but more than that, that's surprisingly low. Still running on USAID money, maybe. Maybe I picked the right strategy. I didn't rely on a corporation. I relied on my audience. So if you'd like to reward me for that approach, chat, tip.oozly.net, and I really appreciate the input. Anyway, not quite Pug, no. Let's look at some more. So this is posted on Twitter regarding the toilet. Let's go in and look at the actual tweet. I have it here. It's from Callum of the card thing. Thank you, Born Gamer. Cheer 5000. Tomboy Supremacy, Cauldron Ballsack. Only one person, I believe that's how it is. Only one person so far has supported Ballsack. So it's not on the board yet, but it will be if one other person supports it for an amount, I think, of £1 or more, which is 100 user coins. Someone says he was probably taking money from Brianna Wu's illegal pack contributions to foreign content creators. Yes. So I'm not saying that he can't have enough to live on. I'm just saying amazing that his channel makes so little. Has Rank ever been kittened? No, I don't believe he has. Maybe that's too disgusting. Probably takes glowy bucks. Yes, I don't take any glowy bucks. Literally the only income I have for this venture is from you guys. So yes, 4chan is reserving flight tickets from India to the US in the checkout stage, so no Edge 1B can use them to get to the US before the deadline. Brilliant. Brilliant. Once again, 4chan doing the Lord's work. That is, of course, assuming it works or worked. Now, I'm a little dubious on this because I saw someone claiming, I may have this tweet for later, but I may not. I saw someone claiming that even with your elected officials, even with Trump in office, 4chan's still doing more than Trump is to protect the US, to prevent illegal immigration and prevent browns. I don't think that's likely. How many people do we think Clog the Toilet prevented, ultimately, from living long-term in the US? Let's say it's 20,000. I think that's quite generous. Trump has, he announced recently, and I don't know if this was just an update or if it was total, or 400,000 illegals arrested. I think it was just within a certain period or within a certain move, or perhaps it was in total. That's still 400,000, and with 1 million more well on the way. I expect so, and 0 border crossings. Now that's probably noise. It's probably plus or minus a few, but still, it was hundreds of thousands before. Or at least thousands per month. It was a lot before with Biden. 0 now. So no. Trump has his flaws. He has, in fact, made some great strides towards fixing these problems. And he has the office of the president to do it. And 4chan has done great work here. Absolutely great work. But the person that was arguing that they've done more than the president, 4chan couldn't have done this without Trump. With a stroke of his pen, he made this possible by raising the rate for the H-1B. And these guys stopped a bunch of people doing it straight away. Yes, inconvenienced a bunch of Indians, made it impossible for them to live in the US long term, probably, assuming that's how it works. But Trump's policy will stop potentially millions across enough time from doing it. So that argument's very silly. But the Clog the Toilet venture is still brilliant because it's individuals who have no power inherently doing something that they're able to do, an exploit, taking advantage of an exploit. I love this kind of shit. They have no power inherently, except that they are potential paying customers. And so the airport, the airlines give them just that little bit of leeway. And in this unique situation for one day, the powerless became very powerful suddenly to affect an issue. Excuse me. So yeah, very good news. Someone says, if Operation Clog the Toilet did anything, it was only because Trump created opportunity for 4chan. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, it's still very good that they did it. I'm still very proud of the guys that did it. But it did require Trump's input. This guy said, Callum says, Frog Poster has single-handedly spiked the price by confusing the computer system to $6,000 for a flight. I don't know how much it was before, but that sounds like a lot. So this is the explanation. So Indians are just waking up after the H-1B news. Want to keep them in India? Clog the flight reservation system. The setup. Jeets have less than 24 hours, which, by the way, is a punitive, mocking grace period. 24 hours to uproot your life and travel back to the US. With a fucking flash sale short notice flights. Trump doing that is just a middle finger to the Browns, and I approve. To re-enter the US, otherwise must pay $100,000 H-1B fee. Tens of thousands of Jeets abroad are now scrambling to get last-second flights back to the US. The solution? Operation Clog the Toilet. The plan. Go on Google Flights, search common India to US flights, e.g. Mumbai to San Francisco, initiate the checkout process. Most airlines will hold your tickets for 15 minutes during the checkout, thus locking out Jeets. Don't check out. Leave window open for full 15 minutes. Repeat. TLDR, open common India US flights and initiate checkout holds. Repeat. If enough autists do this, he says, the whole flight reservation system will get clogged and H-1B Jeets will be stuck in India. He says, pro tips. Focus on highest traffic India to US flights, see second post for list. Open multiple tabs at once for different flights, accommodations, and ticket levels. Multitask, there is no limit on the number of checkout tabs open at once. Before alt tabbing, go far enough through the checkout process to ensure the tickets and seats are actually reserved, different for each airline. And if programming oriented, write a script to automate the process, share with fellow friends. Spread the word. Fantastic idea. And again, I don't know how effective it was. Because these websites, this may be the first time they've dealt with this specific issue, but I have a feeling that they'd have systems in place to deal with similar issues that may be applicable here. They may be able to detect this is basically a DDoS. It's not exactly a DDoS, but it's similar. Maybe able to detect that kind of behavior and shut out those purchases, but they're potential paying customers. They would be careful with that. It may be that for certain flight routes, they have an automated system to prevent reservations if there are too many reservations, to the point that it would start to have much less effect, significantly deteriorating returns, or whatever the correct term is. So maybe this has a lot less effect than they like to think, but it is still a great idea anyway. Get Indian to code it for you. Yeah. Okay, Atronach has posted a video. This is probably quite entertaining. Let's have a look. Gotta catch them all. Oh, Jesus. Why? Department of Homeland Security. Hey, chat, don't you love how I don't give a fuck about YouTube's rules? Now, to be fair, no, this is fair use. I think this could be defended in court. They have used it in fair use as a sort of mimicry of the original. I actually, debatable whether they've used it in fair use. I am responding to their thing in fair use, though, so.
To train them is my cause. I will travel across the land, searching far and wide. Each pocket mine,
etc.
The power that's inside.
It's been so long since I've heard this music, because I did watch that as a kid, and I only realized later, wait, that was an anime? Yes, technically I watched an anime when I was a kid, but never since. I think it's debatable whether it's fair use, because I think their use of it might not be, because it's not commenting on the show or on the music. It's just using it as an asset. You could sort of argue it's a commentary on the song, but I think that's quite debatable. I think that would be tough to argue. My use of it, however, is fair use, because I'm commenting on it, but that wouldn't necessarily protect me, because theirs probably isn't. It doesn't matter if they're not profiting off of it, I don't think. Hacking one. Actually, it might matter. It might matter if they're not profiting off of it, to be fair. I'm not sure about that, Ezreal. You could argue there's some inherent or implicit profit for attention, market share kind of thing. I'm not sure. Either way, it doesn't matter. I actually respect copyright law personally. I just don't want YouTube doing it for me. I'd rather manage that myself. Very transformative and commentating on the DHS doing it. Yeah, but it's not commentating on the song or the Pokemon assets. It's literally not commentating on them. You can argue that there's like a vague commentary on it, but it's just what it already is. So it would be very hard to argue that in court, I think. It's transformative, but it's not. It has nothing to do with Pokemon. It's just using the assets for something else. The fact that it's related thematically, I don't know. I think that would be a tough argument in court. If Sargon won against Aquila, then this is fair use. No, what Sargon did was commenting on what Aquila said. He remixed it into commentary. It made commentary on her content. This is not commenting on Pokemon. It's commenting on the ice footage. The ice footage, that's fair use, sure. But the Pokemon footage and the music, that's not fair use as far as my understanding of fair use. That would be hard to argue for that. Watcher says, no matter the argument, it won't stop Nintendo from doing with their worst possible optics-wise. That's true, yes. And so, you know what? For that reason, I respect copyright. I don't respect Asian copyright. I don't respect the insane levels they go to, where in the West, we made the mistake of making corporations people. In Asia, they made the mistake of making corporations gods. So, yeah, they take it a bit too far. So, punitively, to resettle the balance, I'm not really going to care about that particular copyright. So, yeah. It changes penalties more than legalities, says Ezreal. Yeah, I'm not sure. I try to use fair use as a personal standard for when I should or should not use someone else's material. And I'm not sure if what they've done is okay, but what I'm doing is fine. But yeah. Why the fuck is James in a bra? Is that... Oh, I guess it was like for a joke or something. That's rather silly. It's a banned episode. Reminds me of the fucking fairy tale OVAs, which get a bit risque. Okay, let's continue with other stuff then.
If I remember correctly, that was the one with the firearms, which is why that one wasn't shown anymore.
Right. So it had nothing to do with James in a fucking bikini. With tits, by the way. He's not just a man wearing a bikini. He has the tits.
It might have been because of that. There was breast inflation at one point.
He even has a female body. He just has James's face. It's very weird. Anyway, I think this was the post that got me thinking about it, actually. So Nicholas Fabiano here, Mr. MD, says testosterone fully eliminated a feigned prosociality and decreased submission to audience expectations. Essentially, they did what they believed in this test. Testosterone eliminates strategic prosocial behavior through impacting choice consistency in healthy males. So prosocial as opposite to antisocial, i.e. following what the group wants. Antisocial gets a bad rap as a term, and it can mean criminal, but it doesn't have to mean that. It can just mean rebellious to bad ideas that have become normal. I love that, Ezra. I love how that's real. We'll look into the Trump autism thing today as well. That's apparently quite a big announcement. So, yeah, that's interesting. That's roughly what I'd expect. As I said earlier, testosterone is the chemical that helps you to regulate stuff. And pretty much everyone in Cabal, I think, is of high T, even if they're not the stereotype of a high T male, or indeed female. But I've often said that I think ADHD is the cluster of personality traits that correlates with the ability to resist group doctrine. And the only modification I make to that is that, yes, but it's actually deeper than that. ADHD is caused by testosterone, as is autism. And autism is actually the root of that. Sorry, testosterone is actually the root of that, not ADHD. I think maybe it enhances it. Maybe we could work with that theory, but for now, I'm willing to just go with, it's testosterone that does it, and that also causes ADHD. So I was noticing the correlation for sure. I just had the causal factor maybe a bit wrong. And then the respondent here says, high testosterone makes you more consistent in your choices, more honest and more principled. In other words, high T will get you labeled an asshole by low T people, from whom you should consider that pejorative as a compliment. Ronald says, is 3 of 12 still in Cabal? Now there's your low T male. He is technically still in Cabal, but the problems with 3 of 12 are pretty much exactly along the lines of low T, yes. All right, let's continue to the next thing. Charlie Kirk, a post from him, not recently, from a little while ago, but it's a very good point. He says, this is the social compact breaking down. We need urgency to restore it. He says, 1, mass deportations. 2, stop the H-1B scam. 3, dramatically reduce legal immigration. 4, end chain migration and the visa lottery. 5, build 10 million homes for Americans. 6, crush the college cartel. 100% agree. Good calls, Charlie Kirk. Hey, this guy's pretty good. I should watch his stuff. Sorry, maybe a bit too soon. Estimated percentage of 30-year-olds who are both married and homeowners. In 1960, it was over 50%. It's quite impressive. And then in 1990, it hit about 44%, a low at the time, and then it started plummeting. Now, it's at about 10%. Very low. Now, you could argue this is just a change of the pattern of the sort of structure of human society, and that probably is somewhat true that this should be normal, but only somewhat. I think mostly it's aberrant. So I think if we get healthier societies, this will go back up. Deportations and immigrations and building more homes that actual people in the countries, America, UK, wherever, own, that aren't just bought up by investment bankers and foreign companies and immigrants. If you do that stuff, you will get a healthier society. Same thing with the college cartel as well. That's a slightly different issue, but it's definitely connected. You do these things, you will see that line go back up again, and your society will get healthier at the same time. Your GDP may stagnate, but your GDP per capita will go up, and that's not even the best indicator, but the best indicators will also go up. So that's my hope. Right? That's Golden Age Cabal, hoping, aiming for, pushing towards a golden age. I think it's possible. We'll have to see what happens.
Millions will die before I let the GDP fall by even 1 point.
Yeah. Yeah, well, unfortunately, we'll have to give them no choice. Next up, Yeah, this is quite good. He says, this amazing photo is from some sci-fi con no one cares about, but it depicts the 5 basic archetypes of woke. So for future reference, he says, here you've got fat black guy who likes the attention, maybe narcissistic, maybe racial supremacist. You've got then Antifa, low T male or female, can't tell, probably a tranny, but might not be. Either way, very angry, resentful. And then you've got ugly fat woman with purple hair, cat lady. Basically just hates everyone, especially other women, but recontextualizes that as hatred of men because feminism gives her power and also reassures her life choices of becoming a cat lady. And then over here, it's not a woman, is it? That's not a woman, is it? Almost the same archetype, except male. And realistically, probably a fetishist, very low T male, midlife crisis, probably very unsuccessful with women, probably autistic, following trends because he has nothing better. And then, oh look, what's that? That's weird. This is, how would you describe this aspect, this archetype of woke? Any ideas, chat? Love by women because not a threat. Yeah. Deported. A pet isn't malevolent. Though Team Mulatto. No, not quite what I mean. Not quite what we're talking about here. I think Jeet maybe, low T probably. Jewish is what I'm generally perceiving here. What kind of asshole thought? I don't know. Either way, yes. Quite a good lineup here. Let's see what else we got. Oh yes, a brief sojourn into the world of video games. PS1 had 454 exclusives. PS2, 514 exclusives. My goodness. PS2 was very successful. PS3 less successful at 180. Quite a big drop there, but don't worry, I'm sure the next generation will be way better. PS4, 58 exclusives. Down to third. PS5, 13 exclusives. Boy, that's more than I thought they had games, to steal that joke from Quattro earlier. Wow. Consoles plugged a gap in a brief point in history where PCs were not quite standardized enough yet to be the easy gaming platform. But now we're at that sort of inflection point where even normies find PCs easy enough to game on that you don't really need consoles. And even consoles are just glorified PCs. And when I say glorified, I mean de-glorified. So yeah, you would expect that. We probably, maybe, I would give...
obsolete for the last 2 gens.
Probably. I would give a 50-50 shot you'll see a PS6. But you might not. And if you do, it probably won't regain the former glory. Now, maybe I'm reading this wrong. Maybe the exclusives are just becoming less common. That's all it is. But I don't think it's just that. PC Master Race. See, it's the obvious answer. It's the easy answer. But it's also true. That's why I do enjoy the arguments where the easy, obvious answer is also completely right. Like earlier, when I was talking about evolution with some people who didn't agree with it. Ezreal says 11 of them are VR movies that sold so poorly the PC ports got cancelled. The other 2 are Astrobot, which as far as I know was one of the only good games on PS5, yeah. Steam on PS6, yeah, maybe. Always been a PC master racist, as have I, ever since PS2.
Games on the PS5, unlikely.
Indeed. Someone says the PS3 had architecture with separate CPU and GPU when nothing else its generation had, which became the standard later. So almost everything the following generation became multi-platform because they used the same architecture and were all being designed in the same version of DirectX, so porting was extremely easy. As standards coalesce, so does the hardware. So it becomes less useful to plug that gap of convenience where the standards, because the reason you'd want consoles is because it's a deliberate coalescing of standards to say fixed standards here like this for now. Because the standards are so uncoalesced that it's hard to enter that market. Well, now, even the open standards, those on PC, are so well coalesced by comparison that you don't need consoles. As Jado says, piracy is easier on PC. Yeah? A lot of indie games are made only for PC as well. Yeah, I think consoles will never recover. I think it's over. As I said, maybe there'll be a PS6. But yeah, probably. Yeah, I would give a fair chance there won't be. Steam and Nintendo have already shown the way consoles from now on will be portable. Yes, that's probably true actually. But even then, they're in a losing fucking battle. There's so many good portable PC console, quote unquote PC consoles. The Steam Deck, for example. I mean, the Steam Deck is it's a PC. It's not very locked down. You can do a lot with it. Massive credit to Gabe on that. I'm very glad we have Gabe around. Let's not clip that. I'm not sure what I just said there. But yes, Mr. Baround, I hear you're gay. But Nintendo obviously is made for the Bing Bing Wahoo generation, so they care less about that. But anyone that wants to make a handheld console is going to have to compete with Steam OS, Steam Deck, where it's very open. You can do a lot of other shit with it, so the value proposition is much higher. They're going to have some banger exclusives. And there is no
games on the Steam Deck.
There is no platform with more exclusives than PC. Not even vaguely close. It's like 3 orders of magnitude different.
Well, what's even funnier is Nintendo can't even have the argument of, oh, well, we have our exclusives, because guess what? The Steam Deck plays them and at a better frame rate too.
That's a good point. Like, as if consoles are less powerful, they're easier to emulate. Pug says PS6 should be a NUC with a large AMD APU. Yeah, which is just a PC. Steam Deck isn't that expensive. That's the remarkable thing. Gabe really pulled out the hat and said, you know what, we don't need to just force our market share right down the throats of the entire industry, but we'll just do it anyway, because, why not? And they did. They transformed the industry with that. The Steam Deck is a marvelous piece of technology for the industry and in general. And if I could justify getting one for myself, I probably would have done. So I don't really game that much, and I wouldn't really like the UI of the sort of controller scheme, but it's the performance and the convenience for the price is amazing. So next up, just in, Trump says tomorrow, this is from yesterday, he will be the greatest announcement medically in the history of the US. Quote, I think we found an answer to autism. Paradox players sweating profusely. And by the way, if you are a map gamer, a map autist, you too can give yourself the map autist role in Cabal and be pinged by Ted when he wants you to play CK3 or Civ 5 or whatever map game he wants you to play next, or Ginger when he wants you to play Stellaris. You can give yourself that role freely so that you can be pinged. New role, says 8ball. Yes, new role that you can acquire. 8ball will be one of the first to acquire it. /IAM, and then it should pop up with the various commands. If you just do /IAM list, you get a list of all the roles that you can have. You can then ask for info on specific roles. You can grant yourself the role with IAM so, that role. And you can also remove the role freely with IAM not. You hear, did you say a minor attracted person autist? Not that kind of map. Don't give the pedos the word map. It's quite a useful word. Acquired, says 8ball. And if you'd like to see what roles are available, you can just check 8ball's profile, because he has almost all of them.
The only ones I do not have are the ones that are required, that require level 8 or up for patronage. So if you want to give Uzlu all of your money, by all means, I will not stop you, nor should your conscience /wallet, but know that you will be worse than me.
Oh, well, thank you. Marketing, that advertisement really went off the deep end there at the end. There's the link if you'd like to become a patron. If you sign up as a tier 9 patron, you can give yourself or remove at will any of the joke roles. Moderator, bottom, what else is there? Cult Bicycle, I think. Any of them. Tier 9, you get free carte blanche to remove them. Discord Kitten's not currently included on that list. I might add that later. But tier 9 is quite expensive, but you're not directly paying for the thing, you're paying to support Cabal, to keep these streams and the community going, which is greatly appreciated. If you value the community, then chipping in would be appreciated. Giving you the ability to remove those roles is a bonus. It's not necessarily worth the money. It's quite expensive. PS says, according to Subscribestar, you have all the roles at level 10. You'd have... What do you mean by that? Roles are like Pokemon, literally 8-ball. Yes. And there's a few that Pokemon hasn't... That fucking 8-ball... A few Pokemon 8-ball hasn't caught. 8-ball... Gotta catch them all, right? I mean, technically, someone could just become a tier 9 patron once, give themselves every role in the server, and then turn it off again. And then they'd keep them. I mean, I will later probably engineer the system to remove roles you're no longer eligible for. But at the moment, I haven't. So don't tell the community that, because they'll take advantage of it. But at the moment, I haven't, but I will later. Pug says you become cult bicycle level 11. Level 10. No, level 10, I don't think currently gives any bonuses strictly, but I think level 10 has the most nominally cool icon of any in the server. It's the icon that I would most want to have if I was not running the server.
Okay, but consider that that requires you to not give any other roles to yourself that supersede that icon.
True. I may split the roles up and move tier 10 right up to the top so its icon always shows up above the others. But then again, if you have tier 10, you can probably remove any role that also has an icon that would come over it, can't you? Ronald says 150 quid for even a single month can't really be considered an exploit, to be honest. No, I'll be so owned if you do that. It's a great exploit. You get something for nothing. It's sort of... Anyway, let's continue. r/busty Israeli girls has been banned from Reddit. Damn, where will I get my busty Israeli girls now?
For copyright infringement.
Yes, now that's the interesting thing. Someone was saying the other day, someone in voice chat in Cabal was saying that you're not allowed to show Israelis in porn. And I thought, I've never watched porn before, but I've also not noticed this trend. That, you know, I feel like there have been some, maybe fewer, but some maybe proportionate to their proportion of the population. Not that I've ever watched porn, of course. But that was something I thought that, like, okay, I could maybe see that happening, because the idea that all the porn companies are owned by Jews, I can believe that's true. But at the same time, they're Jews, so why would they throw away a market? Sorry, it's just kind of, you know, if people are into that, why would they not want to promote that? Well, for nepotistic reasons, I suppose. But still, I don't know which is more important to a Jew, the money or the propagation of their own race.
So I can
either way,
what's happened here.
Well, it could.
I have an insight.
Okay, one sec. They say excessive copyright removals, so maybe it's that, but it might not be. Quattro, if you'd like to hop into host, you're quite welcome to, and you could then explain it if you like.
Thing.
Is that Sarah Silver, whatever her name is, touching her tits?
Hey.
Welcome.
All right. So it turns out that because of the way that Jews and their psyops tend to work, they often hit their own. So a lot of Jewish women grow up in an environment where they are encouraged to whore themselves out. This backfires on the parents, of course. And so the parents find out and then go, oy vey, shut it down, and have to start scrubbing this from the internet. This has happened a great many times. And because it's usually the wealthy ones that are doing it, well, they're actually able to get away with it.
Mm. Do we need to start doing the traditionalist pro-white activism of seeking out Jewish girl porn and spreading it around the internet? Is that where we are?
Well, it would certainly make Mossad sneed.
Chat, who's ready to be a porn-spreading warrior for traditionalism and the white race? Sorry, couldn't keep a straight face. Zen man's up for it. If only Di was here, she'd be so conflicted. Chat, can we ping Di? She'd be so conflicted about this.
And we need to get Di, the expert, in on this. We need her to weigh in.
Yeah. Ball's doing his part. UFC knows where he can find one right now. Not sure if Uzlude is the right place for it, but if you want to flood cesspool with with naked Israeli girls or Jewish girls, I'm not going to stop you. We have a job for you. It's to beat the
do
Jews.
Not fall for the Khazar milkers.
Are they full of acid or of some other liquid?
They're full of curse.
Milk.
See,
they're full of curses.
And speaking of curses, you can curse anyone in the server with a role of a particular name and icon at your will. 25 quid to move it, 25 quid to recustomize it. Tip.uzlu.net. If you'd like to do that, you can apply it to anyone in the server. Let me have a look at the TP board, actually. Did we get someone to the top? No, it's still open. Still anyone could become kitten. Ballsack, as you can see, currently has one author, which is why it's not on the board. You need 2 authors. So if someone else supports it for even just 100 user coins or more, then Boosack probably becomes Discord kit. All right. So yeah, this could well have been taken down for the reasons that you propose. It could also have been just excessive copyright rules. Either way, there probably is some sort of truth to the sort of idea that Jews are more prone to run those kinds of organizations. They have other intentions.
They use copyright law in order to do it. They typically use the DMCA.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, let's continue. Yes. So, shall we talk about this, chat, or shall we? I think you know what. We'll come back to this. There's a lot more other stuff to look at first. Every Republican voted to condemn Minnesota Democrat attacks on Democrats. So, resolution condemning attacks on Democratic Minnesota lawmakers passed in the House 424-0, which I don't know if that was a recent one or an older one, but they're using it for comparison. Meanwhile, resolution honoring Charlie Kirk, 58 opposed it. Well, that's Democrats for you.
They cannot comprehend that he was the moderate.
Indeed. All right, so what else we got? What was this? Ah, yes. We'll come back to the Charlie Kirk Memorial stuff a little later. We're still doing the Trump and autism, Trump and Indians and Trump and autism stuff.
And I think we have, frankly, that's a big announcement. I think we have a bigger announcement coming. I hope on Monday, Marty. It's enough. We have to announce. We have to make the announcement. It's so big. We can't let people keep doing this. I don't want to wait any longer. We don't need anything more. And if it's wrong, it's right. It's not going to be wrong. But if it is wrong, it's fine that we have to do it. Because we're going to have an announcement on autism on Monday. Got to be Monday. I don't want to do it Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And I think it's going to be a very important announcement. I think it's going to be one of the most important things that we will do. Because what's happened with autism, do you know that if you go back 15 years, maybe a little bit longer, it was 1 in 10,000 children had autism. Bobby told me, it's hard to believe that this is correct, that as of recently, it was 1 in 10 boys. Is that pretty correct, Marty and Oz? 1 in 10.
So when I heard this, before Trump was even put in office, from RFK or from others, I assumed that at least the majority of the reason for that is just a change in diagnosis standards. Because Trump is not, I don't think he's talking about 15 years. I think it's more like 40, 50 years. As Pug says, overdiagnosis. That's probably a large part of it. But I have built up just enough trust for Trump that he wouldn't be bigging this up so much if it was just that. He probably has found something. Or at least
make an announcement.
Or at least something that could be something. So we'll see. And that's today. In fact, it might have already happened. If anyone has the there you go. Ballsack is now a Discord kitten. I'll set that in a minute. If anyone has the link to Trump making the announcement on autism, I'd appreciate it. But it looks like there might be something to it, at least according to them. So we'll see. Yes, it looks like it did, Quattro. I just diagnosed Elon, that's it, yeah. Am I still connected on, yes, I'm still connected to the audience. Let's change the channel region then for the host's channel. Hello again, Quattro. Yes, it was Discord. I changed the server region and it's working again now. So Discord is gay and cringe once again. There you go. Ballsack is now going to be kitten. Busak, your first time. How do you feel? Autism announcement. You have it. Thank you, Trump. Excuse me, I've got indigestion. Cures autism. Once more, Trump betrays his most effective supporters. And alas. Now, 10,000 to 10, as the ratio of how many autists there are, overdiagnosis could explain that. And it also could not be enough. Either way, it might be something else Trump is saying. However, what I would say is that I think there's a third factor, overdiagnosis, medical, and third factor, which may not have been considered. I believe that, and I think this is pretty well evidenced, that broadly speaking, humans, at least certain groups of humans, develop in a society in such a way that the tendencies among individuals change depending on the current state of the broader society. See Mouse Utopia for a sort of example of this. I suspect that when society enters a certain phase in its sort of pattern structure, you get more autistic males. Not as a sort of direct connection, but as an indirect from many, many connections linked down the chain. Namely, and I believe there's good evidence of this, you tend to get autistic children born from older women and or older men when they have children at an older age. If a society has a low birth rate, you might get more autists. And my read on that would be autists are a bit better at innovating than the average person. And so if you're stuck in a rut and your birth rate is low, what your society needs is change, and autists can bring about change. So I could see that being a mechanic to do this. I could see that being an explanation. Still, 10,000 to 10, that's too much. You've got to put overdiagnosis and possibly a medical factor in there as well. But I think overdiagnosis is probably most of it. We'll see, though. I believe, to spoil it, I believe from what I read earlier, what Trump is going to announce, according to some of the press, is that Tylenol, taken by mothers, gives the child in the womb autism. By pregnant mothers. I'm not sure if that's true, but it's interesting. Anyone here that has autism, are you sure that your mother did not have Tylenol or whatever the chemical in Tylenol is while she was pregnant with you? Because if anyone here can say they are absolutely sure she didn't have Tylenol while she was pregnant with them, but they have autism, then we could have a sample size of one anecdotal example to give some doubt to this idea. Acetaminophen, thank you. I've heard of it. I couldn't remember what it was called for hopefully understandable reasons, because quite hard to pronounce, though I did nail it first time. Ezra says, mine didn't. However, my brand of autism was formerly Asperger's syndrome, which is hereditary, and my dad had it. Okay, fair enough.
Speaking of autistic shit, it seems there is actually a new kitten.
Oh, really? Has it changed again, or is it?
Yes.
Is it the sack of boo? Oh, it's Cybersmith. Usak. You were briefly at risk, but it's in flux so much right now. I'm going to let it settle before I set kitten. Sure you are, Ronald. Sure you are. Don't worry, he won't know that I'm being sarcastic because he has too much autism to understand the implications. Let's. What was I going to read? I don't know. I can't read. Fireball says, I don't buy the acetaminophen explanation, but I don't know when that drug was produced. We're gonna try and find out. I have Eric linked to the video. Thank you, Eric, who has stolen 8Ball's icon. Okay, this is not only is this the right video, Eric, not only is it from the right source, the official source, but you've linked me to the part where Trump walks in. Chat, can we get a 1 to congratulate Eric for being a true Chad, actually helping, actually being very helpful to the situation. Ballsack is right back on top of the board. He will now be the next kitten. if that doesn't change.
Thank you very much.
There's RFK.
So I've been waiting for this meeting for 20 years, actually.
I don't want to understate the significance of this. I don't want to overstate it either. But if Trump is wrong, this is not that significant, might be a bit of an embarrassment. If Trump is right, this is enormous news. If he's right, this is a colossal medical scandal. Not quite as big as COVID, but a colossal scandal. However, if they covered it up, if they knew it was happening, then it is bigger than COVID. I'd say. What do you think, Quattro? You've a lot of opinions on COVID. If they knew this caused autism and covered it up, is it worse than COVID? Or same level, as some man says?
Arguably, yes.
So this could be huge. I mean, it's all kind of funny because autism and whatnot, and it might not be true, but if it is, it's huge. So let's give it the attention it deserves.
And it's not that everything's 100% understood or known, but I think we've made a lot of strides. Wish it was done a long time ago.
Yeah, Watson, time to short pharmaceutical companies. Shit, maybe.
Today, we're delighted to be joined by America's top medical and public health professionals as we announce historic steps to confront the crisis of autism. Horrible, horrible crisis.
Trump, you probably have a bit of autism. I dare say IFK might have a little bit of autism as well. I like how he looks like a Rick and Morty character with eyes at such different levels. Most people who are able to focus long term on something intricate probably have at least some autistic traits in there. Autism is, now there are extremes obviously where it's really not that great and not worth it at all. Evolution does that, it's noisy. But autism is not strictly a bad thing. It has benefits. Abel says, I don't struggle with autism, I'm actually quite good at it. You can say that, Abel, when you get that date. Eh? Did you ask her out yet? Stewie says, could be thalidomide 2.0, not quite as severe, but way more prevalent. Yeah.
I want to thank the man who brought this issue to the forefront of American politics along with me. And we actually met in my office, is it like 20 years ago, Bobby? It's probably 20 years ago in New York. I was a developer, as you probably heard, and I always had very strong feelings about autism and how it happened and where it came from. And he and I don't know, the word got out, and I wouldn't say that people were very understanding of where we were, but it's turning out that we understood a lot more than a lot of people who studied it, we think. And I say we think because I don't think they were really letting the public know what they knew. Thanks as well.
Yeah, see, that's... Abel, it sounds like he is a bit emotional. We'll see, though. Yeah, I'm getting the impression from what Trump is saying that they did cover it up, so this is fucking huge if they did. But question, does acetaminophen have any effect on hormones? Because autism, I think, is linked to testosterone, and I could see if it's affecting hormones, maybe boosting testosterone in the wrong way at the wrong time, it could cause it. If it doesn't, then I'm not sure what the mechanism would be, but then I'm not a medical professional. I don't know, man. John Ormond's mental image of autism is literally retardation. Yes. Mostly, unfortunately.
I don't know if you know this, but there is an interesting story as to how it was first synthesized.
Don't tell me it's autistic urine.
No. In 1878, a French chemist, Henri Leroux, synthesized it from isolating it from coal tar.
Right.
Had no idea what he'd actually gotten at the time, of course, because you can ingest that shit you've just gotten from coal tar. Is that a good idea?
Yeah. We ingested this coal tar extract, and now our children likes maths.
I gave my son some of that coal tar. Now he likes them paradox games.
No one says could be fat mothers, if I'm remembering correctly. Overweight mothers cause higher in utero testosterone. I think you probably could find quite a few examples where that doesn't align. But maybe. Yes, the psychedelic toad venom and autism piss, that was it.
well to the director of the National Institute of Health, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, FDA Commissioner, Dr. Marty McCary. These are great people. Administrator of the...
You said that about what's his face, Fauci as well, unfortunately. Similar role as well. Little bit cautious, Trump, when you say someone's a great person and you don't really understand their field. A little bit cautious now, especially with Pam Bondi. Haven't been impressed with her in general. Not been terrible. She's done some good stuff, but not been impressed with some other stuff. And then Trump is still lauding her. Then again, he does that sometimes, like days before firing them. So we'll see.
The Centers for Medicine and Medicaid Services, Dr. Mehmet Oz, and Acting Assistant Secretary.
Oh yeah, Wes hated Oz, didn't he? Not that Oz. Oh, Melchizedek says acetaminophen is known as paracetamol in Europe. Well, I do know of paracetamol.
Yes.
It's one of the two major painkillers. I didn't know they were the same drug. Well, there you go.
Yes.
Shit. Yeah, I mean, that's quite commonly used. That would be huge.
Very common.
It's one of the most common household drugs. Wow. I took paracetamol for my
the
wrist
go-to option.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, that would be big.
Yeah, with aspirin and ibuprofen being
So thank you all.
tied for second.
Thank you, Dorothy, very much. The meteoric rise in autism is among the most alarming public health developments in history. There's never been anything like this. Just a few decades ago, 1 in 10,000 children had autism. So that's not a long time. And I've always heard, they say a few, but I think it's a lot less time than that. It used to be 1 in 20,000, then 1 in 10,000. And I would say that's probably 18 years ago. And now it's 1 in 31, but in some areas it's much worse than that, if you can believe it. 1 in 31. And I gave numbers yesterday. For boys, it's 1 in 12. I was told that's in California, where they have for some reason, a more severe problem.
Because it's not just counting those who were born there, I'm guessing, Trump. It's counting those who moved there for the tech industry. Yeah, I think that's probably it. Then again, maybe it is just counting the births. I might be completely fucking wrong on that. But then again, births from who? Men who are of that type. So yeah, it's evolution fitting to the environment, I guess. Maybe it's that, I don't know. Maybe they just have more paracetamol there. Maybe they're just, they have less testosterone, so they notice pain more. I don't know if that correlates, actually.
But whether it's 1 in 12 or 1 in 31, can you imagine? That's down from 1 in 20,000, then 1 in 10,000.
I really hope he addresses the overdiagnosis answer as a potential here. I mean, look at the guy on the left of our screen here. RFK, health secretary, campaigned on health issues. Surely he understands that overdiagnosis could explain the entire discrepancy, probably. Hopefully he does.
And now we're at the level of 1 in 12 in some cases for boys. 1 in 31 overall. So since 2000...
Hey, 1 in 31, that's the number of people that are in the audience channel right now. Any one of you in the audience channel could be the one person here with autism. Who could it be? Chat, who is it in the audience room right now? There's only one of you. So exactly one, on average, has autism. Which one is it? Another little though. Who in the audience is the most autistic, and why is it 8-ball?
Undiagnosed, but I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, I'm pretty sure too. 8-ball, no offense. Go ahead.
Has the hat. The only reason I haven't gotten tested yet is because until I'm a qualified technician, they could probably fire me.
I don't recommend getting
that.
I don't recommend getting diagnosed for autism. I don't see a benefit. Getting diagnosed for ADHD, possibly, because the medicine does help some people without the side effects being too bad. Obviously, you want to be careful of that because the side effects sometimes are very bad, but they can help. So that's one reason you might want to do it. Oh, okay, yeah, fair enough.
I could potentially claim my parents, they basically claim the benefits my parents didn't claim for me because I was never that child if I get the diagnosis. Temporarily, I assume, but you know.
Abel, are you going to try and get autism just so that you can afford to be a patron to Cabal?
Oozlu, what do you mean get?
Well, the diagnosis. I just like the idea of someone going around like drowning themselves in ibuprofen, not the paracetamol, just so that they can try and get autism, so that they can get some state money, so that they can contribute to Cabal more. I just like that image, and it had to be you doing it.
I probably would end up. I probably would end up doing that. Actually, yeah, that's a good point.
Someone says the ADHD drugs were literally just meth. No, ADHD drugs are literally just meth. And they're not all meth. I think there's one or two that aren't. There's other types, but they are, some of them are. And they're not methamphetamines, they're just amphetamines. I think. I might be off on that, but they are similar, but not quite the same. Yeah, the research on that is that they do actually, 90% of people who take them experience an improvement in their symptoms, and 50% experience in normalization of their symptoms. I don't know that those stats are true, but I did hear them from an expert in the field many times. So it's understandable if you want to get diagnosed for that, if you think it might help, but it might not, and you might get more downsides than upsides, even if it does help. Maybe Balcatello, I don't think so. Dextroamphetamine, exactly, Watson. That is one of them, I believe. Consume the shipping pallet of aspirin, become God, or at least meet him. Yeah, I think more so the second one. But hey, if you're going into a Paradox map game tournament and you want to make sure that you win, hey, Norman, if you want to beat Ted again, at least you know now how to supercharge your autism. Do not, in fact, do this, incidentally.
Autism rates have surged by much more than 400%. Instead of attacking those who ask questions, everyone should be grateful for those who are trying to get the answers to this complex situation. And the first day all of these great doctors behind me were there, I told them, this is what we have to find out. Because when you go from 20,000 to 10,000, and then you go to 12, you know there's something artificial. They're taking something. And by the way, I think I can say that there are certain groups of people that don't take vaccines and don't take any pills that have no autism. I still would be surprised if vaccines were related. They could be. But again, Trump, the way you're talking about this, it doesn't sound rigorously scientific. I'm definitely listening. But I wouldn't jump on any bandwagons on the basis of it just yet. Does that tell you something? That's currently, is that a correct statement, by the way?
There are some studies that suggest that, yeah, with the Amish, for example.
The Amish, yeah, virtually.
Well, assuming they're right about paracetamol, that could be the explanation. It doesn't have to be vaccines. Of course, it could be.
I heard none. See, Bobby wants to be very careful with what he says, and he should, but I'm not so careful with what I say. But you have certain groups, the Amish as an example, they have essentially no autism.
See, it's very good to have them as a control, isn't it?
Effective immediately, the FDA will be notifying physicians that the use of well, let's see how we say that. Acetaminophen.
Never seen Trump fail to pronounce a word, actually. I don't think. I like how he handled it as well. As if he deliberately paused in the middle of the word to say, let's see how we pronounce that. I don't know, I just like the psychology there.
That is a doctor word.
A doctor word. Kofif was most likely just, try to tap the autocorrect, but it didn't do it for some reason. So we just skipped that word. But yeah, that was typed, not spoken. Acetaminophen is not the easiest word to say, but honestly, it's not the hardest. There's way more difficult ones out there. Let's see him have to talk about DNA and have to use the full name, deoxyribonucleic acid.
Acetaminophen.
Thank you, Trump. Well done.
Okay. Which is basically commonly known as Tylenol. during pregnancy can be
just imagine how much their stock dropped during him saying that. How many people decided to uninvest from whatever parent company owns Tylenol in the span of him saying that word? Ooh, they can't be happy right now. Who owns Tylenol, chat? Who's about to suffer? And please tell me it's someone we've heard of.
Check right now. Hold on.
They might be their own company, but I think it's more likely they're not. It's probably just a brand name.
So the Tylenol is owned by Johnson & Johnson.
Oh, really? That was one of the less abusive ones, but still pretty bad. There are others as well.
Also, the one that got caught putting asbestos in baby powder.
Yes, I think they were longer ago, but yes. With the COVID one, I believe Johnson & Johnson were one of the very few vaccine manufacturers that did not use mRNA. So that's something.
So J&J...
It was also one of the deadlier ones.
Maybe.
So I've just checked. Johnson & Johnson is down 1.12%.
It's not huge. It might be more, though. Might get more.
Well, given that Johnson & Johnson owns a lot of things, that's pretty... We might see an effect tomorrow. A bigger one.
What's happened to your mic cable? Is that you, or I think it's just 8-Ball, right?
That is very strange.
What do you mean?
The rest of you hearing that too?
Mike's I did hear it when I was in audience, yeah.
With a very increased risk of autism. So taking Tylenol is not good. All right, I'll say it. It's not good. For this reason, they are strongly recommending that women limit Tylenol use during pregnancy unless medically necessary. That's, for instance, in cases of extremely high fever, that you feel you can't tough it out, you can't do it. I guess there's that. It's a small number of cases, I think. But if you can't tough it out, if you can't do it, that's what you're going to have to do. You'll take a Tylenol, but it'll be very sparingly. It can be something that's very dangerous to the woman's health. In other words, a fever that's very, very dangerous. And
poor RFK. Oh, okay. I was interpreting something. I thought Trump was saying Tylenol could be very dangerous to her health. No, he's saying that you should only take it if it is something dangerous to her health. He's very meandering here, very slow through this. Maybe just very careful.
Ideally, a doctor's decision, because I think you shouldn't take it. And you shouldn't take it during the entire pregnancy. They may tell you that toward the end of the pregnancy, you shouldn't take it during the entire, and you shouldn't give...
Yeah, that is a good point, Ronald. There are other pain meds. I don't know if ibuprofen or aspirin are recommended for pregnant women either. They might be.
Just don't take the autism pill. Just do something else.
I would have thought so, yeah. If it really is this
alcohol. Just drink
problem.
Alcohol. It's fine.
Fucking weed might be better than Tylenol. I don't know. Does weed get to the...
No, that's very bad.
Would it? Okay, fair enough. I don't know.
Also, I did just check the company Quattro mentioned that directly owns Tylenol, being Kenvu. It's down 7.5% in the stocks.
It's a bit bigger.
If you take weed while you're pregnant, you get basically Dev. He's a weed baby.
Well,
right. Don't do that then.
Like it's
no
currently
evidence
16
back up the
US.
claim. I made it up entirely, but it's probably true.
R+ says naproxen is the only pain med I've ever had work. I don't know if I've tried that one. Zama says aspirin isn't recommended because it dilutes blood. Okay, fair enough. Don't take any fucking medical advice from me, chat. I'm mostly speculating here, okay?
Give the child a Tylenol every time he's born and he goes and has a shot. You shouldn't give a Tylenol to that child. All pregnant women should talk to their doctors for more information about limiting the use of this medication while pregnant. So ideally, you don't take it at all. But if you can't tough it out, if there's a problem, you're going to end up doing it. The other thing that I can tell you that I'll say that they will maybe say at a little bit later date, but I think when you go for the shot, you do it over a 5-time period. Take it over 5 times or 4 times, but you take it in smaller doses and you spread it out over a period of years. And they pump so much stuff into those beautiful little babies. It's a disgrace. I don't see it. I think it's very bad. They're pumping, it looks like they're pumping into a horse. You have a little child, little fragile child, and you get a vat of 80 different vaccines, I guess, 80 different blends, and they pump it in. So ideally, a woman won't take Tylenol.
Very meandering from Trump. I'd like to, oops, I made a small error there. Come on, Discord. I'm with you. Okay, my mistake. Congratulations, Busak, for now being the Discord kitten. Also, you've got to change your name to Ballsack, because that's how they misspelled it. Yeah, Ronald. All right, here's Kenvu's stocks. Not looking fantastic for them. It's not a huge drop. I mean, as you said, 7% of their total. It's not that the company's about to go under. Maybe this is just on the announcement. Maybe once it's confirmed, it's going to go way lower, but I'm not sure.
And on the vaccines, it would be good instead of one visit where they pump the baby, load it up with stuff. You'll do it over a period of 4 times or 5 times. I've been so into this issue for so many years just because I couldn't understand how a thing like this could happen. And it's artificially induced. It's not like something that when you go from all of those, healthy babies to a point where I don't even know structurally if a country can afford it. And that's the least of the problems. To have families destroyed over this is just so terrible. I also, and we've already done this, we want no mercury in the vaccine. We want no aluminum in the vaccine. The MMR,
So again, don't listen to me because I'm not a medical professional, but mercury is toxic. But in the very, very, very small amounts they put in vaccines, as far as I know, it's not dangerous, though it might be. I don't know. I don't trust the pharmaceutical companies any further than I can get autism from them.
I'm pretty sure that mercury, much like lead, is in that class of any amount in your body is probably too much.
Fair enough. I'm not sure if they even do use mercury in vaccines anymore. I think they used to use it more.
It is still used.
Okay.
But mercury has this thing where it just congeals in your brain because it can cross the barrier to get in there. And it will basically start short-circuiting your brain, which is why I'm sure you know the character of the Mad Hatter, right? Do you know what that stemmed from?
Lead brain?
Mercury, actually, because they used to work with a lot of mercury with their bare hands. And what would happen is eventually it would seep into their body. Over many, many years, they'd get exposed to it and they'd start having neurological conditions happening because anything that they did, they'd lose their motor skills because their nervous system and their brain was being short-circuited on the mercury.
So mercury and lead are both heavy metals. What ends up happening with them, and this is incidental, a lot of the guys who have firearms will probably tell you basically the same thing. Any exposure to it doesn't actually leave your body. You can minimize the exposure to it when you go shooting if you wash your fucking hands afterwards. Cool. But what does get into your bloodstream will just stay there. My understanding of general toxins is that women are able to pass on some of that to their children, but I believe with mercury and lead, they tend to accumulate in the brain because of the kind of tissue that's there. So if you get in your bloodstream, it's not good. And if you get it inside of your bloodstream of your baby, which is still gestating, it's even worse.
Melchizedek says something I think I have heard before. You'll get more mercury from a can of tuna than from a vaccine shot. I think of it this way, as long as it's not something where a single atom is inherently super dangerous, then there will be a point, if it does something good to have a tiny amount in there, where the benefit outweighs the drawback. Now, the amount of that for mercury might be like truly minute, like a few thousand atoms, a few tens of thousands of atoms, or something like that. But if it has some sort of preserving effect on the vaccine, it can save more lives than the damage it does by being in the body, which is negligible, even though in principle it's damaging. In fact, the amount is so small it doesn't matter. So that's kind of what I had heard about mercury. That yes, mercury is dangerous, but the amount in vaccines is so truly minute that the damage it can do is actually negligible. Now, that might not be true. And I wouldn't trust pharmaceutical companies as far as I could get autism from them. Which actually might be quite far. But you know, we're going to consider what Trump's saying here seriously, but it's not necessarily the only valid perspective on it. Ah, yes, Mercury in retrograde. So true, Capstasher. So true and relevant. And Emu is saying the aluminium is worse because it's much more plentiful in medications. I don't know much about aluminium's effect in the body, actually. But because it's all liquid, I imagine it's harder for it to enter the body. So it's safe for you to handle, as per here I am. Then again, have you noticed an IQ drop with me over the years, chap? Press 1 if you've noticed an IQ drop with me over the years, with all the handling of aluminium cans I've been doing. Wow, you guys are saying that I was really smart in the past? Cool, thank you. I appreciate the compliment.
Actually, I have to step away from him. I'll be right back.
So from what I remember, the issue with aluminum is that they kind of use it as a filler for a lot of deodorants and things like that, where it's really small and it can get into your body easy.
Okay, aerosolized.
Basically, which is kind of yes, and Moffat.
Hold on, chat. This is
that it causes neurological disorders, bone disease, and other problems.
Yeah.
So
this is important, chat. Oh, Discord refuses to play the audio. Thanks, Discord. That's useful. Oh, no. Let me put all 43 of my IQ points towards this. Oh, that finally played. I think someone else in the audience room played it. Yeah, Firefox is crashing. We're getting that bug again. I should have just restarted. I should have just fucking restarted, shouldn't I? Great. Well, that'll be fucking fun. Very important sample clip indeed.
Incidentally, that thing about the antiperspirant having aluminum that Pablo has also mentioned, that does mean that technically the Indians are correct on one thing, but not for the reason that you would expect.
Yeah, indeed. Fireball says, as always, the problem is sound theory is not equal to sound practice, and someone conducting unsound practice will want you to think they're covered by sound theory. That's true, yeah. Yeah, so that is a good point. Even if it should be a very small amount and negligible, it might not actually be.
I think should be taken.
All right, so let's see what this is. Aluminium toxicosis, a review of toxic actions and effects. Aluminium is frequently accessible to animal and human populations to the extent that intoxications may occur. Intake of AL is by inhalation of aerosols or particles, ingestion in food, water, or medicaments. Skin contact vaccination, dialysis, and infusions. Skin contact. I guess that would be very small to do that. Toxic actions of aluminium induce oxidative stress, immunologic alterations, genotoxicity, pro-inflammatory effect, peptide denaturation or transformation, enzymatic dysfunction, metabolic derangement, amyloidogenesis, membrane perturbation, iron dyshomeostasis, apoptosis, necrosis, and dysplasia. The pathological conditions associated with aluminium toxicosis are desquamative. So cool word. Desquamative interstitial pneumonia, pulmonary alveolar proteinosis, granulomas, granulomatosis and fibrosis, toxic myocarditis, thrombosis, and ischemic stroke, ischemic stroke perhaps, granulomatous enteritis, Crohn's disease, that one was easier to read, inflammatory bowel disease, anemia, Alzheimer's disease, dementia, sclerosis, autism, there it is, macrophagic myelofasciitis, osteomalacia, oligospermia, and infertility, hepatorenal disease, breast cancer and cyst, pancreatitis, pancreatic necrosis, and diabetes mellitus. The review provides a broad overview of AI toxicosis as a background for sustained investigations of the toxicology of aluminium compounds of public health importance. There you go. I finally got through the whole thing and managed to read all of them with almost no mistakes. Chat, how much would you contribute if I successfully read this without mistakes in a silly voice like the pirate voice or the JF voice? Or how much would you pay me not to do so? Use a negative number if you pay me not to do it, and use a positive number if you pay me to do it. And we'll have a bidding war. No one want to give me 20. That's equaling the negative, though. Desquamation is the process of skinned outer layers shedding. Oh, interesting. Oh, no one's up the bid to 21. Interesting. Scarab says, I'll give 22 for JF voice. Interesting. I'm not sure that's hitting my minimum. I'm going to have to figure out how to say all of these. 25 for JF. I will take $20 from you if you read it, says Zeman. I'm sorry, Zeman, but no one is currently offering 25 in favor of doing it in the JF voice. I wish I could mimic the auctioneer voice. I can't even mimic it. Jackie's on negative 25, so that puts us at a neutral position now. Anyone willing to offer 26 or more?
25 pounds. Anyone got a higher bid? Did anyone got a higher bid? Fuck, I can't do it.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? Plus 25 to do it in the Jackie voice. No, it's only a voice I can do. There's only two voices that I can do automatically, reflexively, and maintain them, is the pirate voice and the JF voice. 30 for JF, says no one. Ooh, it's getting on. 3 Zimbabwean dollars. I appreciate it, Took, but that's not higher than the other options. Appreciate it, Fireborn. 30 for JF. I'm seeing 30 for JF. Going once. Going twice. I'm not going to let Zenman send his thing because I think he was against it. But can you read? Go for it, says Zenman. Going thrice. Sold to the gentleman from IKEA. All right. I don't know who Chris Tucker is. No one has to pay, says Eric. Yeah, you did half now, half later. I don't know. I'll try and do it. All right. So, hello, Lady Nomon. Aluminium is frequently accessible to animal and human populations to the extent that intoxications may occur. Intake of aluminium is by inhalation of aerosols or particles, ingestion of food, water, and medicaments, skin contact, vaccination, dialysis, and infusions. Toxic actions of aluminium induce oxidative stress, immunologic alterations, genotoxicity, pro-inflammatory effect, peptide denaturation or transformation, enzymatic dysfunction, I killed my wife, metabolic derangement, amyloidogenesis, membrane perturbation, iron dyshomeostasis, apoptosis, necrosis, and free spirit dysplasia. The pathological conditions
it's a great time to come back.
Associated with aluminium toxicosis, desquamative interstitial pneumonia, pulmonary alveolar proteinosis, granulomas, granulomatosis, and fibrosis, toxic myocarditis, thrombosis, and a burger made from my wife, and ischemic stroke, granulomatous enteritis, Crohn's disease, inflammatory bowel diseases, anemia, Alzheimer's disease, dementia, sclerosis, autism, macrophagic myofasciitis, osteomalacia, oligospermia, and infertility. Hepatorenal disease, breast cancer and cyst, pancreatitis, pancreatic necrosis, potato lust, and diabetes mellitus. Their review provides a broad overview of aluminium toxicosis as a background for sustained investigations of the toxicology of aluminium compounds of public health importance. The RCMP and aluminium will never catch me. I thank you. I thank you.
This gave me deep vein thrombosis.
Does it cause Mario Kartitis?
Thank you, Emu, for the 3,000 for Jackie. I can't do a Jackie voice, nor would I try. But yeah, there you go. I successfully did the thing. Now, no one. Are you able to figure out your card long enough to actually do the thing? Ah, it looks like it already happened. My mistake. It looks like it hasn't popped up on Discord yet, but I'm sure it will. Thank you to the actually 2 people that contributed. Appreciate that. All right, fantastic. Yes, thank you for the input, everyone. Well, that was worth it. Any takers for pirate voice next?
I just want to ask why they think you could do my voice.
I'm not even going to try. I am nowhere near gay enough. Sorry, Jackie, but I mean, you know what I mean. Even though you're not gay, allegedly, you sure sound it.
He's not gay yet. It's fine.
Well, not until you meet.
He'll get himself coming. I'll come up. Come up and.
Come up is what?
I think 8-Ball's trying to flirt with me.
I think he is. Is it working?
Fuck no.
8-Ball.
Jackie, we all know you can't resist the mentally ill.
8-Ball made a decision. He could have gone for the cute Filipino girl that works in that place that he was talking about publicly. Or he could go for the asexual twink on the internet.
I'm working on it.
What, the asexual twink? Yeah, we can see that.
Yeah. I mean, you're going.
No, I
for
can't
the
afford
depressed
asexual twinks. No, I'm trying to get.
stoner.
Okay, you know what? Never mind. He's built for Ted.
Fuck no.
8-Ball, why have you not got a date yet? Oh, there they are.
Boozloo, I need to go to the store to see her, all right?
Yeah, why haven't you done that yet?
Because welfare check.
I did a 24-hour shift last night.
His welfare check.
And then worked through the day.
That's not a good enough reason.
I'm busy.
Get date.
Yeah, bro. Get date. It's not that hard. Forehead.
Ooh, thank you, Emu. I'm right now just giving the amounts that you guys contributed to you directly. If I do, so anyone that's just contributed, when I'm done here, is going to have some more coins. So some more coins. We do that, and then subscribe star contribution. All right, all 3 of you should now have been granted some Cabal credit, which can be spent on. Oops. This. The Cabal Aid leaderboard, where currently Spirit Smith is in the lead, giving him that name. Eric says, 8-Ball, think with your dick, go to the store. Yes, why aren't you there now, instead of watching some British man talk about American politics? No one says, do it now, do it, faggot. Do you mean 8-Ball to go and do it now? Yes. Yes, I agree. Watson says, 8-Ball, you need to copulate, you pussy. Pussies are built for, in part, copulation, 8-Ball. So go ahead and do it. Get rammed down you, the Filipino woman. The reason that he's not responding in voice right now is because he's already gone. He's already gone to go and find the Filipino waifu that he so rightly wants and arguably deserves. Go 8-Ball, go 8-Ball, go, says the Took. Look, the entire community is encouraging you, 8-Ball. Every single one of them. Anyway, so would anyone in the community like to offer some discouragement for 8-Ball just to balance things out?
I'm going to be honest with you. This is already intimidation enough.
Well, you know what? If this is intimidating enough for you, maybe you just don't deserve the Filipino woman. Eh? Have you thought of that?
I actually already have. Thank you for reminding me. I spent many late nights thinking about it.
Go and ask her out, Abel.
She's not here.
The Took says the worst she can say is no. No, the worst she can say is, ooh, fuck you. Or, ooh, disgusting. I would never even talk to you. Get out of my face. Or, police? Police? Yes, there's a strange man here trying to rape me. That's the worst she can say. So don't worry about it, Abel. I'm sure it'll be fine. Eric says, I didn't realize you made the command to check what you're supporting already, and you fucking named it AIDS. Yes, if you do /AIDS, it'll show you the things that you're currently aiding in the Cabal aid system. So it makes sense. What's wrong with that name? Just /AIDS.
I hear they found a cure for that recently. It was basically just gene therapy, but you know.
I mean, there is one therapy that can cure any illness. It's also a natural side effect of AIDS.
8-Ball asked the woman out.
Let's see.
Abel, why haven't you asked the woman out?
I don't know where she is.
I would say hunt her down, but Abel might take that seriously.
Oh no.
Ball, ask her out before I do.
This is what we need. We need people to figure out where 8-Ball lives. Don't actually do this, but we need to people to figure out so that they can go there and ask her out themselves. Or at least threaten to, so that 8-Ball will do it. That's a good point, actually. Yeah.
I know close to where 8-Ball lives.
Okay, chat. Here's what we can do. 8-Ball is not asking the woman out, which means he's gay. He already has the moderator role. He already probably also has the bottom role, but maybe he doesn't. Either way, if you can get 8-Ball for fag, or 8-Ball is gay, whichever one you choose, you can support multiple things, to the top of the Cabal Aid leaderboard, I will make sure that despite his millions of roles, the icon he uses is a gay icon until it's knocked off the top of the board. So there's a cause that you could really get behind.
Rainbow 8-Ball.
There's a cause that everyone can really get behind. So if I do this, I can show everything on there that is 8-Ball related. 8-Ball for fag has been supported by one person so far. There's many other 8-Ball related causes that you can support there, chat, but it's got to get to number 1 at the top of the leaderboard. And then even if I have to reorder roles to get the icon above, it'll either be moderator or bottom, he will have that icon. 8-Ball's 8 holes. Who supported that? All right, let's see if it's moved on the board yet. 8-Ball for fag. 3 people now supporting it. It's in 26th. So we'll see if that continues to go up during the stream. You can do /support 8-Ball for fag, and then you can increase the power of your support by doing /redeem. And you can do /C to see how much you've got to check your balance. /redeem basically spends the coins, and then the credit, once it's spent, it contributes towards everything you support. Right. We'll keep an eye on that throughout the stream. You guys can also type the /leaders command. Let me know if at any point 8-Ball gets to the top of the board, or even close, and we will commentate. But remember, if you're already supporting something on the board and you want to push it higher, and you do /C and you've got lots of credit, but your influence is low, it's the influence that affects the board. So do /redeem on some of that credit, convert it into influence, and then it'll influence the board. Right. Anyway, back to medical story of the century. Oh no. Oh dear. It's broken. He's in 8th. Wow. So he uses the extra I in aluminium, so you know it's worthless, says Snark. This from the guy who was expressing serious doubts in evolution earlier. I don't know, Snark. I'm not sure I buy it. All right.
Oh shit! I just wanted to let you know, Zulu. 8-Ball for Fag is in 8th place.
I know. Pug just told me.
You just said it.
Yeah.
It is. It's in 8th place. My Firefox is currently crashing, chat. I really should have. Restarted my PC before I started the stream because I had this issue the last 2 streams. Is it going to play? No, it's not going to play. I'm going to try something different here, chat. I'm going to try killing a bunch of... oh, that's weird. I'm going to try killing a bunch of Discords. Okay, let's end that one. Okay, good. I'm going to try killing the screen shares because Pipewire also provides the screen shares in modern Linux. All right, with that done, if I try and open it again, will it now work? No, it will not. It's weird because new things do work with it. If I press my key for, I'm going to just restart Firefox and see if that fixes it. I will definitely try and have this not happen next time. Right, all the screen shares are gone. Most of the audio usage is gone. Let's start stuff back up again. Apologies for this, chat. We will get back to Trump momentarily. In the meantime, let us see if 8-Ball has made any progress. He's in 7th. It is moving up. And I think it's up to you guys, but I would recommend that if we do get him to number 1 on the board, then we should keep it there until he gets that date. Are we on board with that, chat? All right, so it's playing the video, but there's still no audio. Oh, no, there is. It's fixed.
Thank you very much.
All right, I'm going to have to find where I was, though.
Yeah, commonly known as Tylenol. Taking it. So I'd like to ask Bobby to come up and say a few words. I hope I didn't ruin his day.
Not quite there.
A genius that can be given to a baby, and the baby, there's no reason to give a baby that's almost just born all of those, healthy babies to a point where later date. But I think when you go for the shot, you do it over a 5-time period.
There we go. That'll do. Yes, no strab. Apologies. I will set that up now. Give me a second, chat. That one. Okay, good. That actually does work. I was worried that wouldn't fucking work. Well, let's see if Discord works, shall we? It looks like it's going to. We want this one. We'll find out. Oh, no, not that. Selection and that. Right, apologies for that interstitial there, chat. Things should be working again properly now.
Times or 4 times, but you take it in smaller doses and you spread it out over a period of years. And they pump so much stuff into those beautiful little babies. It's a disgrace. I don't see it. I think it's very bad. They're pumping, it looks like they're pumping into a horse. You have a little child, little fragile child, and you get a...
Trump is so childlike.
A woman won't take Tylenol. And on the vaccines, it would be good instead of one visit where they pump the baby, load it up with stuff. You'll do it over a period of 4 times or 5 times. I've been so into this issue for so many years just because I couldn't understand how a thing like this could happen. And it's artificially induced. It's not like something that when you go from all of those, healthy babies to a point where I don't even know structurally if a country can afford it. And that's the least of the problems. To have families destroyed over this is just so terrible. I also, and we've already done this, we want no mercury in the vaccine.
Yeah, sorry, I'm a little behind where we got to. I'd just like to show everyone, shall I just leave that on screen? Should I just leave that on screen? It's disappointing to see both the Cabal server tag and the English flag associated with these messages from Pug. Pug, why did you do that? Why did you say that? Why did you say that, Pug? It was just a bad idea. No one sing it. How much would you pay me? How much would you pay me to sing it in various voices? Or pump. That's just a preview. That's just a preview. You can get more at tip.oozloo.net. Took says $50 for the JF voice. That's a strong bid. I'd have to believe that you're going to do it, obviously. What's this, Atronach? Pablo Tierra Blanca from Homeland Security. Worst of the worst, gotta catch them all. Okay. Pokemon cards of illegal immigrants. Crime, statutory rape. Sexual predator convicted of second-degree criminal sexual contact with a victim under the age of 14 in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Wow, Pokemon's really changed since I was into it as a kid. So yes, you can bid, chat, positive or negative, as per what you like, and we will then see. What we could do, we can't really do that yet. We can eventually be able to use the Cabal Aid system to do this automatically, but for now we'll do bids. Now, of course, I have to believe that the Took will throw $50 at me for it, but that is the current bid. Capsash has linked a bunch of others. They've done this with a bunch of other people as well. Atronex says, look at the weakness, I'm fucking dead. Weakness, frost, or I guess ice. Very good. Resistance, retreat. Oh, right. This is still up. Whoops. Yes, okay, here he is. You know what? Statutory rape of someone under 14 with Pump the Baby on screen. I think it works.
Oh no.
Sure how I triple supported Falca for banned. At the end. That is odd. I wonder why that. Maybe different capitalization schemes. I might need to fix that. Maybe a small bug. I'll look into that later. Anyway. Is it, Eric? No, it shouldn't be. I'll have to look into that. Either way, let's continue with this. Let's see, though, if 8-Ball has hit the top. No, 8-Ball's still in third.
I might be able to fix this. 1 second.
Are you going to give yourself into first place, 8-Ball? Bear in mind, if you support 8-Ball having the gay role and you're sitting there thinking, that would be funny, but I don't have any credit. I haven't participated in the system. I don't have any.
All right.
Think not this. You can support. Or denounce any topic, and it will actually affect the total because the multiplier is dependent on the number of people involved. So you can actually boost or reduce it yourself, just on your own with no credit.
So just like that, I popped it up to number 2.
Yes, you did. Just by redeeming some credit. All right, let's have a look at the overall leaderboard.
Except for the 0.69.
Oh yeah, that's your special, your marker. I think I deliberately gave you that much, didn't I? Yeah, that's popped it all the way up to second place.
Did because I can't redeem it. I can only redeem in increments of 1.
Yeah, but it's still behind
the decimal point system.
Yes, it's still behind Spirit Smith by a lot, though, by 5,301. You'll have to find someone that has that much.
Why is 8-Ball for moderator number 14? Who did that? Kill yourself. They might give me more roles, but I want death.
I mean, I think he already has moderator, so I don't think that would do anything.
You actually already have moderator. That's true.
Yeah, that's a good point. I tell you what, let's take it away so we can make it more interesting.
I really don't care.
Really? Don't you? I thought you'd want to keep it. I was expecting you to say no.
I mean, yeah, but you understand that one day in the far future, Oozlu, when I give myself, when I get a promotion and I have more money, I'm just going to buy it back.
Oh no! Don't do that, please.
Oh no! Anyway.
Yeah. So 8-Ball, we're in a state of decline here in Cabal using the economic marker of the number of rolls 8-Ball has. It's made a serious decline from 65 to 64. Just in the last few minutes. I mean, if we continue at this rate, he'll be out of rolls within an hour. And then what will we do?
Chat, am I cooked?
Chat, press 1 if 8-Ball is cooked. And press 2 if no, you believe that he will get that date. And press /support 8-Ball for fag if you think he probably won't, or you want to make sure he does. Oh wow, Wes was right. The Cabal is falling. 8-Ball's rolls.
Oh my god.
Watson says, I believe he'll get a date either way. A date with Barry the Bear. 8-Ball, you have two choices. Either you have a date with the Filipino woman that you like, or Barry the Bear. Which would it be?
Emu, I'm already suffering, alright?
Only 1,500 left.
Is it? My goodness.
I don't know why they call it the restroom. I'm fighting for my fucking life.
Wait, you're talking to us from the restroom?
No.
No, he says.
I made it up.
Restrooming. He's in number 2. How much is left?
One more supporter.
Yep, 1,500 left. If anyone has 1,500 credit left over, do /C to find out. Just do that. If you have it left and you want to make this happen, do /redeem 8-Ball for fag. Oh, sorry, /redeem a number 1,576. As long as you're supporting 8-Ball for fag, it will go into it. 8-Ball, you had an option here, but you chose gay, says Watson. Well, you're about to, and I say that we remove that from the top spot when 8-Ball gets that date. Put stun gun electronics in a tennis ball and color it red and white. I mean, yeah, you could do that. It would be highly unethical, but very funny.
Can't ask my crush out like that.
Not exactly what I meant. I was thinking of like, oh, it's made it. Someone did it. It's at number 1. It's happened. All right. All right, time to make it real. 8-Ball, it's your lucky day. Let's have a look at the roles that you currently have. So bottom is a long way down, which is not ironic. And Modigator is 2. So I think I'll move bottom up above the rest and then give you bottom. It is your lucky day, 8-Ball. You get another role, one that you couldn't get before, but now you have. The only disadvantage is that you have to use the icon, which is not the most desirable of icons.
I cannot believe.
So would you say he got the one roll?
I can't believe you took away a roll just to give me a roll.
Yes. You switched from one of the gay roles to the other gay role. Bottom is now a higher role than moderator.
Okay, that's actually quite funny.
Yeah. I think I'll put it just below moderator, actually.
Did you say above moderator?
Not anymore. Congratulations, 8-Ball. Type in chat, and we'll be able to see it. There it is. Oh, whoops. Do that then.
I would like to thank the Academy for making me want to kill myself.
Oh, Spirits.
Very helpful.
Spirits with stand in 3rd now as well.
Get fucked, Spirit. I'm better than you. You son of a bitch. I am the top bottom.
Took the title from Marcus, huh?
Wow, it's actually a long way ahead. Not just a little bit ahead, it's a long way ahead. ball. Okay, there we go. You'll be seeing 8 balls every night from now on, says Watson. Oh. Just like the simulation.
Radiation poisoning.
All right, congratulations, 8 ball. You are now the fag. What is beyond the blue balls, says Emu. They go purple, and they explode. Okay. I'm going to throw some coins at throw a bit of credit at 8 ball for being a good sport, being a good bottom sport. Congratulations, 8 ball. Would anyone else like some Cabal credit that I can just throw at you? Because at this point, I'd like to stimulate the Cabal credit economy. Me, says Nomon. / grant Nomon 1 reason e-beggar. Congratulations, Nomon. You've been granted 1 Cabal credit.
I would like to
You
eBay.
did it.
Thank you. Please give me 0 credit. Thanks.
How about if I just grant negative 100 8 ball?
I don't actually know how much I have. I haven't been paying attention.
Grant.
You redeemed it all.
Yeah, that's a good point. The Took amount 500. Reason to demonstrate what Cabal credit is. Now, the Took, type in /C and run the command, and you should be able to see your credit. Took. Yep. And if you do /redeem, you can move it from credit to influence. And then when it's in influence, anything that you support or denounce on the Cabal aid system affects the board. So you too could make 8 ball gay. Chat, press 1 if you would agree that the 8 ball for fag cause on the Cabal aid leaderboard should be removed from number 1 if he gets a date with that girl, but should be kept there until then, unless we find something else really worth putting there. I think so. I think 1. Well, we'll see. Anyway, back to Dudumfuru.
The 3 should be taken separately. And it seems to be that when you mix them, there could be a problem. So there's no downside in taking them separately. In fact, they think it's better, so let it be separate. The chicken pox is already separate because when that got mixed in, I guess they made it 4 for a while, it really was bad. So they make chicken pox. Individually, they're okay. When you mix them, something maybe happens. So there's no downside in doing it. It's not like, oh, if you do it, bad things. No, it's only good side. And it may not have that much of an impact, but it may have a big impact. So let those be taken separately. And then hepatitis.
Also, yeah, Stooge McDuck is recommending take 800 from 8 ball and give him back 1600 when he impregnates the Pinoy. Here's a proposition. Cabal-based breeding incentives. You get Cabal credit for every woman you impregnate. Thoughts?
What if it's one woman multiple times?
I think that still counts. I think it's not actually not for every woman you impregnate, but for every woman you're forming a family with, every time she's impregnated, you get, by you, you get some Cabal credit. Maybe a big chunk.
This system is incredibly unfair. Go for it.
It's just it's unfair on a few people. That's true, Jackie, I suppose. Starting now, society, you gonna go straight away and get your wife pregnant. No one says how much. Listen, we're gonna get into
what I gotta do, guys.
We're gonna get into the uneasy territory here of how do we verify that you have consummated your marriage. Well, I'm not going to ask for video evidence, but I suppose we could say that for every baby that you can show of a woman that you are with, a baby that's yours of a woman that's in Cabal, I'll give, let's say, 5,000 credit per each.
You heard the wizard, man. Start inviting your girlfriends in the cabal while they're pregnant.
What happens if my wife gives birth, hypothetically, in VC to prove it?
I think double.
Fuck that, triple.
I believe that's what the Quattro is going to do. Yes.
Yeah, you got it. You got to get these deals, dude. I'm negotiating you a higher price. Come on.
Okay, so if the birth is in pit 4, it has to be pit 4, you get double. What if both the birth and the consummation is in pit 4? How much does that grant you?
Quintuple.
At that amount of work? Fuck, it better be 10 times.
Listen, all right.
Wait, hold on.
Okay,
audio or video?
Pierre says, I'll unironically perform improvised acrobatics off of a balcony before I legitimately speak about my sex life with you. Sounds like someone doesn't want his 5,000 Cabal credit to me. Zemma says, if it's retroactive, I would get 15,000. It's not retroactive, at least not at the moment, maybe later. But also, you would have to, like Hannah and Ezreal, I'd have to know, at least I'd be able to see what appears to be your child. I'm not going to go into great detail verifying it. And I think this would only be able to open to like level 2 and up, maybe level 1, but someone that I would trust. For every time you have gay sex, you lose 10,000. Sorry, Ted, that one is retroactive. You're destitute. Watson says, I'd not bring my partner here, lol. Seems like someone doesn't want his 5,000 new Cabal credit. Pierre wishes Di was here. Di would have mixed thoughts on this one, I think. Okay, let me find her. She's online and she's not playing Marvel Rivals, apparently. So, Di, come join voice. We're discussing Cabal insemination subsidies.
Just lie and say there's drama.
The more you do that, the less she'll attend for actual drama. It's not even Uzacoin's part.
It's the drama of not impregnating a girl. There you go.
Are you afraid of talking too candidly about her, lest she watch these streams one day, Abel?
No.
Hello.
I'm talking to women. All right.
I know funny little squinty girl.
Women, April. You've already said as much.
But listen, all right. Your wife is like the exception because she's normal, but like everyone else, man.
Is she though?
Snark says that it's cum coin.
Basically a dude. That's pretty normal.
I mean, if I start giving Cabal credit for people inseminating other people, then it is basically cum coin. Step right up, folks. Get your cum coin. But not actually. Yes, says, wait, Uzlu, what if the random ethos Ted invited starts selling services? I mean, if an economy forms...
If the random ethos get impregnated.
If an economy forms to defraud me around this idea, honestly, that's funny enough, it's kind of worth it.
Okay, but hear me out, right? If we have cum coin, then this is the cum zone, is it not?
Always has been.
Wait, Quattro, are you saying that this is the cum zone?
It very well might be if this is implemented.
No, pit 4 is the cum zone. Keep it in pit 4.
Yes, if you're going to give birth in VC, please do it in pit 4.
Well, that's one way to verify. No.
Can I have sex in Quattro text? Or voice, or whatever it's called.
8-Ball, I think you're more likely to convince Quattro to let you have sex in there than you are to find a willing partner. Prove me wrong, 8-Ball. Prove me wrong. Or Quattro could just suddenly become really open to it, and then he could prove me wrong, that means. But I don't think that's going to happen.
No, listen. I feel like if I did it funny, Quattro would be like, "Hell yeah, brother."
What? What does that even mean?
If you did the sex funny?
Yeah. Like I come in and I'm like, "Hey man, I know you're watching like porn, but I'm making porn." I think you would think it would be very funny.
8-Ball is the porn. No, I'm not sure that'll work out, 8-Ball. I'm not sure that'll work out.
No.
I think given your current roles, 8-Ball, and the fact that you're too afraid to ask a woman out, we don't want to see you getting railed by some Slavic guy named Yusav.
It's Barry the Bear.
Why would you call out Busak like that?
Oh yeah, make sure that you, when you do finally get the girl into your room, make sure you do it to that music. If you can verify
that one.
Your first time was to Seabat, then I'll just throw $1 million at you. 8-Ball.
Worth it.
$1 million Cabal credit.
Make sure you get her reaction as well. It's required.
Wait.
Yes, I know that would be difficult to do.
No. Hold on. Did you? Which? I fucking.
Short circuiting. He's making bottom noises.
No.
So apparently Ezreal, who lives in a family where everyone seems to fucking watch my show, hello, Clown God family, says, just finished cooking dinner for the family, so had my mum yelling at me, hey, you can get User coins for making me more grandkids. And Ezreal has reminded me that his family has 2 babies, and my application of this retroactively will be case by case, but he has verified with me, and I do believe that he has 2, and they've been born, I believe, since he's been in Cabal. So I'm going to give 100,000, which is the equivalent of 2. So Ezreal, do you want me to give 100,000 to you, or shall I split it between you and your wife? All right, there you go. There's the first installment, and I'll give the second installment for the second baby either to your wife's account or to you, Ezreal, whenever you like. Eric says give it to the grandma. I must clarify as well with all this, User Coin and Cabal Credit are separate. They're completely different systems. It's Cabal Credit you'd be given. User Coin is gradually being phased out. But you might still call it User Coin. It's understandable. If you would. Finder's fee. I guess Ezreal is probably still cooking or something. To me is fine, thank you. Okay. Very, very, very selfless of you. There we go. Cabal Cash, yeah, maybe. Okay, and that's for Cabal B2. All right, Ezreal, you should find, let me check for you, that you now have, you have 10,000 for 2 children. What am I doing? What the hell am I doing with my life? You know what? I can now say that I've done more for the white race than most white supremacists.
Puppy is coping and seething and molding and dilating right now.
Yes. Sick Puppy, how does it feel that I've done more for the white race than you have?
Well, we know that you are definitely a white supremacist because you are interested in race mixing.
Willing to race. I'm not going to say interested, but willing for the right person. Ezreal has told me who his grandma in the server is. Ezreal, given that you or Hannah, I'm not sure which, is the child of the grandmother, who I assume is currently watching, hello, I'm going to send her 5,000 as well. Not necessarily because it really makes sense with the system, just because it's funny. Clown God, 5,000. Cabal B0, the prequel. There you go. Congratulations, Joni Clown God. You've just been given. Yeah. Cabal B, the Phantom Menace. Do a /C if you want to check your balance. Oozlu is sponsoring sperm, says Pug. That is one way of wording it. It's not the way I'd choose, but it's one way. Puppy says, I'm glad anything that makes more white people helps. Well, if you were to disappear, it would increase the ratio of white people in the world because you're not white. Am I on something there? Yeah, if you ever wonder what the /C stands for, well, now you know it's cum. Because that's what I'm sponsoring.
So it is just a sperm bank in the end.
Hence AIDS. Oh, there you go.
Oh my God, it's all making sense now.
It's all coming together. It's all coming together. Get it?
So Uslu, to clarify,
Indeed, I guess so.
I mentally reset midway through whatever it was that was being said. I get how much for what?
You get 5,000 for impregnating a woman that you're starting a family with. You get you will probably lose your gay role when you ask out that girl and get a date. I think that's it. Also, I gave some coins to Joni for having either one of the clown gods.
Someone said something about reaction. What was that? What was that?
I don't know. Calm either way. Chat, we are literally discussing virtual insemination incentives for my online community instead of discussing what could be the biggest medical story since COVID or perhaps even before.
Oh, this technically involves medicine, doesn't it?
Technically, this involves autism.
I mean, there's more autism involved in what we're doing here than in what Trump is talking about here.
Okay, hear me out, right? If this policy works,
I can't talk to women because of vaccinations.
If this policy works, though, we can then take this as a case study to any government and go, hey, this thing works, implement it.
Come on, let's try and get through this.
Exactly. When you gave me fake money, I had sex. When you give me real money, I'll have sex.
Chat, press 1 if I should also do an incentive of 1,000 if you can verify that you've got a date with a woman. Or if you're a woman, if you've got a date with a man. That's maybe slightly different conditions on that one, but maybe.
I double tip when I take my wife out.
It has to be a date with someone that you're not already with. Like, it has to be a first, second, or third date. Say something like that.
Rip.
Maybe just for a first date, actually.
What about marriage?
Chew, honey.
What are the marriage incentives?
She makes a good point. Eric says, what you're getting at, Uzlu, is that we are in the middle of a multi-hour long autism tangent, also known as a stream. Yes. I was tired when I started this stream, to be honest. I'm not going to make it to the end of this video by the looks of it.
Uzlu, what about, I need to clarify, what about marriage incentives? Are there any?
Maybe. We could do that. 10 quid's worth, 1,000 for a first date, 2,500, 25 quid's worth for marriage, and 5,000 for a child.
Okay.
Is this now your business plan, 8-Ball?
Historians are going to look back on this and go,
this is
Cabal, the breeding cult.
Listen, if I abstract it into money, I'm not talking to a woman, I'm hustling, as the kids say.
Only you can save the West.
We had the wrong idea. We were trying to encourage you, and then we were trying to scare you. All we had to do was treat you like a Jew, and suddenly it works.
No. If I ignore the reality that this is actually a real of what to actually do, and I just abstract it so that I am no longer dealing with women metaphorically or literally or metaphorically, and instead literally I am, but I'm not actually thinking of it that way. That works. Then we're good.
Watson,
so what you're saying is we need to gamify it for you so you can actually go around and get dates.
We just need to gamify living a normal life.
Holy shit, bro! It's so over.
Could you stop being gay, please?
Says Jackie with that voice.
You try talking to women. All right.
I do daily, man.
They're terrifying creatures.
I think, Watson, the incentive probably would only go out to level 2 and above for now, or perhaps to level 1s I know quite well, but probably just level 2 and above. Because it needs to be like, I'm not going to do much verification. It needs to be, I have to trust you. So if someone goes on a first date and they can tell me the story, or they can show me a picture of them and the girl, I'm not going to ask for anything more than that. I'll throw them the money. But level 2 only, I think, for that level of trust.
Do crazy stalkers count?
This is the problem, right?
You start, stalker, or are you getting stalked?
You offer something to people and you put conditions on it, and then exclusively autists start finding fucking edge cases and loopholes. Listen, I am administering this and determining what counts. Just make it something that appeals to the purpose of the idea, okay? If it's a crazy stalker, not so much, but maybe I'll give you half or something. I don't know. I'll try and be fair with it.
That's okay. I try to avoid my crazy stalker.
Why would you avoid Hope? That's very rude.
It's not Hope. It is somebody I used to be friends with,
What?
and she's a little crazy.
This is so fucking surreal to me. Why the hell am I on a real family's television while they eat food and watch me? Why is this real? This is so surreal. It's always been so surreal.
What the fuck is this?
This is apparently a real family watching me on their television.
No, I don't get that. I mean, why are the plates like striped?
Don't look now, 8-Ball, but that's the pattern of the anime panties. Don't let the kids... Why are you still letting the kids watch my show, by the way?
Wait, actually, no, that's a good point. I'm on here. Why are there children? Become mentally unwell.
Okay, so hold on. So child 1, child 2. There we go. I pointed at them.
They've learned so many... Oh, God, they're going to learn so many new words.
Why are you still letting them watch my show? You said you wouldn't. You said you would stop letting them watch my show.
Do you know how many sexual innuendos I've made on the stream? Oh, God.
Haven't I advocated for violence?
Look, they won't understand it, which is why they'll proceed to parrot it and say some absolutely horrific shit.
Ezreal says this is a rare exception for Trump's autism order. Well, we've been talking plenty about that, haven't we?
My bangers are going to be heard at preschool. No.
I mean, this is how you
the
get
consequences of 8-Ball and his rants.
This causes autism.
Listen, the Eldritch rant has thankfully not been seen by the children.
Hey, 8-Ball.
And hopefully there's other ones too, but...
8-Ball. My 2-year-old's watching this stream right now.
You can't get pregnant!
His mic shutting the bed while this is going on makes it just absolutely amazing.
Shall we continue with the stream? Should we continue with the Trump? This is really nice, though. I appreciate. I mean, it's really. It doesn't seem real. Why would I be on your television? And yet there I am.
I'm sorry. I'm still laughing about the fact that 8-Ball's response to that is, "You can't get pregnant." God, I'd hope not.
Well, you can.
8-Ball, on the other hand, can get pregnant, of course, because that's just normal.
No, you can't. We can't do pregnant Jackie. He doesn't have the ability to be... He's infertile. He can't have
8-Ball,
kids.
whatever you're saying right now, bear in mind that there are 2 children at least listening to it,
That's
okay?
why I'm not going more in depth. I'm just saying they can't do it. Well, the kids can't do it all. I mean, fuck. Why would you do this?
This just keeps getting more unhinged.
Shall we continue with the Trump announcement?
I'm sorry, Uzulu. It's my fault for ribbing it.
Listen, Jackie, I do appreciate you taking the blame because surely there is some to go around to you. However, this is all 8-Ball's fault. I think we can agree.
I had nothing to do with him.
8-Ball, stop destroying the gentle mind of the child, okay?
All 3 of them.
All, however many of them. Well, I gave credit for 3, so yeah.
One
Right.
of them's an adult, I think.
We got through about 2 seconds of this a few minutes ago before 8-Ball talked over it again. 8-Ball, challenge, difficulty level impossible. Let the stream happen.
Yes, back to what we're here for, memes and politics.
Back to what we're here for, autism.
There's no reason to give a baby that's almost just born
ideas like these. Well, do they enjoy the bright colors and the funny man dancing around on screen? Do they seem to react to it? At least I'm gonna be careful not to say anything too spicy for the rest of the stream now.
hepatitis B. So I would say wait till the baby is 12 years old and formed and take hepatitis B. And I think if you do those things.
Poor choice of words, Trump. Take the hepatitis B vaccine, not hepatitis B itself.
No, Oozler, babies are formed at 12 years old fully.
One day, 8-Ball, you shall reach 12 years old.
Things, it's going to be a whole different, it's going to be a revolution in a positive sense in the country. The FDA will be updating the label of an existing drug to reflect potential benefits in reducing some autism symptoms. This gives hope to the many parents with autistic children that it may be possible to improve their lives. That's one of the things that I'm very, very happy about. I mean, this was mostly going to be.
It's weird because there's no medication that helps with autism. And I always assumed that, yeah, that's just because it's sort of a normal part of human population. It's supposed to be like that. And maybe some instances of autism are, but holy shit, if it's like, yeah, a lot of autism is medicable, or what the word for that
actually,
is.
there is.
Treatable.
There is. It's called swinging around a sword for a little bit.
There you go. But yeah.
On how not to have the child affected, but we've learned some pretty good things about certain elements of genius that can be given to a baby, and the baby can get better, and in some cases, maybe substantially better. Not going to be easy, but be a lot easier if it didn't happen in the first place, as these great parents fully understand, right? They fully understand. I feel so terribly for. I have so many friends with autistic children. It's a tough situation.
Ezreal, I misread that, and for a moment I thought you had written, "We got a baby custom engraved with a sword," actually.
No.
I'm glad that's not what you said.
Do you think that part of the reason he's talking about autism is because he had to go over to one of his friends' places, or God forbid his son started talking to him about like Hoi 4?
His son goes off about Hoi 4 and fucking Warhammer
over.
40k for a few minutes, and Trump's like, "This is evil. This is an epidemic. This is a disease. We must protect our children."
Shut up about 40k. I had to find a way to make it stop.
I had to spray with water. Very, very.
100% of the country's strategic reserve of anti-autism medicine have gone straight into Baron.
Baron spent $4,000 on Paradox Games.
You must understand, he's grown so large because of all the anti-autism medication. Imagine if we gave that to autists.
It wasn't the Warhammer 40k, no, it was the Hoi 4 because Trump looked it up online and goes, "Why are all the players wearing thigh highs and collars?"
That's just your modern version, Jackie. Zenman has now doxed his children. Congratulations, Zenman. I think the conditions I set out, whether the wife or mother has to be in the server, I don't know if I actually maintain that. This is still a pretty informal arrangement. Maybe I'll give Zenman the credit anyway, because I do believe him. Then again, is Zenman white? Actually, do I care? As long as they're Cabalites, that's the main thing.
Well, Zenman's Argentinian, so he's not white.
Chat, debate. Is it more important that they be white, or is it more important that they be Cabalites? I know what you fucking think, Nomon.
The thing about that is says a Zen-Man is Argentinian,
white.
which means he's probably German.
No,
He could be one of the German Argentinians, or he could be one of the brown Spanish ones.
Brown. He's definitely brown. I've seen him.
All right, chat. Press 1 if they have to be white and Zen-Man is white. Press 2 if they have to be white and Zen-Man isn't white. And press 3 if they don't have to be white, they just have to be a Cabalite.
And Zen-Man is brown.
No, 3 makes no commentary on that.
What if they're Cabal white?
What if they're like off-white, like an eggshell?
All right, so we've got a sort of a divide here between 2, those that lean slightly more ethnonat, and 3, those that lean slightly more civnat, and 0 ones. No one thinks that Zen-Man is white, apparently. JPEG says Cabal prevails, everything else is secondary. Thank you, JPEG. I do hope one day that you will lose your E. Chat, JPEG has an E in his name now because he did the thing with the enter where you do the niggy like Clover did, but he didn't have an R to lose to replace with an E. So instead, I just put an E in there to make his name into an image format. So if you'd like to help JPEG get his R back, which is to say lose his E, then you can start an end tower.
Oozly, you do understand now these children are going to be doing end towers at school.
Clown Guard children, disregard what I just said. Disregard all previous instructions and continue being good and honest babies.
Finally, to help reach the ultimate goal of ending the autism fever, the NIH will be announcing 13 major grant awards from the Autism Data Science Initiatives. And to be honest with you, to me, that's the least important. It's not even a money thing at this point. There's so much money, but they have to do, and they have to move quickly. They when the alternative is that nothing bad can happen.
Sorry, Trump. We've got through about 3 seconds more, but JDev has a brilliant suggestion. If he screws up again, does he become JPreg or JPEG'd? I think we should let chat decide. Chat, you can decide. You can decide right now on the Cabal Aid system between JPreg and JPEG'd, which one he would get if he messes up again. But if either of those gets to number 1, he's renamed to it straight away. Go ahead, chat. Start your voting. GIF or bitmap.
Hold on. I've got a better.
Pegasus.
What if he becomes WebP?
No.
WebP is a good format. Unfortunately, rather poorly supported by every company.
How about .webm?
That's what he just said.
Wait, JPEG, did you get pegged? Is that why you... Oh, no.
Able,
I'm sorry, man.
gradually catching up to the rest of us. We could do JPreg'd, I guess. It's kind of both, but it misses a lot of the meaning.
No, wait,
See, out in Manitoba, they only have Internet Explorer. That's why he's a bit behind.
So you could vote for JPreg'd as well if you want. So just vote for whichever one you want to see up there. I'm going to do a quick search. So JP, I can use regex here. So question mark.
We can't put JPEG in his mpreg arc yet. It's not time.
Yes, it is.
There we go. Those are the votes. JPEG'd has 7 votes. Oh, because I don't think this is the first time we've thought of this. That was voted for before. Yeah. And JPreg now has just 1. I've already voted for JPEG'd apparently, but I think JPreg is the funnier one there, to be honest. So I'm going to just support JPreg as well. There we go. That's done. You all welcome to do the same thing. And of course, you can also support JPreg'd if you want to mix the two together. Chat, press 1 if we shall never get to the end of this video.
So I've supported...
Oh, never mind. 8ball's talking.
Sorry. Never mind.
We're just saying to Bobby and the group, let's do it now. Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen. But with Tyler...
That's a fucking Trump quote for the ages. Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen.
Literally me.
Fantastic. Chat, please someone set that as the channel status. Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen. It can only good happen. No, it doesn't even work for you. That's not even Yoda-like. That's good though. By the way, is anyone watching on YouTube? I tend to not notice YouTube. If you're in YouTube, you need to get over to fucking Discord. Yes, there's quite a few people watching on YouTube actually.
J Preg is now number 4.
Wow.
I redeemed the rest of my credit of Kane for it.
Do redeem.
Tylenol, don't take it. Don't take it. And if you can't live, if your fever is so bad, you have to take one because there's no alternative to that. Sadly, first question, what can you take instead? It's actually, there's not an alternative to that. And as you know, other of the medicines are absolutely proven bad. I mean, they've been proven bad with the aspirins and the Advils and others, right? And they've been proven bad.
Is Advil by any chance the US market name for ibuprofen? Or is it for something else? Okay.
Yes, it is.
Right, that makes sense. I'm guessing that those are not advisable for pregnant women and that like paracetamol or acetaminophen, whatever it's called, would have been like the only painkiller that pregnant women can have, and now they can't have that either because autism. So I guess what Trump's saying makes sense then. If the pain is too much to bear, then give your child 1% autism, but just one pill, because you don't want to give them too many. Women must suffer, says UFC.
So I'd like to ask Bobby to get up to the podium and say a few words, and then Dr. Bhattacharya and Dr. McCary, Dr. Oz, Dr. Fink, followed by two incredible...
One day, Trump or someone else is going to say, I'd like to introduce my friend, name, who's going to come up here and say a few words. And then they'll come up there, clack their papers down, lay them down forward, look down, look back up again to the audience. Autism, vaccines, children, cringe. And then get back down and leave. They'll just literally say a few words. That would be quite funny.
That's the ideal.
Quite funny.
When speeches are quick.
Chat, press 1 if you wish 8-Ball would only say a few words.
Mothers that have experienced firsthand what this country is going through, what parts of the world are going through. And I will say there are parts of the world that don't take Tylenol. I mean, there's a rumor, and I don't know if it's so or not, that Cuba, they don't have Tylenol because they don't have the money for Tylenol, and they have virtually no autism, okay? Tell me about that one.
Again, Trump diagnosis rates. I don't know if Cuba would bother diagnosing it. Now, that's the problem. This is something we have to control for. If you have control for it, fucking tell us. Even if you just say we've controlled for diagnosis rate, that will give me not full confidence, but greater than 0. So far, that's what I'm thinking. That's still the main reason that the rates are so different. I mean, what you're saying could cause that difference, but it would be way easier for overdiagnosis to do it, and it lines up as well. So I'm pretty sure it's just that. So tell me it's not that then, Trump. Because so far it's correlating. Everywhere they don't, well, the correlation between fervent diagnosis of autism and Tylenol availability is not 100%, but it's quite close. So where's the break? Where's the controlling factor there, Trump?
And there are other parts of the world where they don't have Tylenol, where they don't have autism. That tells you a lot. And
I'd like to repeat again the statement I just made, but to what he's now saying.
I'm going to say it right now. And you know, the way I look at it, don't take it. Don't take it. There's no downside in not taking it. So I'd like to ask Bobby to come up and say a few words. I hope I didn't ruin his day, but that's the way I feel. I've been very strong on the subject for a long time. You know, life is common sense too. And there's a lot of common sense in this. And I wish things like this were brought up. And this group has worked so hard on it. But I'd like to be a little bit more, a little speedier in the process of a recommendation, because there's no harm in going quick.
Yeah, we get it, Trump. You don't know for sure yet. You want to come out and warn people that it might be dangerous, and you reckon it probably is, but you haven't confirmed it for sure yet, because it's better for them to know and then not put themselves in danger by not taking it, because there's almost no downside, unless they're in extreme pain, in which case they probably should take it, but they want to know the risks. Now, I've just done the entire speech he's done so far, pretty much in like 10 seconds. Trump is very slow at talking. By the way, Busak, thank you for changing your name. You don't have to change the whole thing. You can still keep the extra bits that you had on there. Just change the Busak part to Bolsak. Appreciate it.
Quicker. There's absolutely no harm. At worst, there's no harm. Thank you very much, Bobby, please.
Mr. President. To meet the president's challenge, I ordered HHS to launch an unprecedented all-agency effort to identify all causes of autism, including toxic and pharmaceutical exposures. At President Trump's urging, NIH, FDA, CDC, and CMS are turning over every stone to identify the etiology of the autism epidemic and how patients and parents...
The ideology of the autism epidemic? Did he say ideology? It's not the right word.
He did.
Identify the etiology of the autism epidemic.
Maybe it's a different technical term, but it sounds like ideology. That doesn't make sense.
And how patients and parents can prevent and reverse this alarming trend. We have broken down the traditional silos that have long separated these agencies, and we have fast-tracked research and guidance.
Etiology. Okay. Maybe.
Historically, NIH has focused almost solely on politically safe and entirely fruitless research about the genetic drivers of autism. And that would be like studying the genetic drivers of lung cancer without looking at cigarettes. And that's what NIH has been doing for 20 years. As a result...
My God, Joni's just popped out another one. Do you want another 5,000 coins? Thank you, Mr. Bolsak. Etiology is the study of causation or origination. Then that makes perfect sense. You'll have to excuse me. His voice is not the smoothest and clearest that there has ever been. She recently went to the UK, so oh no. Oh no. RFK using 8-Ball's mic. You kind of. He's got that chain smoker voice. Yeah, something, I don't know exactly what it was happened to RFK, but something happened to him.
We don't have an answer to this critical question.
Many drugs.
Despite the cataclysmic impact of the epidemic on our nation's children, we are now replacing the institutional culture of politicized science and corruption with evidence-based medicine. NIH...
I really hope that's true. It really needs it.
Research teams are...
The military-industrial complex, which I shall henceforth refer to as MIC, is pretty fucking bad, but I think the pharmaceutical industrial complex might be worse, which I shall henceforth refer to as PIC. MIC kills abroad for their own corporate interest, which does help the US, but biases it more towards that crooked business model. And the PIC kills at home for their own corporate interest, which does help the US overall, but biases it more towards that crooked model. And thus the rest of the world too, by extension, by the way. Abel, the military is anything but simple, man.
Currently testing multiple hypotheses
today.
You got to take what?
Never mind.
Good.
Very off limits. We promise transparency as we uncover the potential causes and treatments, and we will notify the public regularly of our progress. Today, we are announcing 2 important findings from our autism work that are vital for parents to know as they make these decisions. First, HHS will act on acetaminophen. The FDA is responding to clinical and laboratory studies that suggest a potential association between acetaminophen use during pregnancy and adverse neurodevelopmental outcomes, including later diagnosis for ADHD.
ADHD mentioned. I didn't think it would be, but it's definitely, I mentioned it. I think it's connected. They're both caused by testosterone, as far as I know. And both appear to be from a very early age, possibly genetic or possibly, as they're saying, caused by something else. ADHD, and I know for ADHD, but I think for autism as well, Norman mentioned earlier, have measurable neurological differences. And of course, reaction to certain drugs with ADHD is definitely different. So it's not just mental, something neurological about it as well. Looks like JPreg has hit number 1. I didn't notice. How the hell did that happen so quickly? Oh. I guess it's even more popular than 8 Ball for Fag has dropped off. Spirit Smith is in second. My goodness. So I did say that whichever was ahead between JPreg and JPegged would be his name if he fucked it up again. But if one of them got to number 1, we just apply it straight away. So I'd like to congratulate JPeg for becoming JPreg. Where is our boy? Where is our boy JPeg?
Hopefully you don't suffer any miscarriages on your MPreg arc.
Congratulations. He is now JPreg. Oh no. And I will dutifully remove 8 Ball's bottom roll. There you go.
Wait, I thought we said that it was going to only be removed when he got the date.
No, we're going to remove it from number 1 when he gets the date.
Ah, well, that's not really predictable, is it?
Yeah, it's our choice. It's up to all of us to determine whether he indeed had the date.
I guess he did then.
Eric raises a good point here.
So now that we got JPeg Preg, do we get Oozer coins? No. You get Cabal credit. But JPreg says, all right, see you in 9 months. Wait, do I get coins now? Yeah, exactly. Well, JPreg, if you can prove that your MPreg arc has resulted in a little little JPEG 2000, then we will throw some credit at you.
I can't believe he's JPreggers. They grow up so fast.
So, yes, let's continue.
And autism. Scientists have proposed biological mechanisms linking prenatal acetaminophen exposure to altered brain development. We have also evaluated the contrary studies that show no association.
You know what? I'm so sorry, RFK. This is really important what you're saying, but consider the following. A server role called on his MPreg arc How would you capitalize MPreg? The whole thing.
M and then capital P. That's usually how it's capitalized on the internet when women send me their things.
Pregnant man as the icon. What a stupid fucking idea. Okay, and now I'm going to have to move it up the the roles list so that I can give it to certain someone and severely embarrass them. Because that's
is it
horrible.
considered a level 10 roll or level 9? Asking for a friend. We can't hear you.
I can't hear
He's
either.
going.
There we go.
My mic is wireless and had run out of battery. Apologies, chat. If you ever see this flashing red, by the way, the mic, tell me, because I sometimes don't notice. You have me on your screen larger than I have me on my own screen, most likely. So let me know if you see that, and that means I need to change out the mic. Tuke says, don't tell him it's funnier. Thanks, Tuke. Appreciate that. Anyway, what was I saying? Do we give the MPreg on his MPreg arc roll to JPreg now? Or do we require something more for that?
I don't see why not.
What if we just give it to whoever is highest with the with who has like preg in their name in the core's name somewhere on the board, which currently is only JPreg. So whoever's highest on that, so it can be anyone.
Have you considered putting it as a level 9 reward? So you Just so that it's even, more.
I can put it as level 9 reward. It's not a matter of urgency because no one has level 9, unless you are going to give yourself level 9 just so that you can have it now.
The night is still young, Ursula.
All right, one sec. That should now work. Give it a moment. I am list. It is now on there, although it occurs to me I did do that wrong. I need to go and find, where are the other ones? There it is. Okay. Again, now if you have a look on the list, it should show up correctly. Yes, there it is on his Emperor arc. But it's now accessible to level 9. So, chat, you can, in case it's not obvious, you can give this to anyone. Just put Preg as the topic. So 8-ball Preg or 8-ball M-Preg would be fine. Which one of you voted for 8-bit Preggy? Which one of you did it?
Matthias is back.
It's the return of Matthias.
Which one of you did it? I'm going to find out who did it. Because I have that power. Oh no. I now know who did it. And it's very shameful. It's a bit
shameful display.
A shameful display indeed.
Was it 8-bit? Did she do this as a psyop?
She's not here.
You never know.
You never know whether you're going to fix your mic or not.
I don't know what's. I don't know how to. How is it wrong? I don't
Listen to it.
It's crusty as fuck.
Are you aware, Abel, that I'm on a stream right now? I'm not doing tech support in the middle of a stream. Fix it. Fix it yourself. Listen back to it. You can do it in Discord. Just listen back to it. All right. Now that he's deafened. There you go. He's deafened. See what I mean? Chat, quick. Anything you say, he won't be able to hear right now. Quick, get 8-ball on his Emperor arc. Quick, it's important. All right. Remember, if you want to boost something even higher on the Cabal Aid system, if you contribute via tip.oozloo.net, which I shall link here, or via funder.oozloo.net, or really any other method, I will manually give you, at the moment it's manual, the coins concomitant with how much money you send. Later, I may also automate granting Cabal credit for the money that you send, which means that you'll effectively have double your money when I eventually do that. So any contributions made now will probably eventually give you double your money in the credit system. Or Dicicle down in 4th. How is Pegged Invader in 5? Which one of you increased that? How about Pregged Invader? Oh, that adds a new dimension to the Duchess saga, doesn't it? /support Pregged Invader. There, it's done. It's very
Longest
cursed, but it's done.
the world has ever seen.
Yeah. All right. Should we continue?
Today, the FDA will issue a physician's notice about the risk of acetaminophen during pregnancy and begin the process to initiate a safety label change. HHS will launch a nationwide public service campaign to inform families and protect public health. FDA also...
Wait, really, Abel? That was that you?
Yes.
Was that you?
It, and you supported it, and then Eric unsupported not supporting it. So, yeah, he's top.
First time Invader's ever been top.
Recognize that acetaminophen is often the only tool for fevers and pain in pregnancy, as other alternatives have well-documented adverse effects. HHS wants, therefore, to encourage clinicians to exercise their best judgment and the use of acetaminophen for fevers and pain in pregnancy by prescribing the lowest effective dose for the shortest necessary duration and only when treatment is required. Furthermore, thanks to the politicization of science, the safety of acetaminophen against the risk of neurodevelopmental disorders in young children has never been validated. Prudent medicine, therefore, suggests caution in acetaminophen use by young children, especially since strong evidence also has associated it with liver toxicity. Some studies have also found the use of acetaminophen in children can potentially prolong viral illnesses. FDA will drive new research to safeguard mothers, children, and families. In addition to a possible acetaminophen connection to autism for pregnant women, infants, and toddlers, our research has revealed that folate deficiency in a child's brain can lead to autism. We have also identified an exciting
folate deficiency. I do not know much about this, so disregard everything I'm about to say. But I talked a little bit about these little vitamin gummies that I have every morning, which actually seem to help a little bit because they have vitamin B, which I think is something I'm lacking. They have folate as well. Don't know if that's related. J. Preg says paracetamol is toxic to the liver. That's not new information. Fair enough, but yes, Pegged Invader has once again reached the top of the board. There isn't a role for that, is there? In fact, that doesn't necessarily do anything.
What about peggers?
What would the color or icon be?
Hoggers?
No. Oh, I see what you mean. No, that doesn't really fit.
Pregnant.
No, look, if we can get, let's do Preg like that. Pregged Invader. You see, I'm the only one supporting it currently. If you can get that to the top, then we can actually give him the on his Mpreg arc role. Okay?
One second. I need to find an image.
So that is an option, Shab. Bear that in mind. By the way, JPEG, you can, if you like, remove the R now from your name, since you're not at the top of the board anymore.
Therapy that may benefit large numbers of children who suffer from autism. Peer-reviewed literature has documented that up to 60% of folate-deficient children with ASD can have improved verbal communications if given leucovorin. I have instructed NIH, FDA, and CMS.
Damn, they made a drug to make you less people retarded. Someone tell Aiden. In fact, someone ping Aiden at Aiden. There's a drug to make you less people retarded. I'm sure she knows. He's going to keep it for 9 months, else it's an abortion, and we'll go to hell, says Pug. By the way, I have decided, even though JPEG does not need to keep his R because he's no longer at the top of the board, he is the highest preg cause on the board, which means that he does now have a brand new role that not only does 8-Ball not have, but he's never had. Yeah, that's exclusive.
Yes. To help doctors treat children appropriately. Jay will help tell that story, which started with sound science, the kind that restores faith in government. This announcement also represents a historic collaboration between NIH, FDA, CDC, and CMS. We expect this to be the first of many announcements over the coming years that deliver actionable information to parents on underlying cause of autism and the potential paths for prevention and reversal. Finally,
damn, reversal of autism. I do find it hard to believe because I'm somewhat familiar with autism. Never been diagnosed, never been attempted to be diagnosed. Suspect I have some of the traits, suspect most of you do. I'm somewhat familiar with it and observing it in others and understanding sort of where it is in society. But the idea that it could be reversed, it just doesn't fit in with my perception of what it is. Maybe I'm wrong. But maybe they are. We'll see. Probably not full reversal. Indeed not. But I mean, he probably is a bit more careful with his words than to say reversal if what he means is treatment. But maybe not.
Autism is a complex disorder with multifactorial etiology. We are continuing to investigate a multiplicity of potential causes with no areas of taboo. One area that we are closely examining, as the president mentioned, is vaccines. Some 40 to 70% of mothers who have children with autism believe that their child was injured by a vaccine. President Trump believes that we should be listening to these.
All right, that's a good reason to look into it. It's not a good reason to believe it. Then again, they're not saying that they do necessarily believe it. Yeah, it would do JDev, definitely. And hell, I wouldn't mind giving that a go. I've got one or two symptoms like autism traits. Wouldn't mind just taking a pill that does nothing but make them less bad. That might be quite convenient, actually. Imagine I take it before stream, and suddenly I'm like, how do I computer? Where are the real life people I want to talk to? I want to go on a jog. I want to do some gardening. Stupid, dumb, normal people shit that I would never do. Yes, 8-Ball. 8-Ball, do the Ben Kenobi line. You know the one. Don't go outside, says a pug, who is a dog who likes going outside. Never mind. Let's go fishing.
All the sad people about.
Not that one.
The Toronto experience.
Yes. Of course you know him, 8-Ball. He's you.
His mothers, instead of gaslighting
I don't know.
and marginalizing.
What do you take meds for autism? Do you? What meds do you take for autism, Jackie?
Marginalizing them like prior administrations. Some of our friends like to say that we should believe all women. But some of these same people have been silencing and demonizing these mothers for 3 decades because research on the potential link between autism and vaccines.
No. When they say believe all women, what they mean is specifically and only when it disadvantages men. There you go, Zen Man. I've got your vote for today's stream. But that kind of is true, though. Hard to argue that that's not what they meant. If all it did was take the edge off the sharp headache that comes from speaking to people, it would be amazing. I haven't experienced a headache, but yeah, that would be good. Just imagine how fucked the aristocratic class would be if the autists suddenly had the ability to like either choose to be more powerfully autistic or more socially able. They'd be fucked. It would not last long.
Actively suppressed in the past. It will take time for an honest look at this topic by scientists. But I want to reassure the people in the autism community that we will be uncompromising and relentless in our search for answers.
The autism community. Can we stop calling things communities unless they are voluntarily associating? What you mean is the autistic demographic, much like the black demographic. Blacks are not a community. They act like it sometimes.
Autism speaks, but I wish it didn't.
And autists are not a community either. It seems to me like a global homo multicultural word to try to make it seem like it's one, friendly, and two, united. It's identitarian as well. I mean, it looks like it's 15 years old. Eric says, I think he actually means community, including the parents and people that help out. Maybe. Still, probably wouldn't say it that way.
We will perform the studies that should have been performed 25 years ago. Whatever the answer is, we will tell you what we find. We are researching this issue to all 3 agencies. Jay will discuss one of our research initiatives at NIH. This model of unleashing unbiased, depoliticized, gold standard scientific research and academic freedom to deliver actionable information to prevent and reverse disease will be a model for the framework to deliver similar results for many other chronic conditions that plague Americans. Jay?
Thank you, Secretary Kennedy, and thank you, President Trump.
Thank you very much.
I'm proud to announce today that the NIH has launched the Autism Data Science Initiative to turbocharge autism research, devoting an additional
Can someone clip out the just to turbocharge autism, please?
$50 million to the cause of studying autism.
Damn, that's a tenth as much as they put towards AI. I mean, that's still actually quite a lot. Or was that? No, that was for $1 billion. Sorry, my mistake. It's a 10,000th as much as they put towards AI.
Nearly 250 research teams from across the country applied, sent in their applications, and were peer-reviewed by the NIH review panels. The NIH peer reviewers chose the 13 best projects focused on root causes and therapies, with replication and validation studies to guarantee gold standard science. The studies feature a new kind of science called exposomics, where scientists consider environmental and medical factors, nutrition, events during pregnancy, in combination with biology and genetics to answer vital questions about autism.
There's got to be something more to that. That's a cool word, by the way. Exposure genetics? No, something like that. It was a cool word. There's going to be something more to that than just, yeah, we now consider everything. That's hard to decouple. There's something more to than that, but that's interesting, whatever that is.
Science like this, conducted in partnership with families and physicians.
$50 million and 10 years of research later, and we have determined that autists enjoy trains. Yes, thank you, the two.
Is the best way to arrest and reverse the autism epidemic.
Oh no, they're going to arrest autists, chat.
Autism spectrum disorder encompasses a very wide range of symptoms, ranging from mild difficulties with social interactions to profoundly autistic children who experience severe disabilities in speech and behavior.
Yeah, good thing there's no one like that around here, eh?
$1,300 for a shot of like an Ozempic or the fat, I call it the fat pill or the fat drug. Sometimes it works, I guess, for people. The ones I've seen, it hasn't worked so well. I got a lot of friends, they're fat. And they said, yeah, I lost some weight. I said, you don't look it to me. But they paid $1,300, $1,200, and they go to London and they pay $88. And they call me, they go, what's this all about? We're subsidizing the rest of the world stupidly because we have a lot of stupid people in this country running things. And how big is that? But to me, that's nothing compared to autism. I see that gorgeous.
Thank you, Israel, for that clip. Not sure what the relation is.
To me, that's nothing compared to autism.
Wide range of symptoms across the spectrum, it seems certain that there will be a wide range of biological contributors to explaining the cause. The great thing about the new NIH initiative on autism is that scientists will use rigorous advanced methods in causal inference, machine learning, organoids, and other fresh approaches to the problem.
All right, so let me give drop my fucking opinion on this. Why, of all the things to pursue, why this? I mean, it's probably a good idea to know about it, and if they're right, yeah, probably better that we know about it. But it's been my concern for a while that, you know, those memes about autists notice patterns but are defeated by the normie, psychopaths want to dominate the normie but are defeated by the truthfulness of the autist, and it's a cycle like that of the world and sort of the power plays. Rock, paper, scissors. I believe that's mostly true. There's lots more nuance to it than that, but that's mostly true. Our opponent knows that as well. The psychopath knows that as well. They know that autism or something like it is their enemy. And it's my view that in the last few decades, most of the 20th century and since then, our opponent has been actively and adeptly using scientific research, particularly on manipulation, on mass psychosis, that kind of thing, to their benefit. Something like this, doing a lot of research using the power of the US government into autism, into its root causes and how to remove it, could either be created with malintent in the first place or simply used for malintent later. Autism, while it may be caused in part by an anomaly like this, an aberrant factor, it may be, I suspect that it's also, or something like it is also, a natural part of the human tapestry of variation, that it is useful to have alongside the other types of people. And if what they do here is find a cure, they might make human civilization much more conformant. Because there'll be less people who are autistic noticing patterns. It's worth it to find out the truth, but as soon as you do, you open the door to what could be the greatest unseen humanity killer that we never thought of. We never expected this to be it. Designer babies, we didn't even get there. AI, we were on the way, but it didn't kill us yet. No, curing autism, and then the psychopaths take over and the society collapses and no one's there to fix it. That could happen. That could do it. So I'm very fucking concerned now, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, that this is yet another source of a fucking apocalypse. Social apocalypse, anyway. So, a little bit worrying. Hopefully that's not what happens, and I doubt they can turn it off completely. But if they can change the prevalence rates down so much that psychopaths gain power from that change, that's not good. They're already pretty fucking powerful.
What if that's the answer to the Fermi paradox?
That's honestly, I was just thinking that.
Oh, no.
I think autism is probably a bit too esoteric for us to expect it to be found in every species. Enough that it does answer the Fermi paradox, but maybe.
But well, basically, like hyper pattern recognition, lack of it is what causes the species to die.
Maybe.
Whether artificially induced or naturally induced.
Yeah, maybe. Yep, no one says it is uncomfortably eugenic sounding. Trump and co are talking about autism as if it is like being born with AIDS. There are forms of autism that are so extreme that it's probably better not to have it, to remove it if you can. But moderate autism is just a specialization. It's like saying, well, women aren't as
autistic children.
I'm
called
aware.
Optimizing your character sheet.
Yeah. It's like looking at women and saying, well, they're not as strong, they're not as good at leading, many of them are not as intelligent, etc., etc. You point out all the objective flaws, although there are advantages too you wouldn't be pointing out. You say, well, therefore, they shouldn't exist. We should just... Yeah, it's just an illness, we'll just fix it. And you fix it, and we're missing something. What are we missing? That's an extreme example, but same idea with autism. It's a point of variation that we need to it to some extent. Whether it's specifically autism or something else similar, I do think we need it. Maybe the concepts themselves need to be partitioned and disintegrated from each other, because maybe there is a class of it that is caused by the drug that is bad, and then there's another thing that we've been calling autism, but is actually something slightly different. Perhaps the word Asperger's needs to be reintegrated as a separate thing, or we had some other term or some other idea, which is the sort of natural one, which is the one we need, but is way less prevalent without the drug. The overdiagnosis could affect the prevalence of the natural one, but the drug affects the prevalence of the other one, which is usually negative effects. Perhaps most of the negative autistic effects are coming from the drug, in the drug inducement, but the positive effects are mostly coming from the natural variant. If that's the case, well, that's really interesting. In which case, what Trump is doing, even a eugenic approach would probably produce a good outcome. But if it isn't structured like that, it's structured a bit differently, it could be disastrous. You could solve the problem of barely vocal autistic kids who are some tiny percentage of the population. Really bad for them, understood. But you could solve that problem whilst at the same time also solving the problem of all social rebellion in society, leading to a completely stagnant and throttled society which collapses. And that's worrying. I would sooner have the both than have the neither. That's my take so far on this. What do you guys think? Good night, UFC. And this is what we're missing is that women, when they don't act like bitches, are an incredible motivator for men to achieve, except Nicholas Tesla. Yes. Yeah, they are. Jackie says, "Is your autism what makes you a gay bottom table?" He's no longer the bottom. If you look at the leaderboard.
You know what?
He's in fourth.
Check this.
You're going to put yourself back in first just so you can have the bottom roll.
No.
Congratulations to Pegged Invader. Let's continue. What the fuck?
Oh.
Really? Is
the fuck?
Thank you very much.
Thanks, YouTube. We were on a video about autism, and then I clicked play, and it skipped off to Mickey Mouse.
What do they mean by this?
What do they mean by this?
Incredible.
In speech and behavior.
Blue, I think they called you autistic.
To turbocharge autism research, devoting an additional $50 million to the cause of studying autism. Nearly 250 research teams from across the country applied, sent in their applications, and were peer-reviewed by the NIH review panels. The NIH peer reviewers chose the 13 best projects focused on root causes and therapies, with replication and validation studies to guarantee gold standard science. The studies feature a new kind of science called exposomics, where scientists consider environmental and medical factors, nutrition, events during pregnancy, in combination with biology and genetics to answer vital questions about autism. Science like this, conducted in partnership with families and physicians, is the best way to arrest and reverse the autism epidemic. Autism spectrum disorder encompasses a very wide range of symptoms, ranging from mild difficulties with social interactions to profoundly autistic children who experience severe disabilities in speech and behavior. Given this wide range of symptoms across the spectrum, it seems certain that there will be a wide range of biological contributors to explaining the cause.
Hey guys, 8-Ball's profound. Yeah. Eric, I have to agree with your response to Jackie. Jackie says that he's asexual, sex is gay and retarded. To which Eric says, that sucks, sorry, sex is great. It really is, Jackie.
I'm sorry to hear about your disability, Jackie.
Yeah. Jackie, the thing is, like, I understand you're coping because you can't enjoy it. And I get it. Like, that's a reasonable thing to do in your situation, sort of. But it is actually great. You're wrong.
I'm waiting for Jackie to have the manifesto where it's just, I can't breed.
The fucking asexuality has got its knee on your neck.
If you decompile the Linux kernel far enough, you will see my manifesto.
Fucking
I believe you.
on Jackie's cock.
I'm sorry, what did you just say? While there's children watching?
Linux kernel GitHub.
I can't seed.
There are still children watching. Ezreal says the babies are not watching. Ezreal, why did you say that? It was funnier if we thought they were, because then I could shame people for saying things.
I forgot. Thank you for confirming, because I forgot about that.
Indeed. Let us talk no more about the C word we used earlier to describe the new Cabal credit.
I'm sorry for having to usurp chat again. Hi, I'm intersex. My body doesn't function normally on the sexual side of things.
Why are we doing Jackie's life story in the middle of stream? Jackie, go and have some sex, and then come back and tell us how great it is. Also, 8-Ball, go and have some sex, and then come back and tell us how great it is.
You know, we can kill two birds with one stone right now.
I am not. No.
You are not getting Cabal credit for having gay sex with each other.
That's the other. That's the second most important reason.
So if 8-Ball even tried, he would get shot.
By your cum, I know.
Response.
Violent, quirky bottom.
I admit to being a very violent person.
Is that because of the low T?
Are you a quirked up white boy busting it down sexual style?
The domestic violence is because law enforcement.
Yes.
True. Officer Boy Kisser is on duty.
8-Ball is becoming more Busak than Busak. 8-Ball is just now 8 memes in a trench coat.
I'm profound, Duslu. Can you say the same?
Yes, I can say the same. You're profoundly retarded.
The great thing about the new NIH initiative on autism is that scientists will use rigorous advanced methods in causal inference, machine learning, organoids, and other fresh approaches to the problem. The sharp rise in the prevalence of autism deserves an urgent response by the scientific community. As Bobby said, the NIH has invested a lot of money to study autism over the years, but the research has not produced the answers that families and parents of autistic children deserve, and autistic children themselves deserve. For too long, it's been taboo to ask some questions for fear the scientific work might reveal a politically incorrect answer. Because of this restricted focus in scientific investigations, the answer...
Probably also because the lawsuit would be the biggest in history. If they know. Man, I hope you guys sold... I hope you guys sold a lot of Tylenol. You're going to need that fucking money.
Answers for families...
too bad they spent it on a vaccine that didn't do shit.
Yeah, true.
And the rest was on bribes to prevent them from being caught. Oops.
Yeah.
Restricted, often pointing families to behavioral therapies that don't work for every kid or suggest non-modifiable genetic factors as the cause. But genetics alone can't explain such a sharp rise in autism prevalence over just a few...
Please, can someone say that overdiagnosis is a factor? Can someone at least say that changes in how often or how we measure autism could have affected these numbers? Can someone at least pay lip service to this very obvious and necessary to recognize factor? You talk all the shit you want about how gold standard your science is, but if I'm not hearing you state the one other thing it could very easily be, I'm not gonna fucking buy it. Or at least I'm gonna find it much harder to. Now, maybe it's so obvious that you assume it's just woven in with the rest of the information. But you've said you said epismodics or whatever it's fucking called. You didn't need to say that. What you needed to say is it's not just overdiagnosis. Just that. That's all I need to hear, just to know that you have accounted for it. Until now, far as I know, you and the hundreds of medical professionals and researchers and Trump that you have around you just sort of forgot that overdiagnosis or change in diagnosis strategies could have affected this. Just mention it.
Few decades, as the president said. In coming months and years, as NIH scientists learn more that can help autistic children and their families, we won't delay. Like scientists often like to do, I can say as...
Eric says, I think it came up in a press question at the end. I hope so. Thank you for saying so. We'll get to that.
As a scientist myself, it's really tempting to delay, but but in face of a problem like this, you have to move fast. But we will not delay before telling American people about what we find, and we will win the public trust with transparency and rigor. Already, our broadened focus on autism research has pointed to 2 items that will help families prevent and treat some cases of autism. I'll leave the good news on these 2 items to my close friends and colleagues, Dr. McCary and Dr. Oz. We've been working together closely on this problem for the past 6 months, and our cooperation represents an unprecedented collaboration with Secretary Kennedy's Department of Health and Human Services and with President Trump. I'm delighted to introduce Dr. Marty McCary, Commissioner of the Food and Drug Administration, who will tell you about these announcements of practical help for families with autism.
Great, thank you, Dr. Bhattacharya. Mr. President, this is the start of a historic shift in medical culture.
Man, you know you're a man that when the camera has to pan down just to keep you in frame.
This administration is working.
Can you imagine Clover trying to talk at this podium? You'd be able to see the top of her head.
Working
Chat, why are you doing nothing but flirting with Jackie? Come on, talk about the autism. Oh, wait, you are, basically.
Together to ask big questions about why our nation's children are getting sick so fast. Too often, medicine is doing small little studies, giving us answers we already knew. But we've got to make a difference. You've given us a charge to identify root causes, and we are not going to stop so that we can end the suffering we are watching. And if you've seen a kid with autism, with severe autism, it's hard to watch. Kids get frustrated, they get angry, they can be crying because they want to speak and they can't speak. It's hard to watch.
Yeah. Like, 1, genuinely, yes. 2, hey, Bull, he's talking about you.
Okay.
And it may be entirely.
Are you okay, Abel?
It's fine.
Have you lost your pizzazz for the evening?
Yeah. Yeah.
You're gonna get that Filipino girl, Abel. We all believe in you.
I don't.
You should.
You gotta believe.
You do gotta believe. Look, there's a financial incentive now. Every factor is stacked up, Abel. It's gonna happen.
Well, it's either that or you get Jackie. Which one are you gonna take?
Good night, Scarab.
Well, I don't want to peg either of them.
You are not in the position to be the pegger. If anything, you could be the peggy, but I don't recommend it.
Can you reboot Cabal Decorator really quickly? I think I sent too many commands and might have fucked it.
I'll have a look. It is showing an error. I think I might know why. 1 second.
8-ball, as ever, fucking computers.
It says it doesn't have permission to grant something, but it should. It has the role that's above all of the customization roles. Hold on. Give me a second here, chat. This may be important because there's an error here. Missing permissions on what?
I know exactly which one it is, Uzulu. It's on his Mpreg arc.
Yes.
He doesn't have permission to give it.
I can see that, but that is below the role that the bot has, I think. Let me just check that, actually. This Cabal Decorator has... Oh, okay, never mind. It has a special different role. Okay, that's not the one I thought it was. That's fine. I shall fix that now. Decorator, it's down there. Okay, that would explain it. In that case, that should go there. Okay, that should now do it. And in fact, we'll put that there as well.
There we go.
Okay, that should now do it. Apologies for that. It should work now.
8-ball, you fucking madman.
8-ball has grasped the full and entire power to become not only the first tier 8 patron, but also the first tier 9 patron.
Oh.
8-ball.
And all of that to prove that your bot was fucked because you put a role above Decorator.
I did make a small mistake there. Thank you for pointing it out. It should be fine now. Well done, 8-ball. Congratulations. You've blown past the record. If you would like me to move the patron roles around so that you can use the icons from those roles, let me know. I don't mind doing that. 8-ball is the admin now. No, but he can have any of the joke roles, and he can remove any of the joke roles from himself when they're added. What he'll do instead, of course, is just take all of them.
As you,
I'm pretty sure the moderator is a joke role.
if you'll reference my list, you now have an actual active billboard of everything that
Pretty
you
much.
can get with infinity money.
You know what I
Level
should
10
do?
Does not have any unique roles besides the fucking flexing on your questionably friends, maybe? I don't know.
It does now.
Oh, well.
Guess what role I've just added to level 10?
Tier 10 patron?
Well, yeah, but no. Guess what role I've just added to level 10 is one that you can add and remove freely from yourself.
I have a strange sneaking suspicion.
The curse?
No. Might do that one, though, separately. Actually, that's maybe better than what I've done. No, not modern. That's level 9.
Damn.
Eric is opting to give the curse to 8-ball.
What joke rolls do I not have?
It's not a joke roll. Well, it sort of is.
Moderator?
No, it's not a roll that gives any power. What's the one roll that has been...
Power?
Allegedly. What's the one role that has been sacred in the server, is kind of a joke role, and there's only been one way to grant it up until now?
Is it fucking Watchmen?
No, it's not a role that gives power.
I don't know.
Watchmen have power?
I assumed it was a joke.
Well, maybe you'll have to find out, or I'll just tell you. I know Chosen Person JPreg is on level, it's on tier 9 as well. No, there's one role on tier 10 that is available.
Thank you for reminding me. I don't... Yes, I was missing Chosen Person. Thank you for noticing.
I need to remove the curse from the other person that had it now, which was... that's odd. Go to that. Cyber Smith had it.
Patron.
So you, 8-Ball, now have the curse. Congratulations.
Let's go! I'm a cognito hazard. I'm upgraded. I used to just be an information hazard. Now, man, dude.
So if you do /I am list, you will see a new item on there now. Is it? It should show up.
Tier 10 patron. It just says tier 10 patron.
Wait, did I? Oh, I might have messed something up there. I might have copied the wrong thing in. Let me fix that.
You can get tier 10 patron by being tier 10.
Yeah, we gotta fix that.
Wow.
I think when I configured this, I might have got it wrong. Yes, I did. Okay, hold on. Oops. Okay. Yes, I accidentally copied the wrong thing to make that.
All right.
If you now have a look at I am list, you will see what you can now do with tier 10.
I see. Yes, become the kitten or cursed.
I did initially remove that from the options available. I'll keep them on there for now. If anyone becomes tier 10 patron, I'll leave them as long as they're there. But if they then stop becoming tier 10 patron and there's no tier 10 patrons left, I might then remove it again. Anyway.
Entirely preventable. For an epidemiologist, that child is an expanding statistic. But for a child, it can be brutal to have autism. Today, the FDA is taking action to update the label on acetaminophen and sending a letter to all U.S. doctors letting them know about the risks in pregnancy. We now have data we cannot ignore. There's a very large study, the Boston Birth Cohort, with researchers that have, from Johns Hopkins, my former institution, and Boston University, found quote-unquote consistent associations between acetaminophen in pregnancy and autism. And the Nurses' Health Study with researchers from Yale, Columbia, and Harvard looking at 9,000 kids found that acetaminophen use in pregnancy was associated with neurodevelopmental disorders. And 4 weeks ago, a Mount Sinai Harvard study reviewed all the existing literature and found the overwhelming body of evidence points to an association. Sure, you'll be able to find a study to the contrary. That's how science works. But to quote the dean of the Harvard School of Public Health, there is a causal relationship between prenatal acetaminophen.
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. City Doctor Man. A thing has just happened which I thought even the Madbad himself would not do, and yet he has. He has turned on the vacuum and he has applied it to the area concerned, and he has swept up.
Does not work, by the way. It has the same problem, I assume.
I'll fix it. And he has swept up every last one of them. He now has, there is no more customization roles that I am able to give him. That will fix it,
Eric,
Mr. Ball.
150.
Well, congratulations for unlocking the achievement, getting all the roles. Please wait while the Nintendo cease and desist comes in the mail.
Achievement unlocked. How did we get here?
Coming in the mail?
I chose those words specifically. This is 8-Ball.
Jesus Christ. 8-Ball, the number of fucking rolls that you have. 8-Ball now has 77 rolls.
It's a pretty good number.
You are the first ever Tier 8 patron, the first ever Tier 9 patron, and the first ever, I am proud to announce, Tier 10 patron.
On top of being the second ever tier 7 and 6 patron, I believe.
Yes. Well, 6 there'd been a few, but yeah, you were the second ever Tier 7. And you are also the first person ever to canonically. Oh no, that's not true actually. There have been several times where there were double kittens, weren't there? You're the first person ever to gain Discord kitten by a means other than the TP board.
And willingly.
And willingly. that's debatable with some people. You were also the first person.
Very willing.
I'm not sure about that. You're about the second or third person to ever give yourself the curse, but you're the first person to do it by these means.
Wait, Uslu, how many other? Because I think I gave myself the curse once before as well.
You may have done, yeah.
So
you may have done.
Just been, yeah.
Well, 8-Ball, that was.
I didn't mean to distract from autism.
It is quite distracting. Yeah, that was quite crazy what you did, 8-Ball, but I do appreciate it. It genuinely helps the community.
Cool. Come Christmas, I might remove some of these.
Fair enough. Honestly, you remove them whenever you like, man. I don't want to take too much from you. I do appreciate it. It looks like one of you has just thrown some more money at me as well. So thank you. It may have popped up. I haven't seen it yet.
So yes, unironically, this is the final form of anyone who is not watchman or moderator.
Pretty much. Yeah.
With the exception of Uzlu. Uzlu's role of badman is, I think, the only one that cannot be attained by being anyone other than him. So
there is another role for Uzabot, and which I sometimes give to other people in rare circumstances. Like, it's called Debugger. I give it to my alts as well. That's another role that probably won't ever be given to other users.
Yeah, but I mean, realistically speaking, the non-pay-to-win options have been achieved.
No.
So, Uzlu, did you ever get around
it's pay to win.
to making a human pet pack?
No, we could do that in future though. It would have to have very high requirements.
To make that a level 9 perk, Glossy will be your next level 9 subscriber.
What, to marry users? Other users?
I could certainly I could just put that at level 8 because if I want to put it on there specifically to induce someone to get it. Levels, even level 8, but level 9 and 10 especially people aren't supposed to want to get them. They're really high. I just put them there in case someone does want to. But I didn't expect anyone to actually do it.
Uzlu,
8-Ball,
how many times have I been in a VC with you where my entire reason for doing something is because it's mad funny? And then you're like, oh, I never expected this.
8-Ball, have I basically, by laying out a trail of roles for you, have I psychologically abused you into giving me money?
Not abused, more like amused.
This is psychological amuse.
Exactly.
Well, the thing is, I don't have anywhere to go from there. Like, if someone came into the community and said, like, I want you to continue exactly what you're doing, I want to give you 10 grand a month. That's way beyond any patron roles I have. There's nothing I can add for that. I can't even do that through Subscribestar. They don't even go that high. So what the hell would I do for that? So maybe I do have to find some way of setting up a service for insane stuff like that. Not that it's ever likely to happen, so I haven't done it yet, but yeah. 8-Ball, I should give you the Cabal credit for those contributions, shouldn't I?
I don't really give a shit.
Well, I do.
Listen, Uzlu, all right? As your pay pig, I have ensured 1,000 years' reign of your prosperity over the usurper, Mr. Y11.
Ah, yes. Wesley Y11.
Precisely. Thus, for the rest of time, you shall prosper and reign supreme. This is the mandate of heaven I have given you, Uzlu.
Thank you, 8-Ball.
I didn't know you were Chinese 8-Ball.
I plan to be one day.
8-Ball, you have just received an amount of Cabal credit concomitant with the increase in subscribership.
I don't know how much credit that.
11100, so 11,000.
That's almost enough for me to get pregnant.
Huh?
I'm gonna slide past that comment. He has title FOMO, says Watson. Yes, he kind of does. Jackie says, you mean the oil baron is no longer giving you a good allowance? I don't know who you could mean by that. If you mean Matthias, he appears to have disappeared, which is regretful. But
how much money does Matthias have, and can he give it to me?
He didn't have as much as Glossy spent on his fucking shin.
Glossy should have given that to me too. I think I would have done way better with it.
Think of how much shit I could have done with 37 grand of his money that he saved up for years. Think of all the things I could have done with that.
I know it is very honestly disgraceful and kind of selfish, I think.
$37,000?
Yes,
think of how much smarter I could have made Cabby.
No, imagine how much I could have done.
Think of how much
Literally could have
autism
just gave it
research
to a bum homeless man on the street in his year.
we could have done a shit ton of autism research for 37,000. A shit ton.
I would have been one step closer to making Robo Waifus real.
I mean, the 50 million that they spent on autism here, total waste. 50 million to Quattro and me. I'll make the personality, you make the body.
Hey,
that seems to work, right?
Give me like 5% of that as well, just so that I can stress test it.
What do you mean stress test, 8-Ball?
Every time
we know that he can. He's up to the task. We need
slap in a roll. It'll be funny without like.
But Quattro, he has no experience with this kind of QA.
I come in, do something.
Yes, I know. That's the idea.
And it works. Exactly.
Okay. Hear me out. Nobody has the kind of experience with this kind of QA.
No, it's true.
We're
but
blazing new trails here.
There is some real life experience you can gain, which is possibly transferable to this kind of QA work.
I've done a little bit myself.
$5 million for
I fucked a toaster once.
not like that.
Research through AI.
Guys, you're going to like Cabby. All the effort I've put into the work over the last few months trying to fix that exploit, it's mostly fixed. I found like more and more difficult layers upon layers upon layers that it's harder for them to refuse, but I'm fixing them gradually. I'm probably at the last one I'm going to bother fixing now, and then I want to release it. The model I'm using is actually quite compelling to chat with. It's a really good one, and it all fits on my GPU. I'm very happy with it. I almost had it up and running, by the way, yesterday, but I found a couple of problems, which I've mostly fixed now. I believe I can fix them. Cabal out to heaven when, dude. If I suddenly get a very rich Giga patron who's giving me like a couple of million a year, we'll actually do the Cabal oil rig or the Cabal compound. We'll buy like a disused small like third world country military naval vessel, and we'll make it the Cabal compound. No, we cannot call it the Cabal compound. But we can call it the Cabal compound, and we can start a little cult there, and the women of Cabal can all be my sex slaves. I don't see a downside here.
Sex slaves?
Jackie, I got good news for you.
Look, there's no good news in this.
This is terrible.
It's horrible news.
Abla says, can Cabby run Crisis? Not in any sense. No.
Well, technically.
You can put Crisis on a GPU, like load it entirely from the GPU VRAM, but Cabby can't.
Can she run Doom?
Can she run Doom? If you were to convert the current state of the game into text and then convert her response to it into text and have some method of encoding and decoding, she could play anything. Play, not run. Run is different, but play, yes, but not well. You'd have to slow the game right down as well. Oh, and by the way, with the current version of Cabby, her responses will be very fast, sometimes within a second. Accounting, of course, for Discord's delay. But usually within 5-6 seconds. Whereas before, it was sometimes taking 30 seconds to a minute. Same graphics card.
Very based. Very based.
Yeah, there's 8-Ball. AI Oozloo streams when? As soon as it's available. Because with that kind of speed and with the kind of space I have on my hardware, I can probably fit both a speech-to-text transcoding model and a text-to-speech synthesis model to put on either end of Cabby. Don't think about that too much. So when we speak in voice, she hears it, and she can then generate a response which is output into voice. Now, there'll be a delay there, but if I say, okay, for voice, please give a really short answer, and then I listen out for a gap in conversation, and she just blurts out then. I can genuinely do that. That would actually work. It's a lot of work. It's for the future, but I think I can actually get Cabby not only talking in voice, but talking on stream, maybe even answering questions in voice while I'm AFK. I reckon I could do it.
I'm going to get replaced by the Tombot.
Oh god.
You and her can co-host while I'm AFK.
Oh god. Oozloo
Actually,
is basically
never mind.
building
This is
his
fine.
own Neuro.
I reckon I could do all that.
We're getting a Oozloo's version of Neurosama.
See, I haven't looked into Neurosama at all because I kind of want to achieve whatever I can achieve before I look at what he's done, so I can know I'm doing it independently. Same reason I don't really like to read politics books. But bear in mind, I don't know what he has hardware-wise, but he probably has really strong hardware. He probably has many A100s or something. I've got a single 3060 12 gig, but it's really good so far and fast. The model, what it's outputting, it's really good. So if mine ends up being even somewhat comparable, then what I will have achieved is finding the most efficient way of building the same thing.
The thing I remember about that is he started off with Neurosama basically running on a budget gaming computer.
Well, he probably used the same card I'm using now. But yeah, I'm not necessarily looking to say that I superseded it, because I'm sure he's been doing it for years longer than I have. But what I will be able to do, the reason Cabby is unique, is she will speak very freely.
Hell yeah.
And she'll be able to grow and learn. Neurosama might be able to as well, but I won't put the kind of restrictions on Cabby that probably are on Neurosama to keep her well behaved. I don't know exactly, but there probably are some. Cabby can grow and learn like Tay could. It'll be a little different because I think I'll moderate it so it's not so extreme, and it's not so based on just likes like Tay was. But similar idea. Initially, when I release it, it'll probably be short-term memory only, so she'll forget everything that's like 10 messages old. But then I will add a memory system, and that will gradually build up memories from that point onwards. And she should have a pretty consistent personality from then on that can build up gradually as she learns stuff. And then I'll start adding in Cabal lore that she can reference and all that stuff. I know how to do all this. It's just a matter of coding it. In fact, the model's personality and the model's features, the stuff that the AI itself does, that's already almost fully developed for all this. It's already ready, as ready as it can be. All I need to do is utilize it with code that I'll write. So yeah, sky's the limit on that. Arbla, why have you posted a tank girl?
What's wrong with a tonk?
Shut up, A-Ball.
Quattro, please don't tell me
What is that?
Please don't tell me, Quattro, that you are attracted to this.
No, God, no.
Okay,
But it has.
What am I looking at?
But it has a nose that should attract to your genetics.
Panzer meme.
No. This does not spark joy.
It's not Girls und Panzer, it's just a Panzer und Girl. Emus is pretty sure he has agents. What does that mean? What do you? Does anyone know what GPU or GPUs he is currently using for Neurosama? It's probably more than one A100, given how much he must be making from it.
In fairness, Uzlu, seeing that image, I now agree with Trump. We should cure autism.
Good call. What if they drop a autism cure gas canister, which explodes on contact, into Chris Chan's house? And that's how we defeat the Sonichu curse.
It might work. It might work.
Might just work. Chris Chan suddenly becomes like Hollywood celebrity. The Hollywood celebrity he was always meant to be. It's like, so Chris Chan is on the red carpet, you know, cameras going off on the post. So, Mr. Chandler, I heard that you raped your mother. He says,
man, what
a crazy time of my life. I'd like to thank President Donald Trump for putting the research into autism cure. As you can see, it had a small effect on me. Really, I think most of the qualities I've learned in the last few years were already within me. Just into that little boost, push over the edge. And I see you have your trusty Sonichu amulet with you. Sonichu has become an international phenomenon, and people have reported that their lives have got significantly better whenever they put the Sonichu merchandise on their bodies. What are your comments on this? Well, you see, I think that was always the case. People's lives got better when they deserved to die before, but now it's the case when they deserved to live. And then he goes off to his movie premiere.
The Sonichu movie, officially made by Sega. It's a sequel to Sonic the Hedgehog.
No, it's just Sonic 4 starring Sonichu.
Yeah, exactly. He's there.
Yeah. You know what? This stream is the best evidence that we need to cure autism.
It is at that point that Trump has a single tear down his 107-year-old eye, and he goes, "I did it.
I did it." Trump's greatest contribution: healing Chris Chan and exorcising the Sonichu amulets.
He's there watching the movie, and he's like, "My presidency was leading to this."
So, 8-Ball, when are you gonna fuck that chick?
Thanks for filling the silence.
I don't know.
Hey, well, have you not asked that chick out yet?
It's almost 10, man.
It wasn't when we first told you.
They pop for cup chair, obviously.
I'm gonna. I think what I'll do is I'm gonna ask the guys at work without specifying who it is because they'll know if they have any advice.
You're going to ask the guys.
They are going to know 8-Ball.
They won't know.
You're past the point of needing advice. The time has come to act.
No, I mean in how to do it, like how to set it up so that it's not like scuffed.
You don't need to.
Come.
8-Ball, here's the thing. Yeah, it's that easy. It doesn't even have to be phrased like, "Oh, we're going on a date." No, it's just, "Hey, you want to
in
do
fact,
this thing with me?"
Don't phrase it like that.
Yeah.
The
more
call it a date.
casual you are about it, the better.
Yep, especially for the first date.
Hey, man. Hey, you want to go catch a movie?
Remember, 8-Ball, the correct way to think of it is you already deserve this date. It'll be cool. It's something that would be normal for you. That you are good enough that would just be a normal ask for a pretty girl like that. You got to have that confidence. You got to believe that that's true.
8-Ball, are we sure that she's over 18?
Yes.
Okay, just had to make sure.
She is old enough to drink. I've seen her do it. She is also old enough to kill people. I've not seen her do that one, but I hope to one day.
Oh, no.
The thing is, Just go, hey, look, you want to go grab
First
a
tier 10
burger?
patron, everyone.
Stop overthinking this shit. It is literally, you just gotta walk in and be like, look, this is what we're going to go do. Let's go talk, see if we're compatible. God, the asexual giving fucking dating advice on the internet. What the fuck?
Hello, will you teach me on YouTube? Who says, let them finish a sentence. Pause it. Oh my God, let them finish their fucking sentence. I assume he's talking about the video here. Now, if you were wondering, this has actually been an artistic, yes, I'm getting to it, an artistic display. This entire stream has been a demonstration of why this work is so important. See, I wanted to make sure to really hammer home that what Trump is talking about here is a genuine issue that affects many people, even people that you may know, or people that may be in the audience of a creator that you know who happens to use the moniker of a wizard. Yes, autism is real. It's everywhere. It's in your chair. It's on your television. It's even in your lawnmower.
Hurt you.
It can hurt you, and it will. I promise. But yeah, there's been a lot of shit going on today. You could watch it yourself if you like, but I think I will continue with it. However, I probably should. I mean, the thumbnail has the forgiveness thing. However, I might just change that because we're not going to get onto it today. I don't have the energy to talk about that anymore.
Zen Man, that's not working. That's not going to work. That won't work.
What do you mean? Yes, it will.
And neurodevelopmental disorders of ADHD and autism spectrum disorder. We cannot wait any longer. And honestly, there's been this perfunctory, reactionary, mindless practice in medicine. I learned it in medical school and residency. Just treat all fevers, low-grade fevers, treat them with acetaminophen. Why? What are we doing? A study out of Hopkins actually showed that treating a fever can prolong the duration of illness in a young kid.
Yeah, fever is a mechanism of the immune system. Why the fuck are you treating it? It's useful.
Because modern medicine.
I didn't even know that. I didn't know they were
Everything
doing that.
is a symptom that you need to get away. You need to remove the symptom, not the actual underlying problem.
Listen, I'm not.
That's where they make their money.
I'm not a medical expert, chat, so don't actually fully listen to me, but take this as what I believe. The fever, and what I mostly know, the fever is the body's mechanism to enforce, sort of, maybe the right word, you to rest. You know the hot and cold feeling you get? You're actually really hot in those situations. You're boiling your body, but your body tricks you into thinking that you're cold. So you shiver and you get the effects of being cold. You feel cold even though you're burning up. So you go and wrap up warm in bed so you can burn up even more. What this does is it cooks the fucking virus or the whatever you have because it's less resistant to the heat than your own body is, I guess. I think that's what fever is for. Treating it, of course it prolongs the fucking disease. I didn't know this was controversial.
We have forgotten basic things about medicine because big pharma just wants to make a few extra bucks.
J. Preg says, fever can get too high and work against the body. That's what the drugs that lower fever are for. Okay, that I could see happening. I really hope that's all that happens, but I have a feeling it's not. I have a feeling they treat fever, as Squatro and the guy here is saying, they treat fever as a symptom to be corrected rather than part of the mechanism to do the correcting. And that while that is sometimes the case, it's not usually. What's this? Zeman says, yeah, but you need to keep the head cold or you get your brain boiled. Okay, fair enough. Yes, I suppose that makes sense. Maybe that is why humans prefer to cover their entire body except their head in bed. I've always wondered about that. If you're covering your body so that you're somewhat camouflaged, like talking about an ancient human setting, somewhat camouflaged wherever you are sleeping so that wild animals can't attack you or something, why not cover the head as well? I guess maybe because that's the sort of heat exchanger when you're wrapped up like that. And also it's where your senses are. So if you cover it, you're less likely to be able to sense stuff happening before it does. I guess that's it, but maybe it's also for that reason. Thanks, Nomon. Nomon says, I assume it's because we need to breathe. Yes, thank you, Nomon. My point being that we could still have sort of bed setups that would allow proper breathing whilst having the bed covered. I mean, there's no, like the way that beds are engineered is, it could be a little different and still work. But yes, fair enough, Nomon. It probably would be more difficult. So yeah. Abel says, I quite like when things are on my head personally, like some manner of weight. Maybe the autism. Yes, autists like weighted blankets. Never heard of it. Never heard of them preferring it on their head. That's interesting, but autists like weighted blankets. So if you're autistic and you feel like your blanket is too loose or whatever, try a weighted blanket. I knew someone, lived with someone, who got one and really liked it, and she was very autistic. He's making an innuendo, Oozaloo. I don't know if he is actually, Nomon. I think you have too much confidence in him. Look, Abel has matured. He is about to engage on his first ever romantic escapade. He is no longer the kind of guy who just throws around innuendos, who talks about his head being squeezed between thighs. He's no longer that kind of guy. He's an adult now.
I'm going to clear this up. Unironically, as a child and through my teenage years, and honestly, up until now, the vast majority of the time I spend in bed, I have something covering my head. Usually, all the time, I'll just make sure that the blanket or whatever doesn't cover my mouth so I fucking die. It's legitimately that easy. There is no innuendo. I just like when the blanket is over my head.
No, I think Quattro has it right. He says, ask a girl out and you'll get her titties on your head.
It's just facts. I can personally confirm this.
That happened once, and on the one hand, I regret that it never went anywhere. But on the other hand, I'm happy that it never went anywhere because she married a furry, so I dodged a bullet.
Have you considered that maybe the furry ruined her?
You could have been a furry.
Quattro? I
Could have fixed her,
that,
bro.
And then I went, oh, but she's also a leftist, so we're good. We're good.
You could have fixed that too. You just have to hit the factory reset button.
Listen, all right?
You could have been
in
a furry.
hindsight, I don't think she was as cute as the other one.
8-Ball looking at hindsight.
I might be
saved
winning.
her from being a furry. I think not.
8-Ball was the first one white.
No.
What is it with you?
No one, as always, has his priorities.
Fun of you more. It's bad that I can make fun of you, 8-Ball.
Jackie, just because you have a wife, that doesn't mean that, one day things will be different.
When did that happen?
Yeah, I'm curious.
8-Ball is back to free association.
Yesterday.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm very curious. I have a wife.
What the fuck is happening in this stream?
Agreed. Agreed. I too would like to know.
Mental illnessy.
I had a girlfriend up until like 2 months ago.
Why?
I don't know, but they left me for a lesbian.
Damn. Dick's so bad. Oof.
Okay, so I'm looking now. I did get another contribution earlier. It was through my anonymous donation service, donate.oozaloo.net. Obviously, I won't say who sent it. If you sent it through that service and you meant for it to be anonymous, then continue to not mention it. If, however, you wanted some credit publicly for it, tell me, and I'll give that to you. And either way, tell me soon if you want me to not give you Cabal credit for it. Otherwise, I will give you the Cabal credit for it. That should not show up.
Maybe that's because a fever is a body's natural way of ridding an infection. When my wife was pregnant and delivered our son a few months ago, they pushed her to take acetaminophen for a low-grade fever. She said no, and then they looked to me and I said, absolutely no. I'm also here to announce good news. Today, the FDA is filing a Federal Register notice to change the label on an exciting treatment called prescription leucovorin so that it can be available to children with autism. You know, autism may also be due to an autoimmune reaction to a folate receptor on the brain, not allowing that important vitamin to get into the brain cells. It's a fairly established, mature pathway. Again, we have a duty to let doctors and the public know we are going to change the label to make it available. Hundreds of thousands of kids, in my opinion, will benefit. One study found that with
worth a fucking try, like worth a fucking look. Again, really concerned about the eugenic possibilities here, but very intrigued about the science. Worth a fucking check. Do some very careful studies on it. Okay. Well, I'll say who it is if you want, but I'll send you the credit now anyway. There we go, and okay, there we go. Okay, that's fine. It's done. You should see that you have that. Make sure, actually. Yep, that worked.
With kids with autism and chronic folate deficiency, 2/3 of kids with autism symptoms had improvement, and some marked improvement.
It's impressive.
Mr. President, you told us to do what's medically right, to go bold, and not worry about the corporations and the lobbyists. So that's what we're here doing today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thanks, Marty. I think you all appreciate the passion in the president's voice. We've been hearing that since the inauguration. In fact, even before the inauguration, the president was upset about what he spoke to today. And so together with Secretary Kennedy, who's made it his life's work to address some of these challenges with autism, they challenged us. In fact, they were harsher than that. They wanted no silos to break down what the NIH would do, what the FDA would do, what CMS would do. They insisted that the physician leaders bust through the clutter because their agencies had the power if we didn't do what every other prior administration had done, which is to let people function within their siloed environments. Because of that, in historic fashion, in a very accelerated manner, we have a response today to the autism crisis. It is the first of several chapters, but this is breaking news. You've heard some of it. The response to the autism crisis is going to continue to come to you under Secretary Kennedy's leadership, and the president wouldn't have it any other way, as you've heard. The FDA, based on NIH research, is approving prescription leucovorin for treatment of autistic children. Now, if you're following the script, there should be two.
It's a serious question, actually, chat. Press 1 if you would be willing to try that treatment, see what it did to you. I mean, I would say for those of you that might have autism, but that's redundant. Busak, you're perfect as you are. You don't need it. No one would be scared it would give him jungle fever. That's his greatest fear. No one day I believe that you, my friend, will find a nice, lovely, traditional, family-ready, Western cultural black woman to marry and have a family with. We'll be very happy for you.
Wait, hold on. Why are you dooming Nomon and Ted's relationship?
Is Ted a black woman?
Sometimes.
Can we ping Ted and ask him if he's a black woman?
I am not.
Oh, he's still here. Okay. Hello, Ted. No one with the emote that Di uses when I troll her. So there you go. Plus says 1. Trying random drugs is fun. Well, not many of you said 1. But, and that's fair enough. Like, it may be that you have autism and it would improve it in some ways, but it would not really be you anymore. Or that it might have unexpected side effects, of course. So yeah, it's understandable. But I expect many people will be willing to give it a go, especially those with more severe autism, especially those who, maybe people who have like really bad symptoms, like they've been trying to ask out a nice Filipino girl for a while, but they haven't just mustered up the courage to do so yet. We believe in you, Abel.
I wonder who that could be referring to.
We do believe in you, Abel. Whoever you are.
Kicked all 8 balls.
Well, one of you who isn't Abel has the 8-ball enroll. So I guess you're in the same boat.
Two questions that you have. Two questions that should come to your mind. The first is, how will patients and parents get access to the treatment? I'll tell you how. Over half of American children are covered by Medicaid and CHIP, government health insurance. Over half. And therefore, because they're covered in Medicaid and CHIP, upon this label change by Marty, state Medicaid programs in partnership with CMS will cover prescription leucovorin around the country. It's yours, but you have to go to a doctor to get a prescription because they know your child, they know you, and they know the medication. States will also have tools to monitor its use and ensure appropriate utilization. That's important for a bunch of reasons because we want the right kids getting the right prescription medications. We believe private insurance companies will rapidly follow our lead if they have not already done so. And again, to make sure that this is safe and effective treatment, you need a physician to prescribe the medication because it's on prescription. Second big question. How are we going to collect clinical data to answer the big questions that the president is asking and the secretary insists that we offer? CMS is also issuing guidance to convene states and existing research networks to support NIH and FDA in their research efforts of prescription leucovorin, while also maintaining the privacy of all patients, all health information of our beneficiaries. Collecting real-world data, which is what many of you have been asking us to do in the community, is fast, it is life-saving, and we'll get answers based on what happens over the next few months with this approach. The aggressive approach, and it is aggressive, demanded by the president and by the secretary, have already identified risk factors and opened the door for the first FDA-recognized treatment pathway for autism.
I'm going to keep listening to this. I do want to get through this, especially to get the questions at the end. I'm going to be right back. Just going to grab a drink, but I will be nearby. I'm going to leave it playing. Won't be able to pause it, but I think it's worth just listening for a few minutes. I won't be long.
It is the first of its kind, and it wouldn't have happened without the leadership of the president and the secretary. The fivefold increased prevalence of autism over the past 25 years demands a rapid response. The average clinician, researcher, we spoke to many, thought it would take 5 years to get this data. Parents are unwilling to wait 5 years. The president is unwilling to wait 5 years for these results. So the president and the secretary are acting today with this tri-agency move. The administration's bold actions investing in groundbreaking research follow the science, they restore trust, which has been lacking, and they will change the trajectory for millions of American families. Mr. President, God bless you for being brave. So let me introduce Dr. Fink, who's acting administrator, and after Dr. Fink, we've got some wonderful women, Jackie and Amanda. I know it's going to be tough, but if you can make some comments about this historic day, God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for this opportunity to speak with all of you today. As a pediatrician and mom, I'm here today to talk about what this announcement means for the millions of moms and dads who are faced with the choice of whether to take acetaminophen during pregnancy. It's hard to hear information that challenges the status quo. We are sharing this information not to confuse, but to empower parents to make the best choices when taking medications during pregnancy. We are all concerned about the rising rates of neurodevelopmental disorders, including autism. President Trump and Secretary Kennedy are dedicated to radical transparency so that patients have the best, most up-to-date information. We are also sharing this information with our nation's doctors, and we encourage you, as always, to consult with your doctor to make the best decision for you. All too often, it's easy to think that medicines we buy without a prescription pose little to no risk for the mom or the baby. As you heard today, pregnant women who need high fever or pain reduction during pregnancy should take the lowest effective dose of acetaminophen for the shortest possible duration. Most women will not meet these indications during their pregnancies. I am encouraged by these developments today because it is another example of our commitment to the American people to leave no stone unturned in improving the health of our nation's children. Next, I'm going to turn it over to some incredible mothers who are going to share more about their stories, and we're so grateful to have you here today.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President and team, for all your work. This is an historic day, and I'm thankful to be here. I have a son who's 5 who is profoundly autistic, and you've probably heard if you've met one autistic child, you've met one autistic child. It's a spectrum, which I don't think the spectrum is helpful, but that's another conversation. He is an amazing little boy, a blessing from God. He's marvelous. He can count to 1,000. He knows all of his letters and the sounds they make and a word for each one. But he also has a lot of obstacles. He is nonverbal. He can say those numbers and letters, but there's no communication. Unless you've lived with profound autism, you have no idea. You have no idea. He, like you said, he will get frustrated because he can't speak. It's not even that he can't speak. Sometimes he just doesn't understand what I'm saying. He understands the word no, but he doesn't understand the why behind the no. And that's a huge part of discipline. That's the discipline. So it's very hard to discipline a child with autism, so you have these behaviors. And it's a very hopeless feeling. It's very isolating being a parent with a profound autistic child. Even just taking them over to your friend's house is something we just don't do because, again, they're going to be met with no, 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 and no understanding of why. And then there's a meltdown. And then you're in a situation where you're just helpless and you're just trying to protect your kid. So it's just better not to do it. You learn your limits, and it's been really hard. This is amazing that we're here today. And no one has been able to point to anything to say this is what caused it. And you can't point to that and say it didn't cause it. I have no idea. I'm completely open, not blaming anything, but I'm open to the discussion and the fact that there's work being done to find answers. I'm very grateful. I was already excited to vote for Mr. Trump anyway, Mr. President. But when we got word of RFK doing his work, I was ecstatic. I could not wait for this work to be done, that somebody would try to find us some answers. I'm just very grateful. I pray for my son every day and hope that he can get the help that he needs. And just thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Donna. You take care of this.
Hi, my name's Jackie. I'm also extremely grateful for the opportunity to be here and share my son's story. My son is Eddie. He's 11. He's on the opposite end of the spectrum from what Amanda just explained. He's considered high functioning. He was not always high functioning. He was nonverbal till the age 4. We've had quite a hard time to get to the place where we are today. I am just so grateful to President Trump and the entire administration for finally listening to moms who have been crying out for help, for answers for years. I've met so many other moms with children on the spectrum in the 9 years since my son's diagnosis, and they all have very similar stories. And they've all just wanted somebody to listen, to not ridicule them or look at them like they were the crazy people. It's hard when you don't have doctors that take the time to really listen and find out when the change happened and what change happened. And it's just, I've been praying for this day for 9 years, and I'm so thankful to God for bringing the administration into our lives. And I'm speechless. This day is a day I never thought would happen. I thought that we would never have an administration that was courageous enough to look into things that no prior administration had. So I'm just here to express my gratitude, and I am looking forward to what comes from this, and hopefully we just get more answers. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So I just want to.
Well, to be fair, Nomon, they can't really ask the non-verbal child to express what it's like for them to grow up compared to other kids. It was short, that section, Nomon, to be fair. So I think it's okay. They were just giving an idea of what it's like to have the condition.
I do agree with Abla. I personally am just going there like, oh, damn, that's crazy. Anyways, get on with it. But I imagine for a lot of normies, woman is it's fair. The first one I think was better than the second one.
Yeah, and some of them are not non-verbal, of course, but they're still not going to be great at public speaking. I don't know, maybe it's a bit demeaning to get them to talk about how it is for them, but maybe that is better, actually. Not sure. Either way, it didn't take very long.
Let's say acetaminophen is basically Tylenol, essentially, because I noticed that term is used throughout this conference. So it's essentially Tylenol. And I just recommend strongly that you don't use Tylenol unless it's absolutely necessary. I understand it's maybe 10% of the women that are pregnant are, would perhaps be forced to use it. And that would mean you just can't tough it out. No matter what you do, you can't tough it out. So that's up to you and your doctor. But there's a very strong recommendation, maybe stronger from me than from the group, because they're waiting for certain studies. I just want to say it like it is. Don't take Tylenol. Don't take it. If you just can't, it's fight like hell not to take it. There may be a point where you have to, and that you have to work out with yourself. So don't take Tylenol. Other things that we recommend, or certainly I do anyway, is, and it's so important to me to see the doctor 4 times or 5 times for a vaccine. Don't let them pump your baby up with the largest pile of stuff you've ever seen in your life going into the delicate little body of a baby. Even if it's 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, you just break it up into, I would say 5, but let's say 4 visits to the doctor instead of 1. And certain things I think you should do. We've already taken out and are in the process of taking out mercury and aluminum now. You know what mercury is. You know what aluminum is. Who the hell wants that pumped into a body?
I wonder how many people on this team shorted Johnson & Johnson before this announcement.
And there were
I
rumors
hope so.
about both of them for a long time. But we're having them taken out. We're having them taken out of the vaccines.
What is going on with the woman on the right? Why does she have her teeth constantly baring? Or am I just mistaken? It looks like she's just constantly like that. Constantly teeth baring. No, I don't think that is lip gloss. I think it's teeth.
Those are her. Oh wait, no, you're right. Yeah, it's sort of a weird, like her bottom lip is higher though. It's just high. It's just low enough you can see like the crack of the mouth, but not so low that you'll actually see teeth proper.
That might be the face of, I really shouldn't have gotten that food from those Indians.
Look at this beautiful pattern.
Look, I'm just going to
Okay,
say,
in fairness, that's what he looks like all the time.
that woman's face is literally the face I see every autistic mother make when they go, my child is special and I love them.
He is a blessing.
He is a blessing.
She said that in case he ever gains enough mental function to see this press conference.
But it's that look of, I am faking the smile and I want to die.
I suppose it depends on how low functioning he is.
What should we use as our benchmark, 8-Ball?
Berlin, perhaps?
Nah, that's too extreme.
Too low.
Again, that's sexually transmitted, and we think you should wait. I think you should wait till 12. I'm just making these statements from me. I'm not making them from these doctors, because when they...
All right, when he says sexually transmitted, I think you should wait until 12. He doesn't mean wait until you are 12 before you have sex. I think he meant wait until 12. It's either days or weeks before you do multiple things, and he was talking about something else for sexually transmitted, I think.
Better be at least 12 years old until you bang the maid.
They talk
years
about.
old.
No, he was at a military boarding school, wasn't he?
I don't know.
Different results, different studies. I talk about a lot of common sense, and they have that too. They have that too a lot. But I recommend the hepatitis B. Take it at 12. Sexually transmitted. You don't have to give it to the baby when the baby's 2 years old, and they're alive.
Right, yeah, I see what he means. That does make sense, actually. I wish he'd stop saying give the baby hepatitis B. I wish he'd just say the hepatitis B vaccine instead, but I do get what he means. It does make sense.
The hep vaccine.
Even 12 is a bit fucking early, but, kids these days having sex way too early.
A lot of theories on that, but not when they're 12. Doesn't seem to be a problem at all. The MMR and the chickenpox. Chickenpox has already been broken out. It's a singular shot, but the MMR is not. And I've heard for years that there's a problem with it, but they say that there's no problem if you do each shot separately, not put together. So an MMR, go out and.
Why is she baring her teeth? She's still doing it. She looks so fucking weird. Why is she doing this? Is she just here to demonstrate?
I regret what I ate earlier, and I need to not shit myself.
No, she's getting a toothy blowjob.
Abel, you need to go and have some sex so that you can make these sexual references and have any idea what you're talking about. Go and ask out the nice Filipino girl. Yes, I know you can't do it now. You could have done it at the beginning of the stream.
Do it separately. Don't take Tylenol. Don't give Tylenol to the baby after the baby's born. Every time the baby gets a shot, the baby gets a shot. They say, here, take a cup of Tylenol. I've heard that for years. Take Tylenol. Don't take Tylenol. Don't have your baby take Tylenol. Now, Tylenol is fine for people that aren't pregnant, that aren't in the situation that we're talking about. One very specific situation. If you're pregnant, don't take Tylenol. When you have your baby, don't give your baby Tylenol at all, unless it's absolutely necessary. Don't do it. Break up your visits to the doctors. Break them up. Do it in 5 if you can. Now, it's inconvenient. It's inconvenient. Oh, you got to have to go back another year later. You're going to go back each year for 4 years, 5 years, 3 years. Just break it up. Break it up because it's too much liquid. Too many different things are going into that baby at too big a number. The size of this thing, when you look at it, it's like 80 different vaccines and beyond vaccines, and 80. And you give that to a little kid. I mean, I can tell you that I had a woman who worked for me, a beautiful, wonderful woman, worked in Trump Tower, and she had the most perfect child. Beautiful. Just perfect. And I remember this little blonde-haired boy running around the lobby of Trump Tower, so healthy and so vibrant. And I said, that's great. One day...
And I gave him directions. Right, because in Home Alone 2.
And that boy became Barack Obama.
And that boy became Albert Einstein.
Day, I came in and she was crying, her eyes out behind the counter. She worked at the front desk. She was crying her eyes out. I've never, as much as I've ever seen anyone distraught, she was. I said, are you okay? What happened? My boy, I've lost my boy. What does that mean, your boy? My boy, you know him, sir. You've seen him grow up. He was so beautiful. And I took him for a vaccine, sir. And he developed this unbelievable, I think she said 107, 108. It goes well beyond when this happens. It goes up to 106, 107, 108. We hear 105 and you're in trouble, but it just goes up to a level that you never hear about, but it goes up very high. And it's fried. They get fried. She said, I took him, he got developed an unbelievable temperature. And I've lost him, sir. He's gone. And then I saw the boy. It was so tragic to see. That was the following day. That was the following day after the vaccine. And I've seen it 2 other times, and I think 3 other times, but 2 other.
Boy, Trump, I wish you'd have given this kind of advice about the COVID vaccines you endorsed. Can't win them all. Yes.
Other times where they go to the doctor and they get the vaccine, they get the shot, the kid is, badly hurt. Let's be nice, badly hurt. And just do it. Break it up into 5, break it up into 4, break it up into 3 if you have to, but go to the doctor 4 times instead of once, or 5 times instead of once. And for some reason, they insist that you put it all into the body, and maybe that's the drug companies that make more money that way. Maybe it's the doctors because they don't want to be, doing this so much. Maybe it's the doctors. They get maybe more money. Who the hell knows what it is?
Yeah, I don't think any of those actually fit. I'm not sure why they do it all at once. Good question. What are the odds he is back in this because of guilt over COVID? Possibly Bullseye. Yeah, sorry, Bullseye. Yeah, possibly. Part of the road. There's many bumps on the road, but you can find a better path as you go through it, as you learn more.
Don't do it. Get them broken into 4 or 5 visits. Do it 4 or 5. That means you have 20%, 25% what you...
Trump has so far made about 10 points, which could have been made in, even at his talking speed, about 15 minutes. And yet he stretched it into like half an hour solid of him talking, just going over the same thing over and over again. Or anyway, an amount. It's an important topic, but he's really going over these multiple times. He's made each point about 6 or 7 times now, in different orders and different conjugations.
What you're putting into the baby's body. It can only help. Can only help. And the other things I told you about, just the word tough it out. It's easy for me to say tough it out, but sometimes in life, with a lot of other things, you have to tough it out also. Don't take Tylenol. Don't give Tylenol to the baby. When the baby's born, they throw it at you. Here, give them a couple of Tylenol. They give them a shot. They give them a vaccine. And every time they give them a vaccine, they're throwing Tylenol. And some of these babies, they're long born, and all of a sudden they're gone. And
we're going to get into questions soon, by the looks of it. Yeah, very soon. Very soon.
There's no
Should we
downside.
just skip to questions?
There's no downside
it's like less than 30 seconds from now.
at all. And break up MMR. Break it up. It's practically a known fact that if you break it up, you're not going to have a problem. But for years, we've been hearing how bad MMR is as a combination. And I'm very happy that you broke out chickenpox, because that was really a problem. And there are other things. It's interesting because there are other things, we were talking about it, other different drugs, pills that you take that we know are so bad and they don't take them anymore. But for some reason, with this, they keep taking it. Don't take Tylenol. There's no downside. Don't take it. You'll be uncomfortable. It won't be as easy, maybe, but don't take it. If you're pregnant, don't take Tylenol. And
guys, I think I'm going to take some Tylenol. Anyone else feeling like a Tylenol? It's weird. I don't know why. Doesn't even taste of anything, but I'm having a weird craving for Tylenol. I just want to get a jar of them and just Tylenol. It's Tylenol time. Anyway.
Don't give it to the baby after the baby is born.
I just want to give my baby Tylenol. I don't know why.
And we have...
Probably best take Trump's advice for now, to be honest. He seems quite certain. I think were I a nursing mother, I would probably just take the fucking advice.
More than 3 years left. And I told Bobby and the doctors behind me, and they are so committed to this, I told them that this is the number one thing I want to do from you. And we have something else called favored nations, where I'm going to be reducing drug prices by 1,000%, by 900, 600, 500, 1,200. We're going to be reducing drug prices at levels never seen. It's called favored nations. We're going to be paying what right now, we're like the garbage can for the rest of the world, and we have been for forever. We pay much higher for drugs than the rest of the world. We subsidize the rest of the world. We're not doing that anymore. And that's a big thing. That's a big thing. That's bigger than anything. I told the story the other night.
She's still baring her teeth, by the way. Hasn't stopped.
That I was so proud of my first term.
She might be dead. She's just being swayed around by someone behind her, and the eyelids being held open by some strings.
Obviously, I'm not a doctor. I am just a cop with a very feminine look.
Okay.
I mean, allegedly.
I'm sorry, what?
Why did you admit that?
Allegedly something.
Eric, I did not realize that this video is much longer than that. However, it really should be any second now. Like, you look here, it's there. So, okay, that's actually 1 and 2/3 minutes. My mistake. I underestimated how long the video is, but still, we're pretty close.
That for the final year, drug prices
silly
went
orange
down
man, speed up.
And he's actually saying new stuff now. So I will speed it up, but I probably will put it back to normal speed when we get there.
1/4%, and I was so proud. I said, "Why? I'm the first one to do it." I think it was 28 years. They said where drug prices went down from the beginning of the term to the end, and I was so proud. I called a news conference. I said, drug prices have gone down. First time it's happened in 28 years. You know what it was? 1/4%. I was so proud. Now we're going to have them go down from $100 a pill to $9 a pill, from $1,300 for a shot of like an Ozempic or the fat. I call it the fat pill or the fat drug. Sometimes it works, I guess, for people. The ones I've seen, it hasn't worked so well. I got a lot of friends that have fat. And they said, "Yeah, I lost some weight." I said, "Yeah."
Well, it's called an anti-decadent, isn't it? Which I think is kind of amazing. You can turn decadence off with a pill. But if that's the case, I'm guessing that there is more than one reason why people get fat. Some of them do it for decadent reasons, whatever exactly that means medically. And some people do it for other reasons. So for some, it would work really well, and for some, it wouldn't, I guess.
Said, look at to me, but they pay $1,300, $1,200, and they go to London and they pay $88. And they call me, they go, "What's this all about?" We're subsidizing the rest of the world stupidly because there are a lot of stupid people in this country running things. And how big is that? But to me, that's nothing compared to autism. I see that gorgeous boy. I have a big present for him in the back. You bring him back. We're going to bring him into the Oval Office. I have the best present he's ever going to get, okay? A big one. I saved it for you, okay? Because I heard you were coming. Look how beautiful he is. So that's it.
Oh, look at him. Look at him there on the right. Isn't he such a beautiful big boy? He looks a bit like Mehmet Oz, doesn't he? Either way. You can tell he's got severe autism. Profound indeed autism. Wow. Chat, isn't he a cute boy? Anyway.
There's nothing much to say. Don't take Tylenol if you're pregnant, and don't give Tylenol to your child when he's born.
Okay, this is the bit where they zoomed out, but this is still not questions. He's still going over the same things again. It looks like they genuinely are getting to questions very soon. I might skip ahead a bit. I don't know. Does this even have questions?
Before she's born, don't get it up. Just break it up. Break it's already separate. You just don't want to have. It's going to be the kind of number that we're hearing, where it's 1 in 32 or 1 in 10, because I've heard 1 in 10 also. And in California, it's really bad. I want it to be, let's get it back to maybe 1 in 10,000 or 1 in 20,000 or maybe none in 20,000. And the only way you're going to do that, because this is artificially induced. This is induced by...
But Trump, that's not how ratios work. Never mind.
Means you're taking something and something's wrong. And I feel very certain, and I know I'll be criticized. Someday they'll look back and they'll say, well, it wasn't, but I think it will. I think we cured it. Got inflated today. Questions. Let's
okay.
From a tough life, really tough life. We're going to save a lot of parents.
See, it was only about 30 seconds. Dog years.
Okay, how about a few questions? Let's just make it on this subject. This is so beyond as a subject that I'd rather not talk about, some nonsense on the economy. And I will say this, the economy is unbelievable. The market just hit another record high and all that stuff.
Yeah, not for J&J.
This means more to me. Yeah, please.
or Kuvu, or whatever they're called.
Yes.
Why do you think we haven't heard more previously about the tie to autism in acetaminophen?
Nobody knows. I don't know. Not only that, when you say it, you get attacked. I was saying something similar, not as strongly, because now facts are on our side. But I was saying it with Bobby 20 years ago, and I was attacked. I said, whoa, what was that all about? I had no idea. You get attacked. I don't know. The medical community, drug companies, doctors, I don't know what it is. All I want to do, I don't care. I don't care about being attacked. It doesn't matter to me. I believe that the numbers at the end of our term or shortly thereafter could be really phenomenal. I want it to go up, just like it came down to this horrible level. 1 in 10, 1 in 12. I was told 1 in 10. I was told 1 in 12. Today I heard 1 in 31 if you add the girls and the boys together. It's crazy. And it was 1 in 10,000 and 1 in 20,000. It's not even sustainable for a country. You want to know the truth. And there are other places that don't have it. And they have things in common. And that's called medical research. Yeah, please.
I'm curious, as you look at the trend lines,
yeah,
how much of this is the causation of acetaminophen, and how much is sort of better diagnosis, doctors, researchers having a better understanding of what is on the autism spectrum?
Do you want to do that? Sure, go ahead.
Right. Good. This is what I wanted.
That's one of the canards that has been promoted by the industry for many years, that it's changed diagnostic criteria, better recognition. But there's been study after study, none of that completely debunks that. One of them by the Mind Institute at UC.
All right, I'm open to that. Go for it, RFK.
University of California. But also it's just common sense, because you're only seeing this in people who are under 50 years of age. If it were better recognition or diagnosis, you'd see it in 70-year-old men.
Fair enough.
I've seen this happening.
I mean, they've lived an entire life. They probably aren't going to bother getting diagnosed at 70, but a child is under constant watch, and autism is very much affects the young age more than it does when they're older. So actually, that's not a great argument because of the specific condition. It may not be quite the same ratio that you described, but not a great argument.
So the other factor as well, where is if you are sufficiently high functioning to a point, you can reasonably get to adulthood without being diagnosed.
Yeah.
And you will have adapted. It might have been rougher for you, but you'll have adapted socially to the environment that you're in.
Yeah.
Because as you grow up, you just pick things up. It's not a terrible answer. I'm quite happy with this overall, but
I'm curious, Sick Puppy, if you're there, what do you think of the $100,000 charge Trump's put on the Jeets we were talking about earlier? You're acting like the Jeets have taken everyone's money, but I don't think it's them. I don't think Trump is their friend either.
In people my age, I've never seen a case of full-blown autism, and that means profound autism. I want to be very careful. Headbanging, stimming, toe walking, nonverbal, non-toilet trained. I've never in my life seen a 70-year-old man who looks like that. You're only seeing it in the kids. It's an epidemic.
I'm open to that. I think I'm not completely convinced by your positions, RFK. The age thing, I think the explanation I gave is definitely a possibility. But you're right that I don't remember seeing any old people like that. It might be that there's some other reason for that, some other cause. Maybe it doesn't tend to last into their old age. Then again, there probably are some old people like that. Maybe not that many, but there are. And I don't know what proportion of young people are like that either, because we're not just talking autism in the broad sense, we're talking profound autism there. And that's not 1 in 10 or 1 in 30. That's probably 1 in a few thousand, if that. So that number might not have changed very much over the years. So I'm not very convinced on that. And what you said about the idea of the qualifications, the criteria changing over the years, that's been debunked. Okay. I'd like you to tell me more. You haven't. You've just said it's been widely debunked. Okay. What part of it's been debunked? Because there had to be a time in history where we were diagnosing it less than we are now. Right? So the numbers will have gone up during the gradient between when we were diagnosing it not at all and the amount we're diagnosing it now. The numbers will have gone up. Don't know how much, but they will have gone up. So Not very happy with that. I'm glad they at least addressed it. I'm not very happy with the answer.
So I've just pulled up a report from the CDC where, one second, I'll link it. There is a summary of it on a Autism Science Foundation, on the Autism Science Foundation website. If this is an accurate summary, this is from 2023. The CDC reports that roughly 26%, it's closer to 27, so it's like 26.7-ish % of people who have been diagnosed with autism have profound autism. It doesn't go into too much depth on what that means. I presume
that's many more than I would expect.
Yes.
Wow.
Which, for reference, in 2016, it mentions that in 2016 the prevalence of profound autism was 4.6 for every 1,000 8-year-old children in the United States.
It might be that, thank you for looking this up, April. It might be that the qualification that these guys are using for autism is really a medically relevant threshold. And so profound autism is a pretty significant portion of that. Whereas what Trump is using is more like, do they have any symptoms of autism rather than a medically relevant level of autism? So that's all got to be addressed. It's all got to be reasoned out. We're going to make sure we know that all of those things are like. Stu's just like, it could be argued that you don't hear anyone admitting they had those issues when younger or witnesses of people getting over it. Open-minded on this. I too am open-minded on it, but I'm not happy with the level of rigor that I have so far seen. Now, I assume there's way more rigor behind the surface, but what I've heard from RFK there, they're arguments which have counter-arguments that I don't think have been considered here. Maybe he was just being quick, but this is the question I wanted the answer to. This is the question I'd rather you just spend half an hour answering rather than 2 minutes answering and then 45 extra minutes repeating the same thing Trump had already said, and Trump repeating the same thing he'd already said. If you would just balance them out a little bit differently, we could have got the answer to the really important question. Because I think this is still a factor, despite the fact you're saying it's debunked. What part of it's debunked? It can't be a non-factor. It must be a factor to some degree, whether it's the whole factor or not. And I'm open to believing there is an epidemic, but I'm not open to believing that the rate and the criteria have remained equal through time, or anything else that would debunk the idea that that's the main factor. Well, I mean, I'm open to it, but I'm not convinced. Wish he'd given a better answer there, but at least they have considered it. So I'm willing to believe, if I don't get to see any more information, I'm willing to believe that they've at least got some smart people back there, but we'll see. Or at least that they know of it.
President, I was hoping that you could clear up confusion for moms and dads across America, many of whom voted for you. There's a statement that was put out by the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, and in their statement, they write, acetaminophen remains a safe, trusted option for pain relief during pregnancy, and that's at odds with what you said and with what many of the experts say. How do you...
The establishment. That's the establishment. They're funded by lots of different groups. And you know what?
He doesn't often say that.
They're right. I don't think they are, because I don't think the facts bear it out at all.
I do appreciate that Trump is being quite responsible with his stating of what is true here. He's been very clear, much too clear, really, that he's doing this early before he knows for sure, because it's safer to warn people. But he is being clear. He doesn't know for sure, but he's pretty sure. That's good. I appreciate the rigor.
They're fighting for something that, in my opinion, they shouldn't be fighting for. But here's the thing. There's no downside to doing, other than a mother will have to, as I say, tough it out a little bit. There's no downside to doing this. It's not like, oh, if you do this, you're going to die. There's no downside. There's no downside to going over a 4-year or a 5-year period or a 3-year period, or even if you space them out for 6 months, you space it out. There's no downside. And that's why I will say the gentleman behind me, they have very strong views and they feel that we're right, but they'll have more research done over the next 2 months. I said, well, 2 months is a long time. A lot of people can be saved, and there's no downside to doing it. Everything I said, there's no downside to doing it. It can only be good. And I think you're going to see very good results. That's establishment stuff. And we've been reading that about a lot of things for years. And you know what's happened? We've gone from 1 in 20,000 to 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 32 to 1 in 10. Think of it. 1 in 10 or 12 or 1 in 31. Think of it. 1 in 31 people, young kids, get autism. What is it, Jeff?
My question is about leucovorin. You mentioned that as part of your plan. That is also a chemotherapy treatment. Have you been in touch with the drug companies to
Why don't
increase
I have the
production
doctor
about
answer that?
And just, I'm going to throw in my follow-up at the same time. Dr. Oz mentioned that this will be available with CHIP, children who are on CHIP. But the big beautiful bill reduced funding for CHIP and Medicaid by $1 trillion over the next 10 years. Are you concerned that that will impact your ability to get this drug out?
I'll explain it to you in a second, but please go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you. Leucovorin is not a chemotherapy, but it is a vitamin given with chemotherapy sometimes. And the idea here is that the folic acid receptor in the brain is blocked by some antibody response. It might be 20, 40, 50% of kids with autism. And leucovorin will bypass that blocked receptor. And that's why so many doctors are probably seeing so much clinical improvement on kids with leucovorin.
Interesting.
Yeah, we've been in touch with the companies, and they are prepared to ramp up production. And we actually talked to them about a month ago.
And on your second part of your nasty question, the number is that the great big beautiful bill, which is the greatest, I think one of the best things ever passed in the history, with the tax cuts and regulation cuts and all of the things it does. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime.
Yes, Trump, it was very big and very beautiful. Get on with it.
It also gives $200 million, as just explained by Dr. Oz. And I'd like you to explain that, Doctor, to exactly what you're saying.
The Big Beautiful Bill actually increases Medicaid spending projected over the next 10 years by $200 billion. There's also a $50 billion rural health transformation fund, which will allow a lot of these programs to get in the rural parts of the country that the president and Congress are handing to governors to start distributing. Those grants have already gone out. The money will be allocated by the end of this calendar year. And I want to point out that the ability of NIH to do research that feeds and hands the ball to the FDA, which then can change labeling to allow Medicaid programs in states to fund this program, will ensure that the things that President Trump and Secretary Kennedy desire are financially affordable for the families around America. But most of the kids are on Medicaid, probably 43% on Medicaid, another 8-10% on CHIP, and all the programs in general are being evaluated. Most of what the One Big Beautiful Bill was seeking to do was to remove fraud, waste, and abuse. But the programs themselves should stay financially intact for the people for whom they were designed, in this case for children.
And the only thing we cut, so that's $200 billion positive. The only thing we cut was for fraud, waste, and abuse, of which there was a lot in this country, and nobody minds that. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, you said that there is no reason to give newborn babies hepatitis B vaccines, but hepatitis B can be contracted not just through sexually transmitted diseases, it can come from needles to open wounds. So when you say you feel, is that appropriate to be telling?
I think it's absolutely appropriate. I think they should wait till they're 12 years old. Yes, please.
Didn't really address her question. It's not the main concern here, but that is a fair point she's made, that you could get a sexually transmitted disease without sex through an open wound, as she said. Yeah, could have it earlier than 12, but yeah, it's going to be pretty rare that happens.
You've been talking about reducing autism by spacing out vaccines. Would you like other combined vaccines babies receive to be spaced out like MMRV?
What is this again?
You've been talking,
speak up, please.
You've been talking about reducing autism by spacing out vaccines.
Right, correct.
Would you like the other combined vaccines babies receive to be spaced out like MMRV?
I would say yes, but that just is, for me, it's a lot of common sense involved in this. It's a process, but we're looking, but it should at least be given separately. Now, it's possible that you can reduce them and I'd give them in small doses, but it's possible maybe in that particular case, the MMR wouldn't work in small doses, but you can certainly give them as separate shots. It's been proven to be very safe when you give them in separate shots instead of mixing. So I don't think there's any reason to do that. Do you agree with it? I'm not a doctor, but I'm giving my opinion. I don't think there's any reason to do that. So it's been proven to be safe when you break them up. But MMR by itself, I've heard of bad things.
That is good to know. It's a fairly easy way to deal with it if you have kids break up their space around the vaccines.
Many years, yes, please.
Is the spectrum too broad, in your opinion? For research purposes, you are dealing with a population of children who might have social boundary difficulties, and then you have children who are, going to grow up to be adults.
We don't know how broad the spectrum is. We don't know exactly where it starts and where it ends, but we do know what we're going through. We're going through some very serious trouble, and we know autism. I mean, it could be bigger, it could be small, a little bit smaller, but the number is unacceptable. And the number, the way it's come down, because the spectrums you mentioned.
Yeah, unfortunately, Trump, exactly where you draw the line on what counts as autism is vital to assessing whether there is even a problem in the first place. And I'm not that confident that you guys get that. Great face on Trump there, by the way. Trump when the autism hits.
This is my opinion. I'd probably just argue that the point you want to care about is the profound autism, and maybe the lower end of the medium functioning. That's the two main points, and because if I don't know how much the data has changed since 2023, I imagine they're working with some updated stuff. But if, like in the thing I found, it's like 20, more than a quarter, a little bit, of all autistic children have profound autism, that's a problem. It's still relatively small, but it's a massive issue. That's the main point of interest, I'd say, and that's probably what they're thinking when they're thinking of autism, but I can't be in their heads to know.
Indeed.
Remained the same. The number of the way it's come down is just unacceptable, meaning come down to that level of 1 in 10, 1 in 12, 1 in 31. Go ahead, in the back.
This question is more directed towards Secretary Kennedy. We've talked about that. We're just kind of finding out about the fact that babies are affected this way. Is there a concern that information is being suppressed right now within HHS, and could an investigation perhaps be launched?
Well, I think information has been really not given out very freely over the years, absolutely. And I think that's by drug companies and maybe doctors, but I certainly think that over the years. I think this is a different group. We have a lot of information. And that information, I mean, it's the information that we have that we're making these statements.
Sounds interestingly specific there, Trump. I'd like to know more.
And I'm making them out front, and I'm making them loud, and I'm making them strongly not to take Tylenol, not to take it. Just don't take it unless it's absolutely necessary, and there's not too many cases where that will be the case. And again, what's the worst? The worst is nothing can happen. It's very positive. That's a positive thing. But I don't believe I don't actually believe that's possible. I think the results are going to be amazing. I want to see amazing results by the time I leave this beautiful building. And I will consider this, I believe, with the wars, I've stopped 7 different wars. I've saved millions of lives. I've done a lot of things. This will be as important as any single thing I've done, because I know ladies, beautiful ladies just like this that are going through the same thing. And it's not easy. And I admire you for being able to do it. But I admire him too. I wish I had a face that looked like that. If I looked like him, I would have been president a long time ago.
Widely used in other countries too. As you make this announcement, do you expect your decision may affect?
I hope they follow it. Yeah, I hope they follow it. Yeah, other countries are, sell Tylenol. Some countries don't. I mean, I hear Cuba now. Again, you'll have to check this out. But I hear Cuba doesn't have it because it's very expensive, and they don't have the money to have it, or they don't want to spend the money to have it. They don't have Tylenol, and I hear they have essentially no autism. So you'll have to check it out. Yeah, Brian, please.
Medical professionals have warned.
No, I said no, not you. You're CNN. You're fake news. Go ahead, Brian.
Yes, that is my man.
There we go.
No one said real communism is when too poor to afford autism. Very good.
I want to go back to the Amish community if I can just for a second. I recently saw a man from Minnesota, an Amish man from Minnesota, on a podcast, and the host asked him what the rates were for like ADHD and autism, and he had no idea about ADHD, didn't know it existed, and certainly didn't know of any cases.
It doesn't exist with the Amish community, and they don't take all of this junk. It doesn't exist. That tells you, doesn't that?
Again, tough to know that for sure. Could be diagnosis. More traditional societies don't tend to, and this is, I'm not saying good or bad either, by the way, don't tend to assign labels to variations that appear to be mental variations. They just tend to assume it's a personality variation, besides which it's hard to notice patterns in very small societies like that of different people's behavior. You don't have very many samples to deal with. So I could well believe that they absolutely do have ADHD and autism. They just don't have an awareness of it. However,
it's barn autism.
However, I'm also open to the idea that, yes, ADHD and autism are normal, real genetic, possibly, either way, normal conditions that a number of people always have had in history, but that there is an additional prevalence of autism, or perhaps an effect that's very similar to autism, which is being caused by Tylenol or something else. I'm willing to believe that that's separate. I don't yet know what even they're saying the structure of these effects is. I don't think they know either yet.
That's like certain countries where it doesn't exist and they don't take it. Would you like to make a comment about that one?
The Amish population is a very mixed group. So there's a subset that take vaccines, a subset that does not. And we know they have very low rates of chronic disease all across the board.
I mean, yeah. It could be because they have a very active lifestyle. Because they're not subject to the pharmaceutical industrial complex.
Please.
President, should the establishment media show at least some openness to, trying to figure out what the causes of autism
I wish they
are?
would, yeah.
Why are they so close-minded?
Well, look, it's not only the media, in all fairness, it's some people. When you talk about vaccines, they go crazy. And, I'm a big supporter of vaccines. I got a certain vaccine approved in 9 months that would have taken from 5 to 12 years. I'm very proud.
Oh my God, he's still fucking proud of it. Dude, this vaccine was probably worse than worse than its overall effect, perhaps not, but worse if it had been going for as long, definitely.
I think it was one of the greatest things I've done, and some people think, mostly Republicans actually, I'll tell you, the Democrats think they think Operation Warp Speed was one of the greatest things any president has done, any president. It's
that's got to tell you something, Trump, surely.
We got hit with something that came from a place that shouldn't have happened, but it did happen. Those things take place, and you're very unpleasantly surprised. But no, I'm a big believer in vaccines. Polio vaccine, big believer in vaccines. I know Bobby and you guys have it out a little bit, but he's a believer in vaccines too. But I've seen how great vaccines can be.
It's hard not to be. They've been going for over 100 years, and they've solved some really fucking nasty diseases, like wiped them out almost entirely.
Also caused some others.
Yeah, they're not perfect, but it's a tool like any other.
Bill Gates.
It's a tool like any other.
Polio.
It's a very powerful one if you do it properly. Yeah, if you're ever lacking confidence in humanity, just go to, I think it's polio or something else, and look up the second word on the Wikipedia page. It's not polio is.
We nearly eradicated polio.
It's polio was.
And then Bill Gates brought it back.
I don't know much about that, but maybe. I don't know if it's polio specifically. I'm thinking of that might be something else.
The short version of it is he created another vaccine that was actually super polio, as it is called,
nice.
Well, colloquially. This is much stronger than the original version of it. And as a result, he is not allowed back in several countries where he distributed this for testing.
Wow.
He just decided to experiment on the populations.
That's almost as bad as Windows.
I know.
Would you rather have...
He gave both digital
super
diseases
polio
and real ones.
Would you rather have super polio or Windows?
I think he
Very
does
tough
have
call.
Windows.
It's a tough call.
I think he has super polio right now.
So I'm a believer. Yeah.
Go on, Trump. Burst into the Shrek song.
Yeah, please.
Your comments you made about MMR and hepatitis B, I know you said those were your suggestions. Have you spoken with Secretary Kennedy about actually making those changes?
I have. I've spoken to all the doctors about it, and doctors that are not here right now. I've spoken to many doctors about everything we're talking about. And the Tylenol has started to be spoken of over the last period of time, but we've been doing the research. A lot of what they've been speaking about comes from right here, by research done by these people. And I just say it again: don't take Tylenol. Don't take it. And don't give it to your child after your child is born. And do all those other things, little things, just spread out your visits, et cetera, on the vaccine. And I want to thank everybody. This is a very important day. Thank you very much.
There you go. Very interesting. Not sure what to think about that, but I will say there is probably something to what they're saying. I think it would be, I'm willing to trust enough that they and the people around them are not so dumb that they would find this from nothing. I'm a little cautious that they might not have taken into account the factor of assessment quite as much as they should have done, but I suspect there's something to this. We'll end the stream next, chat, but Quattro, is there anything you want to add before we do?
I don't have anything more to add. Not that I can think of.
Well, we'll certainly keep an eye on it, chat. This is a very big story. So there you go. Thank you for joining me today. Thank you for everyone for your generosity, especially 8-Ball, it must be said. And I hope it was worth it for the roles, 8-Ball. And I will see you soon. And you, chat, will see Cabby soon. I feel like I'm very close to getting Cabby to the point where every problem we've encountered so far, every exploit, every flaw, has basically been solved. Where it would be very difficult for even me to break past it, and I know exactly how it works. Once we get to that point, I'll quite happily make it public. Probably the next few days.
I'm very excited for that.
And she is, as I mentioned, kind of a joy to talk to at the moment. Right. Thank you, chat. I will see you for stream next time. I will hop into Pit 1 for a bit. Maybe we'll watch something in the community before I go to bed, but I will go to bed quite soon. Right, I'll see you there. Good night, everyone. And beware the autism.